All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy meeting. It is April the 17th. The time is 8:30, and we will bring the meeting back to order. Dr. Gandhi, if you can do roll call and conflicts of interest, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell.
Here, no conflicts.
Mr. Thorwald.
Here, no conflict.
Ms. Nair.
Here, no conflicts.
Ms. Davis.
Present conflicts have been submitted in writing.
Thank you. Ms. Walmsley.
Present conflicts have been submitted in writing.
Ms. Spark.
Present conflicts have been submitted in writing.
Ms. Hogan. Mr. Hogan.
Here, no conflicts.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Here, no conflict.
Mr. Anderson.
Here, no conflicts.
2 days in a row. Perfect attendance, Madam Chair.
Terrific. Housekeeping announcement for those of you that aren't regular attenders. If you want CE, sign in the back on the table. You will be able to get credit for the morning session. If you sign in for the afternoon, you'll also get credit for the afternoon session. I think we will start with item 26. I'm not sure who's going to cover this. Cam, do you want to give a little summary here? The notice of representation from the Office of the Attorney General. Is there anything we need to cover with this?
You would like me to address it?
Please, if you can.
Members of the board, Jean Galvin from the Attorney General's office. In your materials is a letter from the section chief of the licensing and enforcement section, a section to which Seth and I are both assigned. There was a recent rule change that governs the ethics for attorneys who represent governmental entities, of which you are one, that requires us to send to our clients on an annual basis a letter of representation that just specifically spells out the matters and the types of matters in which we will represent you. And that's all that this letter is accomplishing, is our compliance with the new ethical rules, allowing you and informing you the matters that we will be representing you in.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. So no actions required.
There is no action.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Any questions, board members? All right, hearing none, let's move on to tab 27. We will take items 27A, 27C, 27D, and 27E. I'll hold off on 27B and have Mr. Anderson take that one since I'm recused from that, but we'll take the rest of these together. This is the time for the board to consider consent agenda items 27A, 27C, 27D, and 27E. Trent Spencer, board case number 24-0645. Jorge Panacea, board case number 24-0657. Martha Shepard, board case number 24-0639. And Jacob Doan, board case number 23-0693. Does any respondent, attorney, or board member wish to pull any of these further cases for consideration? Hearing none, will the state's attorneys please introduce themselves?
Yes, good morning. Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Are any of the other parties present, Mr. Spencer, Mr. Panate, Ms. Shepard, or Mr. Doan? Staff, can you confirm if any of them are online? Nope.
I don't see that, Madam Chair.
Okay. The state has filed a motion to deem and to vacate the hearings in each of these matters. If these motions are granted, the board will have adopted the factual allegations set forth as the complaints as its findings of fact and the alleged violations of law as its conclusions of law. Is there a motion regarding the state's motions to deem?
I'll move to accept the state's motion to deem
And to vacate the hearing?
and to vacate the hearing. Yes.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We'll now deliberate on the appropriate discipline to be imposed. Mr. Hargraves, does the state have recommendations?
In each of the cases, the parties were notified of hearing being scheduled for today. They were required to respond to that and inform that if they didn't, the matter could be decided without their participation or input. In each case, the state recommends revocation of the licenses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Any discussion or do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the state's recommendations for each of the license.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
This concludes these proceedings. The board's decisions will be reduced to written orders, which will be sent to each of the respondents. I will turn it over to Mr. Anderson for 27B.
Thank you, Ms. Walmsley. This is the time for the board to consider consent agenda item 27B, Crystal Lee Casa, board case number 24-0616. Does any respondent, attorney, or board member want to pull any case from the consent agenda for further consideration? Hearing none, will the state's attorneys please introduce themselves?
Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Are there any other parties present for these matters? The state has filed a motion to deem and vacate the hearings in each of these matters. If these motions are granted, the board will have adopted the factual allegations set forth in the complaints as its finding of fact and the alleged violations of law as its conclusions of law. Is there a motion regarding the state's motions to deem?
I move for the board to accept or grant the state's motion to deem.
And vacate? All right.
Second.
All right, we've got a first and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We will now deliberate on the appropriate discipline to be imposed. Is there a recommendation from the state?
Yes, in the case of Ms. Casa, the complaint notice of hearing was sent to her address of record and as well as her email address. There was no response. The state would recommend revocation of her license. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Any discussion? Or a motion?
I move to
the
accept.
state. Go ahead.
No, it's your,
I move to accept the state's recommendation.
Thank you. We've got a first.
Second.
All right, we've got a first and a second. Any further discussion? All right, roll call. Dr. Gandhi, please.
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley's recused, Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it with one recusal, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. This concludes this proceeding. The board's decision will be reduced to written orders, which will be sent to each of the respondents. Thank you. And we will return to Ms. Walmsley and 27A, excuse me,
Wait,
28A.
sorry. This is the date, time, and place where matters involving Miriam Silla, board case number 24-0528 is scheduled to be heard by the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. This is a formal administrative hearing to determine if there have been violations of the board's statutes and rules and whether disciplinary action is warranted. The board members present today include Lori Walmsley, Jeff Anderson, Kristen Snare, Frank Thorwald, Tennille Davis, Tariq Al-Nassif, Les Braswell, Stephanie Spark, and Christopher Hogan. Let the records reflect that the board members have been furnished copies of the complaint and notice of hearing and all pleadings of record. Will the parties please introduce themselves, starting with the state?
Yes, Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Is Ms. Silla present? Anyone? If you could please approach. You can turn on the microphone and introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Miriam Silla.
Thank you, Ms. Silla. Before we move forward, do the parties have any preliminary matters that they would like to address with the board?
Yes, thank you. In October of 2024, Ms. Silla entered into an interim consent agreement for the interim suspension of her license pending drug screening and a substance use evaluation. She came before the board in December asking for an extension through the end of January to complete that. At the time, the board voted to grant that extension with a provision that if not complied with fully by that point, to proceed to hearing. Ms. Silla had not completed the evaluation by that date, and the matter was set for hearing. Subsequent to that, in early February, she did complete the evaluation. The evaluation report was received by staff, reviewed, and there's a proposed consent agreement in your packet for consideration, taking into account the evaluator's recommendation. The agreement has been signed by Ms. Silla. If the board is agreeable to that consent agreement pursuant to the recommendation of the evaluator, the state would ask that the board vacate the hearing and accept the consent agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Ms. Silla, would you like to address the board?
I want to apologize for not meeting the deadline on time. I just began working again, and I am in school full time, so it was really hard for me to save money because there were bills that I was past due on, and I just want to apologize for that again. And thank you guys for giving me the extension.
Thank you, Ms. Silla. You have executed the consent agreement, correct?
Yes.
For the probation? Board members, any discussion or do we have a motion around vacating the hearing and accepting the proposed consent agreement that's been signed?
I'll make a motion to vacate the hearing and accept the consent agreement as signed.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Ms. Silla, thank you for being present, and best of luck to you.
Thank you guys. Thank you all.
Thank you. Item 28B. This is the date, time, and place where the matter involving Matthew Philip Lorcher, board case number 24-0440 is scheduled to be heard by the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. This is a formal administrative hearing to determine if there have been violations of the board's statutes and rules and whether disciplinary action is warranted. Board members present today include Lori Walmsley, Jeff Anderson, Kristen Snare, Frank Thorwald, Tennille Davis, Tariq Al-Nassif, Les Braswell, Stephanie Spark, and Christopher Hogan. Let the record reflect that the board members have been furnished copies of the complaint and notice of hearing and all pleadings of record. Will the parties please introduce themselves, starting with the state?
Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Is Mr. Lorcher present? Not online. Mr. Hargraves, do you have any preliminary matters you'd like to discuss with the board?
Yes, thank you. This case involves Mr. Lorcher's failure to comply with the board's continuing education requirements. The board had voted this matter to formal hearing. After receiving the complaint notice of hearing, state was contacted by Mr. Lorcher inquiring about surrendering his license. In your packet is a signed consent for surrender. The state would ask the board to vacate the hearing and accept the signed consent for surrender. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Board members, any discussion? Or do I have a motion with regards to vacating the hearing and accepting the consent agreement?
I move to vacate the hearing and accept the consent agreement. Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. 28C, this is the date, time, and place where the matter involving Fletcher Panacea, Inc., board case number 22-0552 is scheduled to be heard by the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. This is a formal administrative hearing to determine if there have been violations of the board's statutes and rules and whether disciplinary action is warranted. Board members present today include Lori Walmsley, Jeff Anderson, Kristen Snare, Frank Thorwald, Tennille Davis, Tariq El-Nassif, Les Braswell, Stephanie Spark, and Christopher Hogan. Let the record reflect that the board members have been furnished copies of the complaint and notice of hearing and all pleadings of record. Will the parties please introduce themselves, starting with the state?
Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Is anyone present from Fletcher Panacea? Not that we see. All right. Mr. Hargraves, do you have any preliminary matters you wish to discuss with the board?
Yes, thank you. Fletcher Panacea is a pharmacy located in the state of North Carolina. They applied for non-resident permit with this board. So at some point thereafter, the board was contacted, after they were permitted in the state, they were contacted by North Carolina, informed that they may have submitted false documentation to this board and other boards in an attempt to get permitted in those states. They subsequently signed an interim consent for suspension pending further review and further investigation. North Carolina summarily suspended their permit. They subsequently ceased operating. They stopped communicating with this board. The board voted to hearing. The state was able to find out information from the address of record that was on file because they had closed down was no longer active. The state was able to identify the owner of the company, got notice to them for the hearing as well as to their address of record. We did get a response. They signed a consent for surrender, which is in your packet. The state would ask the board to vacate the hearing and accept this signed consent for surrender of the permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Board members, discussion, or do I have a motion with regards to vacating the hearing in the proposed consent agreement?
I'll make a motion to vacate the hearing and accept the consent agreement.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. El-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Item 28D, Anigret Johnson. This is the date, time, and place where the matter involving Anigret Johnson, board case number 24-0609, is scheduled to be heard by the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. This is a formal administrative hearing to determine if there have been violations of the board statutes and rules and whether disciplinary action is warranted. Board members today include Lori Walmsley, Jeff Anderson, Kristen Snare, Frank Thorwald, Tennille Davis, Tariq El-Nassif, Les Braswell, Stephanie Spark, and Christopher Hogan. Let the records reflect that the board members have been furnished copies of the complaint and notice of hearing and all pleadings of record. Will the parties please introduce themselves, starting with the state?
Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Is Ms. Johnson present? Can we confirm she's not online?
She's not on.
Thank you. Mr. Hargraves, do you have any preliminary matters to discuss with the board?
Yes, thank you. This case involves Ms. Johnson's failure to comply with the board's continuing education requirements. After receiving the complaint notice of hearing, the state heard from Ms. Johnson, who indicated a desire to surrender her license. In your packet is a signed consent for surrender. The state would ask the board to vacate the hearing and accept the surrender to resolve the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Board members, any discussion, or do we have a motion with regards to vacating the hearing and accepting the proposed consent?
I move we vacate the hearing and accept the motion to surrender. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. El-Nassif,
Aye.
and Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Item 29A, informal settlement conference for Gilbert Pharmacy and Cornelius Tanyi. This is the time for a time set for consideration of the respondent settlement proposal for case number 24-0003 involving Gilbert Pharmacy and Cornelius Tanyi. Are the parties present? If you could please come forward and introduce yourself for the record.
Jean Galvin, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Is anyone here representing Mr. Tanyi and Gilbert Pharmacy?
My understanding, Madam Chairman, I spoke to Mr. Jarvis, the attorney for both the entity and the pharmacist yesterday. They waived their appearance unless there were any questions by the board.
And I believe we have signed consent agreements for both parties in the packet.
This matter was referred to formal hearing in January. The complaints and notices of hearing were sent to Mr. Tanyi and Gilbert Pharmacy. Upon receipt of those of the complaint and notice of hearing, they notified us that both Mr. Tanyi and Gilbert Pharmacy would surrender their permit and their license in lieu of a formal hearing.
And they're no longer wishing to move forward with the informal settlement conference.
They do not. The state would request that you accept the consent agreements and vacate the hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. Do I have a motion with regards to the state's recommendation to vacate the hearing and accept the proposed consent agreements?
I move to vacate and accept the consent agreements.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, we only had one concern related to the facility. I think there may have been PHI left at the facility still. I'm not sure how they're going to deal with that.
From our prior discussion, I thought the compliance officer was reaching out to the attorney.
Do we have an update, Max, on that?
What's that box that popped up at the top? Are they online?
Yeah, that's an online person.
But it's not Gilbert or Tanyi?
No.
Hello, Mr. Jacobson.
Good morning, board members. Max Jacobson, Board of Pharmacy Compliance Officer. I did communicate with the counsel, Mr. Jarvis, in this case, and I was able to do a site visit to the pharmacy Tuesday of this week. There are still patient records and unexecuted 222 forms, invoices for controlled substance and non-controlled substance. There are also over-the-counter drugs that are boxed up for disposal that have not been disposed of. And incidentally, I did find one example of a prescription-only drug that was, I believe, inadvertently missed when all the rest of the inventory was disposed of. I did express the requirements for maintaining those records to counsel and to the PIC, Mr. Tanyi, in this case. They expressed understanding. However, from what I gather and from their narrative, they have had people coming into the building looking to lease the pharmacy. So there possibly is some concern that there were people in the building without a pharmacist present and the records unattended.
Mr. Jarvis did indicate that he could be available for questions today. If the board would like, I could contact him and ask him to call in or appear.
My concern, Madam Chair, is if we accept the voluntary surrender, we may not have jurisdiction over this matter with the PHI still at the location. And more importantly, the unexecuted 222 forms, though they're not signed, it's still a liability to have those out in the open.
Ms. Baskin, would an option be that we could direct the staff to work with counsel and upon removal of those items to accept the surrender of the licenses so that way we don't lose jurisdiction until that's been completed?
Hold on. Good morning, Madam President, members of the board. Mona Baskin, independent advisor for the board. That would be an option. Also, I think another option would be to continue the matter and then bring it back for acceptance of the signed consent agreement. I would also ask that the board consider the recommendation from Ms. Galvin regarding this.
Ms. Galvin, do you have a recommendation, given the information from Mr. Jacobson?
I understand the concern with the items that are left behind. It seems to be that it is not completely resolved. So I think either option, continuing this or having staff work with Mr. Jarvis and the parties to address these remaining concerns. And once they're addressed, then delegate to the executive director the authority to accept the consent agreements.
Does staff have any concerns with the first option of delegating for you all to continue to work with Mr. Jarvis? Have they been compliant and communicative?
Yeah, I think we would be comfortable with that.
I'll rescind my motion.
I think you could just amend.
I'll amend my motion to accept full recommendation.
The recommendation to delegate to staff.
Yes, the recommendation to delegate
If
to
we're
staff
satisfied to accept the consent
and
agreement.
accept the consent agreement upon satisfactory completion.
And I rescind my second and modify it.
All right, we're in good shape.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so that acceptance of the consent agreement is contingent upon compliance and review by board staff. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan, Mr. Al-Nassif, Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attendance. Let's take like a 10-minute break so that we can reset, because I think that's the last item with Ms. Baskin, correct? Okay,
Yes,
we'll
thank
come
you.
back at 9:10. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to move back to the applications. We'll go to item 22F, Independent Pharmacy Services, Inc.
Good morning.
Good morning. If you could please introduce yourself.
Courtney Sullivan on behalf of Independent Health Services, Inc.
Welcome. Ms. Bolts, can you please give us an application review?
Certainly. Independent Health, excuse me. Independent Health Services, Inc. applied to renew their non-resident pharmacy permit on February 13th, 2025. Their permit expired on October 31st, 2024. The permit holder disclosed disciplinary action taken against the permit by the Ohio Board of Pharmacy in 2023. They were disciplined for selling prescription drugs, including controlled substances, to a county jail in Ohio that did not have an Ohio-issued terminal distributor of dangerous drugs license. They shipped 1,945 items into Arizona between November 1st, 2024 and February 20th, 2025 without a valid permit. A consent agreement for disciplinary civil penalty was extended to the permit holder for their unpermitted activity.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Would you like to address the board?
Thank you. Members of the board, IHS deeply regrets their appearance before you today. They have instituted significant changes since discovering the licensure lapse and have engaged with our firm to conduct an entire audit of their licensure across multiple states to ensure that this doesn't happen in the future. They're also going to be working with a licensure consultant going forward. The employee that was in charge of licensure will no longer be handling that. IHS is grateful for the opportunity to engage in a consent agreement with this board and asks that the board renew the permit.
And they've signed a consent agreement, right?
They have, yes.
Okay. Do I have a motion with regards to the proposed consent agreement and the license?
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agreement and renew the license.
Second.
Upon payment?
Yes, upon payment.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Thank you, Ms. Sullivan, for being present.
Thank you.
We'll go to 22G, Mustafa Qadari. And item 24A, we will also take with this one. Good morning. If you could both introduce yourselves.
Mustafa Qadari.
Christopher Rapp on behalf of
If you could please make sure that your mic's on.
They usually say they can always hear me. So
The problem is the YouTube stream.
That's right. Christopher Rapp on behalf of Mustafa Qadari.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, if you could please give us a summary of the case.
Certainly. Good morning, Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Mustafa Qadari was issued an Arizona pharmacist license by full exam on July 21st, 2021. His license is currently suspended. On February 8th, 2023, legal counsel for Mr. Qadari notified the board that Mr. Qadari was charged with drug paraphernalia possession use on January 10th, 2023, and that he entered a plea of not guilty. In a separate matter, on or about April 28th, 2023, staff received a notification from Arizona Department of Public Safety indicating that Mr. Qadari's fingerprint clearance card was suspended as he was arrested and/or fingerprinted for felony armed robbery with a deadly weapon on or about April 27th, 2023, for events that allegedly occurred on February 20th, 2023. On May 2nd, 2023, a direct complaint was issued against Mr. Qadari in the Maricopa County Superior Court. Pursuant to the direct complaint, Mr. Qadari was charged with the following: Count 1, fraudulent schemes and artifices, a Class 2 felony. Count 2, burglary in the first degree, a Class 3 felony. Count 3, theft, a Class 4 felony. And Count 4, possession or use of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. On May 5th, 2023, CVS Pharmacy notified the board that Mr. Qadari had been arrested in connection with a robbery that occurred at a CVS Pharmacy during his shift. A DEA Form 106 was provided and indicated a loss of 690 alprazolam tablets comprising 3 different strengths, 820 oxycodone tablets comprising 3 different strengths, and 110 Adderall tablets comprising 3 different strengths. CVS also provided video surveillance in connection with the alleged robbery. CVS subsequently submitted 2 additional DEA Form 106 reports on June 2nd, 2023 and October 4th, 2023, respectively, amending the initial DEA Form 106, both of which are included in the board's files for review. On May 17th, 2023, Mr. Qadari's counsel provided staff copies with the direct complaint, indictment, and police report regarding Mr. Qadari, and indicated that he was taking steps to address the issues described in the criminal matter. The records are contained in the board's files for review and consideration. Staff reviewed the information provided by Mr. Qadari's counsel. Of note, in his initial contact with the police regarding the CVS robbery, Mr. Qadari indicated a loss of 600 oxycodone tablets comprising 3 different strengths, 600 alprazolam tablets comprising 2 different strengths, and 200 Adderall tablets comprising 2 different strengths. According to the direct complaint, the losses are referred to as oxycodone and/or alprazolam and/or Adderall and/or miscellaneous prescription drugs of a value of $3,000 or more, but less than $4,000. Based on the information provided, staff is unable to verify the precise quantification of the loss. The police report details several instances of illicit activity involving Mr. Qadari, including an arrest on or about January 10th, 2023, which he was approached by law enforcement in a Circle K parking lot and observed with a lighter in his hand and a blue straw in his mouth. A portion of a pill and numerous items of drug paraphernalia were discovered inside the vehicle. Mr. Qadari later admitted to engaging in illicit activity. The report further details another arrest on or about April 27th, 2023, in which he was in possession of foil and a short straw, which are commonly used to ingest illicit substances. On May 18th, 2023, staff offered Mr. Qadari an interim consent agreement for interim suspension of license and substance use abuse evaluation. Mr. Qadari signed the interim consent agreement on May 25th, 2023, and it was approved by the board during the June 2023 board meeting. It was executed on June 16th, 2023. On December 20th, 2023, counsel for Mr. Qadari submitted an update regarding his criminal case and his efforts toward recovery. The documents are included in the board's files and indicate that Mr. Qadari entered into a plea agreement to count 3, solicitation to commit theft, control property, non-dangerous, non-repetitive, a Class 6 undesignated offense, which was later designated as a misdemeanor. His sentence was suspended and he was placed on 2 years of supervised probation, was required to complete substance abuse treatment, and was required to pay restitution in the amount of $3,108 to CVS. On or about April 26, 2024, Mr. Qadari contacted staff regarding the status of his license and next steps in this matter with the board. Staff confirmed that he was still represented by an attorney and forwarded his communication to his counsel. On May 29, 2024, staff received an email from Community Bridges indicating that Mr. Qadari was completing an assessment on May 30th, 2024. On the same day, staff was informed that he canceled his appointment. On December 9th, 2024, Community Bridges contacted staff again and indicated that Mr. Qadari would be undergoing an assessment on December 11th, 2024. He did complete the assessment, and staff received a copy of the evaluation results on March 5th, 2025. The report is included in the board's files for review and consideration. On March 18th, 2025, counsel for Mr. Qadari provided staff a copy of the order of discharge in his criminal matter. On March 28th, 2025, Mr. Qadari hand-delivered his application for renewal. On April 1st, 2025, his counsel submitted clarifying information regarding his evaluation results. And on April 15th, 2025, an additional supplemental response was submitted by Mr. Qadari's counsel. All of these documents are included in the board's files for consideration. This matter is before the board for discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the facts of this case, the suspension of Mr. Qadari's license, the results of the evaluation, his underlying conduct, and his renewal application.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Rapp, Mr. Qadari, is there anything you'd like to address with the board preliminarily, or would you like us to proceed with questions?
I would like you to go to questions. Madam Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell us about what took place? So I'm reading that you conspired with your girlfriend to rob the pharmacy. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so the issue was, prior to me getting the job as a pharmacist, I believe I already had an addiction problem. The issue was my girlfriend and I both had substance abuse problems. So before the incident of the robbery occurred, to be honest with you, I was taking pills from the pharmacy, but I was returning them back. So in case like if an inventory count was done, no pills would be missing. The issue was,
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
about
go
that?
ahead.
You were buying them off the street and
from
replacing
a legitimate source that had a prescription though. Yeah, so they weren't like
Say that again?
from a legitimate person that had a prescription, like a valid prescription for the
So you
same.
bought them from like a friend that had a prescription and
Co-
then you returned it to the stock bottle
Correct.
that could be dispensed to patients.
Correct, yeah. But the source was a reliable source, so it wasn't like an unknown, like I made sure that the pills that he was getting were from a pharmacy. So yeah, when that course was going on, my partner involved, and it's not me deflecting blame. I take full responsibility for my actions. My partner that I was with had asked me to take some pills. She had notified me that she would give me money to return them back. The issue was, she had family members that had gambling problems. So they took her funds and stuff. And so the funds that I needed from her weren't provided. So the incident of the robbery occurred so that it can provide a reasoning for why the pills were missing, because I couldn't return them myself.
So just to pause for a second. So you were consuming the items and you were also you were selling them to your girlfriend.
No, yeah, I wasn't selling any items or anything like that.
But you were stealing the items for the purposes for your own personal consumption and giving them to her, and she was giving them to family members or selling them?
No. It was the only things I was taking were for me and her. That's it.
So where was the money from?
So the money I was spending to buy the pills back to return them. You see what I mean?
To the pharmacy.
To the pharmacy, correct. Once I had run out of funds, she had asked me to take some. She didn't have the funds to give to me to return the pills. If
So you would steal them from the pharmacy, buy them off the street, and then put them back,
correct.
not knowing the source of those drugs.
No, the source of those drugs was from someone that had a legitimate prescription. Like
Okay.
I would go with them to get it from the pharmacy with them to know they were, FDA legitimate medications.
Then you put those back into stock in the pharmacy and dispense those to other patients.
Correct. But they were the same medication.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question? Why wouldn't you just use the product from your friend?
Oh, what in what terms?
You're replacing the stock from the inventory that your friend has.
Correct.
Why wouldn't you just use your friend's inventory?
So this is while I was working overnight. So I didn't have the accessibility to grab them on like a easy basis.
You do realize that purchasing from not a pharmacy, but someone that got the drugs could be deemed adulterated when you put it back in a pharmacy for distribution. You do realize that?
Correct, yes. Which is why I made sure that the person I was buying them from, I would go with them to the pharmacy to grab them. So just to be on the safe
Yeah,
side.
but once they leave the pharmacy,
They-
you
they're
can't put
considered
it back
adult.
in a distribution channel.
So how did you find these people that you were
So
buying the drugs from? Were they legitimate prescriptions? Were they fraudulent prescriptions?
no, there were legitimate prescriptions that they were getting legitimately prescribed. This problem kind of occurred when I was kind of like an undergrad at ASU. That's kind of where the problem started. That's kind of where like I met these people. But I made sure the source was legitimate, so I wouldn't get it from an unreliable source.
I don't want to stop questions, but I do want to make a motion for legal counsel.
May I ask a question before we go?
Yeah.
Is your friend a pharmacist?
No,
Are they in a healthcare profession at
no,
all?
no.
Is there one prescriber that's involved in this, or is there numerous prescribers?
No prescribers involved at all.
The patients that you were obtaining prescriptions from, they were just the regular course of their therapies
Correct.
and they didn't need them, so they were selling them to you?
Correct. Yeah.
So
They had a legitimate diagnosis for the indication of that drug.
but they just weren't using it.
They were using it, but they're also selling it to me on the side.
I'll second. Listeners.
I have a motion and a second for legal advice. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, welcome back, everybody, from executive session for legal advice. Any additional questions for counsel or Mr. Qadari?
I have a question. So as we were asking you before, you said you replaced the product from your sources. How many times do you think that may have occurred?
Like I can count it on my hands, like twice or three times. This was all before the incident of the arrest. It was like 3 days before.
So you mentioned that you've had a substance use disorder since you were an undergraduate.
Yeah, minor. I believe it was minor, but yeah, that's where it originated from.
So how long were you performing these various different activities of diversion, whether it was stealing from the pharmacy and replacing the products or the fake robbery?
Are you also adding just using outside of work as in other words, a possession or use?
How long have you been misappropriating the medications and by various different means?
Right.
Yeah, like I mentioned, it was only like 2 or 3 times. It wasn't a consistent thing.
So, but you said you've had a substance use problem since you were in an undergrad. So where were you getting the medications before?
The medications I was getting before, I was getting from a supply, like from a drug dealer or someone selling me the pills with a valid prescription.
But you used your position as a pharmacist for just a short period of time.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So you stole the medications from the pharmacy.
Correct.
Through the fake robbery. And then
Correct.
you were misappropriating them using other patients.
No, so yeah, after those were taken, those were left with my partner that was involved with me.
They were doing it previously.
I don't know if they were doing it previously, not to my knowledge, but those medications were left with my partner.
So my understanding is that previous to the stage robbery, you were taking them yourself.
Correct.
And then placing them.
Correct.
And you tested them to see if they were the correct product.
Just for my own peace of mind, even though I knew they were legitimate, that was just for my peace of mind.
Then after you had done that, then was the stage robbery, correct?
Correct. Correct.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Is your, who were you employed with at the time that you returned medication from the source back to the pharmacy?
Like who was working with me at the time?
Who employed you? Where were you working?
CVS.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do they have a policy regarding return to stock for controlled substances?
A policy in terms of what? Like
in terms of if a patient brings back a controlled substance to you, what do you do with it?
There's a medication disposal system in the pharmacy.
So is it ever under the policy of CVS returned to stock where it would ultimately go to another patient?
Oh, no. Yeah. So if they're returning controlled substance, there's like a bin on the side where they dispose of it. I don't know what happens after
So
that.
how do you justify the fact that you return medications to stock for ultimate distribution to patients?
There is no justification for it. My judgment was impaired. That's like through my rehabilitation process, that's where I realized my problem was severe. And there is no justification for it. That's where I realized my judgment and my conscientious decision-making was impaired. I wasn't functioning at the highest cognitive efficacious ability.
And you didn't realize that until you were arrested for the staged robbery.
I didn't realize that until I was going through the rehabilitation process, inpatient and outpatient, realizing the magnitude of what I did.
But you entered into that treatment as a result of the robbery? The arrest from the robbery?
It was afterwards. Yeah, afterwards. Almost immediately.
How long have you been a pharmacist?
For about maybe a year and a half, almost 2 years. I was around like August 2021 is when I got hired, and the arrest was around April 2023. So.
So you recognize today that you were introducing adulterated drugs into the supply chain?
Correct.
Were you also stealing when you were an intern?
No, no. I interned in, I went to Connecticut for pharmacy school, University of St. Joseph.
Are you licensed in any other states?
No, just Arizona.
Are you currently pursuing licensure in other states?
No.
Does CVS know about the adulterated oxycodone that you
That
returned to the safe, I assume?
that I'm not aware. I'm sure maybe someone gave him a heads up about it through their investigation with the police department, but not to my, I don't know to my knowledge.
Was anybody from your staff aware of your actions?
No, none of my staff members were aware.
So we don't know if the patients who got those adulterated drugs are okay or had any sort of untoward effects due to you introducing those adulterated drugs into the supply chain in Arizona.
May I respond? The CVS was involved in the police investigation and had the police reports and was informed of that. I don't have an answer for you on whether items went out to people, but they were involved in that part of the criminal investigation that things were brought back to the pharmacy.
But that was in relation to the robbery, not to this prior actions that Mr.
Qadari.
Qadari, sorry.
It's okay.
Mr. Qadari admitted to.
It
So-
was all in a very brief period of time that those occurred, but they were informed of that. The CVS was involved in that part of it. I don't know what occurred after that because the issue became the criminal case at that point.
So we don't know if
But
CVS.
I mean, I would double check to make, because the medication in and of itself wasn't a high volume medication. So I would double check to see the counts. So when I would double check the counts, the medications weren't filled. So I don't know if patients afterwards were prescribed or like given the medication, but every time I would come back to work and check the inventory, the medications weren't dispensed. So the number would still be the same. So to answer your question, I don't believe patients received the adulterated medication, to my knowledge.
How many tablets of adulterated medicine do you think you brought back into the pharmacy?
Maybe
Combined.
like 5 or 6 of them. Around that number.
5 or 6 prescriptions or 5 or 6 tablets?
No, like tablets.
Madam Chair, so how many were you taking per day?
Well, it would vary. Probably around minimum, maybe like 5 a day.
And your girlfriend also had a substance use disorder?
Correct.
And
With the same substance.
and what was she consuming? Do you
A
imagine?
little less than me, maybe around 2 to 3.
And these are Oxy 30s?
Codon 30 milligram tablets. IRs.
So you replaced about
Yeah.
5 tablets, 15 tablets, somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
What was,
I couldn't hear that question.
I asked how many he had to replace, how many tablets he had to replace total. But how much was taken during the stage robbery?
I don't know the exact amount, but a couple bottles of, I would say, of the strength, of each strength.
I mean, I don't have any question, but I ready to make a motion unless somebody has question. Okay, I move to decline his request to renew his license. Deny the application. to
On what
renew his
basis?
on the unprofessional conduct and what he admitted has been done before.
Do I have a second?
May I ask you to expand slightly on the unprofessional conduct and things that were said today that serve as the basis?
Is the first thing is stealing control or like drugs from pharmacy. The second is returning drug to stock after sold to patients after loss of custody of med.
His participation in
And
admission.
stage robbery also for his employer.
As well as the observations and findings
Oh, yeah, on the, what listed on
in the
police
report
report.
and his admissions made to the evaluator.
Correct.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
And for clarification for the board, he remains under the terms of the interim consent agreement where his license remains suspended. The notice of denial will be drafted and sent to him. If this motion passes, then he has the opportunity to request a hearing on the denial once that is issued to him. We will need a roll call.
Any further discussion, board members? Dr. Gunn.
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your attendance today.
Thank you.
We'll go back into conferences from here, picking up with item 25F for Walton Drug and Debbie Walton.
The,
Oh, no, I forgot. I did forget two other items. I'm sorry. Thank you.
The Walton Drugs also is for this afternoon, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Let's go to 24B. I'm sorry. I was jumping ahead of myself. I was excited to move on to conferences. Item 24B is Jennifer Turklay, action on previous action. Ms. Brown, if you could please provide a summary, and is Ms. Turklay online?
Yes.
If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Turklay.
Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Jennifer Turklay was issued a pharmacy technician license on December 14th, 2018. Her license is currently suspended. On May 2nd, 2024, board staff opened a complaint against Ms. Turklay's license after being notified by CVS that she was suspected of employee pilferage of a controlled substance. On May 7th, 2024, Ms. Turklay had submitted a written statement to the board and admitted to the theft of 1 alprazolam and 5 lorazepam tablets from her employer. She stated that the alprazolam was for personal use and the lorazepam was intended for a family member. In a written statement to CVS, she further acknowledged taking controlled substances for a family member between 3 to 5 times. Ms. Turklay made a statement that the board may wish to consider relating to her ability to safely practice, the specifics of which are contained in the board's files. On May 9th, 2024, Ms. Turklay entered into an interim consent agreement and order for voluntary suspension of license and fitness for duty evaluation with substance testing. On May 16th, 2024, Ms. Turklay contacted board staff requesting an extension to complete drug testing. Staff granted the extension until May 24th, 2024. She did not complete the required drug testing until May 31st, 2024. Board staff received a copy of the results on June 6, 2024, and they are included in the board's files. In a series of emails on June 25th, 2024, staff followed up with Ms. Turklay regarding the required evaluation and ultimately granted an extension until July 12th, 2024. Ms. Turklay did not comply. She indicated that her noncompliance was due to financial hardship as well as personal and family-related difficulties. The board considered Ms. Turklay's noncompliance with her interim consent agreement during the October 2024 board meeting. During the meeting, Ms. Turklay indicated that she scheduled an evaluation on November 6, 2024 with Community Bridges. The board voted to table the matter until which time she completed the evaluation. Ms. Turklay did comply and completed the evaluation as scheduled on November 6, 2024. The evaluation results are included in the board's files for review and consideration. Staff emailed Ms. Turklay on January 29th, 2025, and provided her a copy with the evaluation results. Staff also provided instructions for renewing her license, as she previously indicated her desire to retain her license. Ms. Turklay was provided a deadline to submit her renewal application by March 14th, 2025 for the boards to consider along with the results of the evaluation. Ms. Turklay was also sent a notice to appear on March 24th, 2025. Ms. Turklay did not respond. Yesterday afternoon, Ms. Turklay contacted staff and indicated that she did not receive staff's emails regarding her evaluation results and instructions for renewal. She indicated that she intended to appear for today's meeting. Staff did provide her a copy of the evaluation upon her request. This matter is returning before the board to consider the results of Ms. Turklay's evaluation and to determine next steps in this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Turklay, do you have anything that you would like to address with the board before we proceed with questions? Please note that if we need to get into discussion about your health information, we will go into executive session. So please refrain from talking about health information. But if there's pieces that you wish to share after, as you go along, please let us know.
I do want to ask the board, as far as my reapplication, it was supposed to be in March, I believe, and I have been in the hospital every single month this year, so I didn't have the opportunity to respond, and I needed to see if I could submit my reapplication fee and my CE credits at for an extension.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Board members, discussion?
Mr. Clay, can you tell us in your own words what took place?
At the original incident,
Sure.
so I was working in CVS Pharmacy, and I ended up, I guess, diversion is the right word, of an alprazolam tablet and then 5 lorazepam tablets that were intended for a family member, and that's really all that occurred.
So, Ms. Turkley, if I were to kind of summarize your comments, you've had a lot of health issues and your lack of communication with the board staff, because we've had lots of lapses in communication over the last little bit when we've been trying to communicate with you, actually the last really almost year, was because you were hospitalized.
Correct.
So it wasn't your intention to not communicate with the staff. It just was simply the lapses in time were because of your health conditions.
Correct.
Okay.
You do understand that if we move forward with a substance use treatment program, you would have to be compliant with that. Is that something you feel like you would be able to do?
Yes.
With all of your health concerns, you would be able to follow the program, you believe?
Yes.
And you understand if you don't comply that you would potentially lose your license.
Yes.
Then I'm willing to make a motion. I'll make a motion for a substance use.
We have the evaluation in here.
I'll make a motion for a standard substance use contract. And upon signing, to approve her renewal application.
Pursuant to the
Pursuant to the
evaluator's recommendations.
She doesn't have a renewal application.
Oh, okay.
This is what we've been
I was
trying
just
to,
going by what she
yeah,
said.
trying
Okay.
to work on.
Sorry. Take that part out. I'll amend that just to offer substance use contract
So
pursuant to the evaluator.
can we do that since she doesn't have a license?
Her license is currently suspended. If she wants to have that suspension lifted, she would submit an application for renewal. And if this motion passes, it would be placed on probation pursuant to the recommendations. Perhaps this request is premature if she has not submitted her application, and that hasn't been, it's not present before the board, it's not present before staff. So we haven't reviewed it, haven't considered it.
Ms. Turklay, why haven't you submitted an application?
To be honest, oh my gosh, I thought that since I was suspended in October, I had gone in to reapply, but on the website, it wouldn't allow me to reapply because it was suspended. There was no option for me to click it to do that. I should have contacted the board and asked what to do as far as reapplying. And then in March, when I was given the deadline to submit my reapplication, that time had already passed by the time I had seen the communication. So I am asking to see if I can get an extension to submit my credits and to submit the reapplication fee.
So she would remain suspended under the interim consent agreement until she submits a renewal application, demonstrates her continuing education, pays the fee. If you want to allow the interim consent agreement to remain in place, she could submit that application for renewal. You could make your motion that she be placed on a consent agreement for probation upon receipt of her application, review by the staff and determine that the application is sufficient. And then the staff would approve the application, and then we would issue the consent agreement for probation and monitoring.
I'll amend my motion to include everything you just stated.
Just a quick comment, and because we have an evaluator's recommendations in front of us and time is of the essence to respond to those, is the board interested in, can we put timeframes around Ms. Turklay renewing her license so we can get going with that contract for her?
2 weeks appropriate? 7 days?
She stated that she has some CE to do, so I don't know how long she might need. You may want to ask her.
Ms. Turklay, where are you at with your CE?
I believe I've half of it done so far. If I could get 2 weeks, that would be sufficient enough time for me to complete it.
To complete your CE and complete the application?
Correct.
So if that needs to be included in my motion, 2 weeks is fine. But I also, because we've had all these hurdles, extensions, etc., we're extending this beyond what I feel. I'm starting to feel a little uncomfortable with all the extensions. Can we say, if not, we proceed to hearing, or if the consent isn't signed within a certain amount of time, we proceed to hearing?
You may. If she fails to submit a complete application within, say, 2 weeks from tomorrow, then the matter can be referred to formal hearing. If she submits the renewal, it is deemed complete. The consent agreement would be issued, and if that's not signed, then we go to formal hearing and our application would be denied at that point.
That is what I'd like to amend my motion to.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Ms. Turklay, thank you for being present. The staff will be in communication with you and we look forward to your application.
Thank you.
24C, Marlin Hernandez Flores. Is Mr. Flores present? Ms. I apologize.
Not
No,
online.
Ms. Flores is not present. Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Marlin Hernandez Flores was issued a pharmacy technician license on December 16th, 2019. Her license is currently suspended. On September 23rd, 2021, Ms. Flores submitted an application for renewal of her license and disclosed a federal indictment with the United States District Court in which she was named as a defendant. The indictment was filed on June 2nd, 2021, and indicated that Ms. Flores was facing 3 counts involving conspiracy and smuggling goods from the United States. The federal counts were related to allegations that Ms. Flores committed and/or assisted in the commission of unlawful smuggling of firearms and ammunition from the United States to the Republic of Mexico. According to Ms. Flores, she and her then fiance agreed to accept packages mailed to their home from a third party. Most often, the packages would be picked up by yet another party and then transported to Mexico. Ms. Flores indicated that she believed she and her fiance were receiving car parts. The board considered Ms. Flores' renewal during the December 9th, 2021 board meeting, in which the board voted to approve the application contingent upon Ms. Flores entering into an interim consent agreement for voluntary suspension of license pending the outcome of her criminal matter. Ms. Flores signed the agreement and it became effective on January 5th, 2022. On October 30th, 2024, board staff contacted Ms. Flores for an update on the status of her criminal matter. Ms. Flores responded and stated that she was charged with misprision of a felony on February 14th, 2024, and was sentenced to 2 years probation and a $2,000 fine. She also indicated that she would like to retain her pharmacy technician license. Board staff issued a subpoena for records on November 13th, 2024 to obtain any and all court documents related to her criminal matter. Ms. Flores responded to the subpoena and provided staff with the requested information. The documents are included in the board's files for review. Staff contacted Ms. Flores on January 14th, 2025 and provided instructions for renewing her license as it was expired as of 2023. Ms. Flores was provided a deadline to submit her renewal application by January 26, 2025. She did not respond. Staff sent a follow-up email on January 27th, 2025. Ms. Flores did not respond. Ms. Flores was also sent a notice to appear on March 24th, 2025 for today's meeting. As of today, staff has not received any further communication from Ms. Flores. This case is before the board for discussion, consideration, and possible action with respect to the facts of this case and to determine next steps.
I have a question. If we take no action, she's already expired. Her license is expired, right? It's not active currently.
She's under an interim consent agreement. Her license by statute does not expire when she's under investigation, under complaint. It is statutorily suspended. So I would recommend taking some sort of action. Otherwise, it's going to just linger.
Would moving it to hearing be, Ms. Galvin, moving it to hearing would probably be the best course?
Yes, it would. She did not submit an application for renewal, so you wouldn't deny that application, but move it to formal hearing. She has 3 felony convictions, federal offenses.
I'll make a motion to move to hearing.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing okay, or can we move
May I-
into conferences?
Just may I ask in the alternative, instead of going to formal hearing, if she accepts a voluntary surrender, would you accept that?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve, accept a voluntary surrender
In lieu of hearing.
in lieu of hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Everybody want a break? Let's do a quick one. Come back at 10:20 because we still got a lot on the books. Okay, are we ready? Staff? All right, we'll go to conferences. I believe Walton Drug is set forth for after lunch, so we will move on to 25G, which is complaint number 24-0376, Britney Rollins. Welcome, Ms. Sullivan. If you can introduce yourselves, please.
Good morning, members of the board. Courtney Sullivan on behalf of Ms. Rollins, who is present and to my right.
Ms. Rollins, if you could please introduce yourself.
Yes. Hi, I'm Britney Rollins.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Chang. If you could please introduce yourself and give us a summary.
Sure. Good morning. Nancy Chang, Compliance Officer from the Arizona Board of Pharmacy.
If you could provide us a summary.
Yes. The complainant, Suzanne McClellan, who was the pharmacy director at the time, stated that on July 1st, 2024, at 7:40 a.m., pharmacist Britney Rollins sent an email to her stating that she had to part ways with the hospital and walked off her shift at the Cancer Center Satellite Pharmacy around 7:52 a.m., leaving the IV technician alone and the department unlocked and unattended. Pharmacist Britney Rollins stated that the department where the medication are stored was secure and she ensured pharmacist coverage for the cancer center prior to leaving. However, we could not find any indication that the pharmacist coverage was arranged before Britney left. Compliance Officer Dennis Wagner and I visited Havasu Regional Medical Center on July 18, 2024. We talked to the pharmacy director, who recapped the event described above. We also talked to Erica Reyes, pharmacy technician, working at the satellite pharmacy on the day of the event, July 2nd, 2024. Erica Reyes stated verbally and in writing that she and the pharmacist Britney Rollins came into work at 7 a.m. on that day. Erica went into the IV clean room around 7:20 a.m. to start prepping the IVs for the day. Around 7:45 a.m., while in the middle of mixing, Britney came into the ante room with her belongings and told Erica that she just quit. She said bye and walked out. Erica finished up what she had started mixing and left the IV room to notify the pharmacy director around 8 a.m. At around 8:15 a.m., the clinical coordinator came and the pharmacy director arrived soon afterward. The satellite pharmacy is in the cancer center, which is about a block away from the main hospital. The pharmacist workstation is outside of the drug storage and the IV room, separated by a glass door and window. As a reference to the statutes for satellite pharmacy, compounding and unprofessional conduct, ARS 32-1961-96, satellite pharmacy means a work area located within hospital on a hospital campus that is not separated by other commercial property or residential property, that is under the direction of a pharmacist, that is a remote extension of a centrally licensed hospital pharmacy, that is owned by and dependent on the centrally licensed hospital pharmacy for administrative control, staffing, and drug procurement, and that is not required to be separately permitted. ARS 32-1961-11, compounding, means preparing, mixing, assembling, packaging, and labeling a drug by a pharmacist or an intern or pharmacy technician under the pharmacist's supervision for the purpose of dispensing to a patient based on a valid prescription order. And ARS 32-1901, 01B2, unethical conduct and unprofessional conduct, permittees and licensee, violating any federal or state law, rule, or regulation relating to manufacture or distribution of drugs and devices or the practice of pharmacy.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. Ms. Rollins or Ms. Sullivan, would you like to make any statements before we proceed?
Ms. Rollins has a brief statement to provide the board, and then I will sum things up, she said.
Okay, I would like to sincerely thank the board for the opportunity to speak with you today. I want to begin by stating that I've always made it a priority to follow the law and uphold the standards of pharmacy practice with integrity. I will take full responsibility for the decision I made that day, and I understand the board's concern in leaving the technician alone in the pharmacy. I was experiencing a situation that was detrimental to my own health, and I felt it was necessary to step away. No patients were expected at the cancer center for nearly an hour after I left, and I felt that time period was sufficient for my supervisor to bring another pharmacist into the cancer center. Before I contacted my supervisor, I checked the schedule and confirmed that another pharmacist, fully trained and capable, was already working his shift and could continue coverage in the cancer center without patient interruption. His station was a very short walk away from the cancer center, and he could be working in less than 5 minutes. I notified my supervisor by email and let the technician know I was leaving. She was alone in the pharmacy for a brief period of time, and I later learned she quickly called our supervisor. I recognize now that I should have ensured the pharmacy technician exited the pharmacy area completely before I left, and although a prior technician was regularly left alone in the pharmacy with the permission of management, I now understand that it is not appropriate, even when allowed by the facility. I deeply regret the decision to leave as quickly as I did. While my actions were not made with any ill intent, if I could go back, I would handle the situation differently, prioritizing compliance with all appropriate standards. And I appreciate the board's understanding, and I assure you that I have learned from this experience. I remain committed to upholding the highest level of professionalism, and I will continue to put patient safety and compliance at the forefront of my practice. And I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Rollins. Ms. Sullivan? I think Ms. Sullivan wanted to make a comment, and then we'll go to questions.
Sure.
I can't wait.
As Ms. Rollins indicated, she began her shift on time at 7 o'clock in the morning on July 2nd. She began experiencing a recurring medical issue that was frequent within her workspace. Ms. Rollins had previously addressed this issue with her employer, and they were not willing to help her make accommodations that would mitigate her physical ailments. She left the pharmacy and sought medical care from her doctor that day. If the board is interested in additional information regarding that situation, we can provide additional information and photographs during an executive session, which we're more than happy to do. Ms. Rollins was not feeling well. She got frustrated, and she emailed her supervisor, letting them know that she was leaving the pharmacy. She did that after she reviewed the pharmacist schedule and confirmed that a pharmacist was nearby who had training in that area. As she indicated, he was nearby. Although the board report indicates that the cancer center is a block away from the hospital, we provided an aerial photograph showing that they literally share the same parking lot. So it was minutes away. The hospital pharmacist was closer to the cancer center than the director of pharmacy was. For reasons that we're unclear of, it took the director of pharmacy a half hour, roughly what we believe to be about a half hour, to arrive at the cancer center when after Ms. Rollins provided her notice.
May I add?
Sure.
That just for clarification, the director of pharmacy was not at the hospital at this time. She was on her way from home or to work.
Okay.
That's why it took her a little bit longer time. That's why she had the clinical coordinator went to the cancer center as soon as she can.
Ms. Rollins asked the board dismiss this matter because an alternate pharmacist was available within minutes. There was no patient harm, and the rule cited applies to the director of pharmacy in this instance, not to Ms. Rollins. Dismissal is in the interest of justice, and it's consistent with this board's actions in prior matters. In case 210686, this board issued non-disciplinary advisory letters to 2 pharmacy staff members who let their young children roam unsupervised inside of a community pharmacy that contained controlled substances. Additionally, those 2 pharmacy staff members improperly stored PHI and failed to ensure proper vaccine record keeping. Ms. Rollins is before you because a technician who was trained in the area was left alone. She recognizes that what she did was wrong. However, there are no controlled substances that are stored at the cancer center. If this board believes that non-disciplinary advisory letters are appropriate when young children are left unattended around controlled substances, we would argue that her matter is of much less of a degree of harm or potential harm than the instance in 210686. In 220034, this board summarily dismissed a complaint against a pharmacist for escorting 3 family members into a pharmacy to administer vaccines in an area that was not accessible to the public and not the area that was typically used for vaccine administration. In that case, board staff testified before the ALJ that the purpose of the community pharmacy personnel rule was applicable to community pharmacies because it was meant to serve as a safeguard to protect healthcare information and protect untrained individuals from hazardous substances within the pharmacy. We would argue again that the pharmacist technician that was there was trained and able to safeguard herself against the medications that she was trained to control. Ms. Rollins is no longer employed at Havasu. She did not return that day and hasn't been back since. She would ask that the board dismiss this matter and believes that it's in the interest of justice. And we look forward to your questions.
Before Mr. Al-Nassif goes with questions, I think the reason why we're here, and I appreciate the background and the context for why you think it should be dismissed. I think the concern was that Ms. Rollins left and we didn't feel like there was a sufficient plan for care. The technician shouldn't have been left alone in the pharmacy. I think we're kind of missing the point that what was the plan for the continuation of care for those patients? So I think the cases that you're citing are not necessarily the same thing, just point of clarification as we move forward, but please proceed with your questions.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this case just to discuss this. And just reading the rules in general, it says that a director of pharmacy shall ensure like pharmacist presence in the pharmacy. So the law applied to a pharmacy director to ensure. And then let's say the pharmacist has emergency or medical issue and cannot notify anyone. The rules from my perspective apply to a pharmacy technician as much as applies to a pharmacist, and the pharmacy technician should leave the pharmacy if there is no pharmacist. We cannot just keep holding our pharmacist accountable for our rules because it also applies to a technician. Both of them should follow the same rules, not only a pharmacist. And the pharmacy director should notify that technician to tell them to leave the pharmacy because there is no pharmacist. And the question, if the technician keep mixing drugs, or did the pharmacy director report that technician that working without a pharmacist supervision? That's what I always like this, ask my questions. Like, we hold pharmacists accountable, and we should, but technicians should be held accountable at the same standard of technician, of pharmacists.
Mr. Nassif, I did note that Ms. Reyes, the technician, after she finished the compound she was in the midst of, when Ms. Rollins went into the ante room to let her know that she was leaving, Ms. Reyes ceased what she was doing, came out and called the pharmacy director. That's how I read it. So she was doing her due diligence, the technician, understanding like, wow, I shouldn't be here. You know, I've got no pharmacist present. I've got to get a pharmacist here. So she ceased what she was doing and escalated because Ms. Rollins abandoned her position. Ms. Rollins abandoned that satellite and there was no pharmacist present. Great, you looked at a schedule, but there was no pharmacist that came to relieve you for you to enable that technician to remain in the pharmacy. I do want to thank you for what you said today, because the correspondence, the initial correspondence did not reflect that tone and did not reflect that apologetic presence that you presented today. So I do appreciate your reflection and your accountability in the situation.
I just ask one question. As I remember, you mentioned that technician has access to pharmacy with that pharmacist. Is that right in your letter?
That was a prior technician. It was not this technician, and it happened under a prior director of pharmacy. She had addressed her concerns with the hospital, and shortly thereafter, the technician went on leave, and it was no longer an issue.
Okay, so the problem or the concern fixed after the complaint submitted or after?
No, this was prior
before.
to the
Okay, yeah,
complaint.
because that's one of my
with
concern as
different
well.
staff members.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure if we need to go into executive session to talk about your medical condition, but you mentioned that it was an ongoing medical condition that occurred on a regular basis. So was this an emergency that you needed to leave the pharmacy?
It was debilitating. And we do have photographs that we can show the board that are quite compelling in my opinion. And it was it only arose in the pharmacy, and it happened with regular frequency. And I think that it just got to be too much.
I have a question, excuse me, relative to the continuation of care in the satellite. So in your statement, you mentioned that there was a pharmacist nearby. How many pharmacists were in the main hospital pharmacy? Were there more than one?
It's in our packet that we provided you. There's a schedule that we provided the board for that day. I believe that it was 4 total pharmacists.
Thank you.
Did you communicate with any of those pharmacists that you needed coverage from within the facility?
No, I didn't.
You just called the pharmacy director and assumed that they were going to take care of whatever needed to happen?
She emailed the pharmacy director while the pharmacy director was likely getting ready for work, it sounds like.
Yes, it was an email that was sent to the pharmacy director. And for the pharmacy directors, our interview with the pharmacy director, for her respond verbally to us at the time that we were there investigating the case, her comment was that she received an email from the pharmacist who stated that she's had to part her way. And she responded back and asked, is there, can we talk? And she didn't hear anything back. And I would like to clarify that at the hospital, it is pretty much across a long parking lot. And although the schedule say that the pharmacists, there are 4 pharmacists, that morning pharmacist is, there's a centralized pharmacist, and I think there may be a decentralized pharmacist working in the ICU. The timing, I'm not clear, but definitely they were not aware of the situation.
I would also like to point out that the email was sent to 4 individuals, not just the director of pharmacy. There were 3 other staff members that she included in the email thread.
Very well, Ms. Sullivan, but she needed to speak to somebody and have another pharmacist present before she abandoned that satellite.
I think the assumption is also made that these pharmacists may have not been doing anything. They may be in the middle of something and just can't drop what they're doing to head over there. So it's.
And I understand that emergency situations happen. Like if somebody is having an emergency health condition and they need to leave and close a pharmacy, they need to leave and close a pharmacy. The unique situation here to me is this is in a hospital, right? And there could be somebody that is experiencing some sort of urgent medical condition that now there's no way to treat that patient.
But Madam Chair, I think you hit the nail on the head. At least close the pharmacy, right? At the bare minimum. If you have an emergency of your own.
I mean,
Exactly.
what's happened if she called out that day, did not even open the pharmacy? So the hospital should have planned for this coverage, right? I mean, she won't be here if she called out that day.
I would like to also add from the respondents, the technicians' respondents to this case, she did say that the pharmacist came into the empty room with her personal belongings and told me that she just quit regarding some emails that she received the day prior and read that morning. So it sounds like the pharmacist read something that morning from the email that she received and then decided to quit.
Agree, that was my read, is she got frustrated and irritated by the correspondence that she got that morning. She didn't have an acute medical need to leave without another pharmacist covering her position at that point in time. That's my read of the evidence that was submitted in the packet.
I mean, it is subjective, really. You don't know, like, if it's she gets stressed. No, I don't want to stress the pharmacist to practice. No, I want them to just take a break, right? So,
Well, she
I
can
mean,
take a break, but she's got to.
or
get
like
the
just leave
technician
or
escort
leave
out of the
or
satellite and
leave.
lock the door.
Which I agree with you that she should have called somebody like one block away, just to make sure they are available to help. That's, I would agree 100%. But the other emergency thing is very subjective.
Do we want to hear from Ms. Rollins about her medical condition?
I read the brief from the attorney's office. I don't need to.
May I ask a question? Courtney, I see the email that she sent on July 2nd. It says, unfortunately, due to continued harassment, I have to part ways with the hospital due to this treatment. Is that the email that she sent to the 4 individuals? Is there an email, and if I'm missing it, an email stating this medical condition is exacerbated, she's under medical, affliction of some sort? Is there communication from her to those 4 individuals about the medical emergency or instance she's experienced?
Not on July 2nd. There were other correspondence and meetings with Ms. McClelland regarding this medical issue, where she tried to get placed in a different section of the hospital that would help accommodate this issue. And she was told that that would not be happening.
I have some information that if I could share. There were, based on the investigation, the director of pharmacy at that time did say that the pharmacist had brought to her attention that she have some reaction to the chemical that's used in the IV cleaning room and requested to work in the instead of the satellite, to work in the main hospital. And the conversation was that the main hospital also used the same chemical for cleaning the IV room. So, and it would be, the same. And it sounds like there was correspondences that Mrs. Rollins told her that she would then prefer to work in the infusion center instead.
Yeah.
Board members, just for direction, so we don't have to discuss much of this. And if 5593 of your book is the note from Miss Rollins about the accommodation and what she asked.
And for clarification, that is an email
to board staff. Additional questions or thoughts on where to go with this, board members?
I'm prepared to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to issue a non-disciplinary advisory letter specifying the concern about leaving the pharmacy without coverage.
I second.
The motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you for your attendance.
Thank you.
We will go on to item 24H, which is complaint number 0295, Ada Ortega, Sharan Knott, and CVS Pharmacy. I am going to recuse from this item. The unlicensed individual, Clifford Zagala, it was brought to my attention that they are now an employee of my company, so I will step aside.
Certainly. Just a clarification, it's 25H.
Apologize.
Does
Thank you.
tab 25H, complaint number 24-0295. Board staff is Mr. Patel, and respondent is CVS number 2963, Ada Ortega, and Sharon Knott. Could we please have Mr. Patel introduce himself and give a brief summary?
Hello, my name is Chirag Patel. I'm compliance officer with the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. This is in regards to complaint number 24-0295. The board staff opened a complaint after receiving a DEA 106 notification from the permit holder for a loss of a 100-count bottle of oxycodone 15 milligram tablets. The permit holder reported that the suspected employee was a district asset protection leader who may have possibly diverted the medication. According to the district leader, the permit holder's investigation concluded that the loss occurred when the non-licensed asset protection leader came into the pharmacy to conduct an investigation. The asset protection leader requested the pharmacist on duty to provide access into the Schedule II safe to conduct an investigation on an active case. The pharmacist on duty felt obligated to grant him access based on his title. The pharmacist on duty stated that she moved to a different station and allowed him to do his job at the Schedule II safe. Soon after the asset protection leader left, the pharmacist on duty checked in a Schedule II order that was sitting in a bag and realized that there was a missing bottle of oxycodone 15 milligram tablets. The pharmacist in charge stated that the video surveillance was found to be deleted, allegedly by the asset protection leader for that particular time frame of about 75 minutes when he was in the pharmacy. According to the permit holder's standard operating procedures, Schedule II drugs must be stored in a securely locked, designated Schedule II safe, and only registered pharmacists may have access to the Schedule II safe. So what we have here is a pharmacist failing to maintain effective controls against diversion of controlled substance, or at least possibility of it.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Mr. Convery, would you like to introduce yourself and your client?
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Brian Convery, I'm here as a representative of CVS 2963. Ms. Knott is not my client, as I am not here representing the pharmacy, nor Ms. Knott.
My name is Sharon Knott. I'm the pharmacy manager for that location.
I believe Ms. Ortega is online, or was supposed to, was asked, had told me that she was going to be appearing via online.
Ms. Knott, can you use your microphone to introduce yourself?
Sorry about that. My name is Sharon Knott. I'm the pharmacy manager for that location.
Thank you. Ms. Ortega, are you on the line? Dr. Gandhi, can you see if she's there?
Hello, I'm Ada Ortega and I'm present.
Hi, Ms. Ortega. Can you turn on your camera for us?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Convery, would you like to make a brief statement before we start with questions?
Mr. Anderson, I don't. I understand. I watched the complaint review committee. I understand that you have some concerns. I think it'd be probably just more streamlined and better if I just skipped a statement and allowed the board to address those concerns.
Very good. We'll open the floor for discussion and questions.
Hi, I have a question. Is it typical practice to allow non-licensed non-licensed personnel to access the safe, or was that a breach of typical protocol?
100% a breach. The asset protection leaders in this case, an asset protection leader, obviously, but our policy is just that licensed personnel, the asset protection leaders are never allowed to touch the drugs, not even to count. The expectation is that they would have the pharmacist do any counts, or just take them out and then do counts without touching the drugs themselves. This was an aberration.
Ms. Ortega, what was your understanding of the district asset protection leader's authority within the pharmacy?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, but your camera's not on.
Okay, once. Sorry, it says it's on, but I don't see myself on there.
No worries. You can go ahead and continue with voice.
Okay, so that was actually my first encounter with an asset protection leader. I was not sure on the responsibilities or, like the whatever he was able to do in the pharmacy.
So were you ever given guidance, either formal or informal, on the extent of the district asset protection leader's access to controlled substances?
No, I just checked his badge, his name badge, in order to allow him in the pharmacy.
So did that district asset protection leader present themselves as having authority to access the pharmacy and those controlled substances?
No, he just presented himself with a name and title and what he was there to do.
What did he say? Why did he go there?
That he was there to investigate a controlled substance loss.
Okay. I just like to clarify, I don't think he accessed the safe. I believe you received those drugs from the wholesaler and you put
Yeah.
on the side when he took one of those bottles, right? So he did
Yeah.
not access the C2.
Yeah, correct. He took the bottle from the order that had come in that day. I don't remember if I had opened the bag or if he opened the bag, but there was a missing bottle from there, and I did look for it when I was checking in the order during lunchtime.
Mr. Almacy, if I could just be clear, I just want to clarify the loss is still classified as a suspected diversion.
When I read the narrative there, just so he did not access the C2, it was locked.
That's correct.
There
That
is a
was
medication
the
there.
drug that went missing was from a delivery.
From delivery, yeah. Okay.
Why is it still suspected? You don't have it on camera?
I believe that the narrative by the inspector actually went into that, but yes, the cameras were shut down by this individual.
Oh, right, yeah, it was erased.
He did not admit to it. There was no admission to it. So, and then the cameras weren't erased, they were turned off.
So is there evidence on computer logins to turn cameras on and off? Was there evidence that his logins were used to turn the computers on and off?
Yes. The cameras on and off, yes. We know that the cameras were turned off. We know that he turned the cameras off and then went back and turned the cameras back on.
So Ms. Ortega, did you feel empowered to deny his entry into the pharmacy?
No, just because he, did have his name badge, he presented himself, and I believe one of the technicians there was like familiar with him.
So what improvements, if any, do you think CVS could do better, or should they implement to ensure better security moving forward?
I would just make sure, maybe just think, I know that they've been reiterating, not to allow anybody in the safe, and just, I would say, a little bit more training on, what their responsibilities are as asset protection leaders, and that they're not allowed, anywhere near the safe. And if they are in an investigation, just for the pharmacist, you know, on duty to make sure that they're the ones, like, if it needed to access the safe, that to access the safe themselves, not the asset protection leader.
I have a question. Sorry. Did you, how much confidence did you feel having this individual in your pharmacy?
I'm sorry, can you re-say that?
Were you comfortable? What level of comfort did you have having this individual in your pharmacy?
I mean, I was pretty comfortable with it. He did start making small talk about, he was just asking about other pharmacists, but I was like busy doing my duties as the pharmacist there. But he was just like, oh, you know, I haven't seen you around, and mentioning other pharmacist names because I float. I wasn't staffed there. I was just floating for that day. So he did just mention like other pharmacists that I work with. So I was sure like people, you know, knew him.
So is it fair assessment that the culture was sufficient to that this district asset protection leader was welcome, and this is not an uncommon occurrence for district asset protection to interface with pharmacy personnel and within pharmacy departments?
Yes, correct.
I feel for her because it's not as if the company can say, we have someone coming in. What if they're there to investigate the pharmacist? You don't want to give someone a heads up necessarily if you're in the middle of an investigation. And you would comply with someone coming in that everyone's comfortable with.
Mr. Convery, real quick question. Mr. Zagala, did he resign or was he terminated?
He was terminated.
And terminated for
For
policy procedure violation?
officially lack of integrity and trust.
Was a police report filed with the?
There was no police report filed. I spoke with our director of asset protection, who did speak with a local police officer and was told that there wasn't enough there for the police to file a report or follow up. We contacted the police, but no report was filed.
So was the wholesaler contacted to ensure that their cameras were reviewed, that this was not a loss in transit?
Yes, we actually, okay, sorry. Yes, we did. We called McKesson, which is where we get our orders from, and they verified via invoice and also by camera that the oxycodone was delivered in that day in the sealed bag.
And Ms. Ortega, when you got this bag, was it tampered with? Was there, how was the oxycodone removed in your assessment?
I don't exactly recall. Usually, when the order gets there, one of the technicians passes me the controlled bag. Sometimes it's just like slightly like, you know, like just a pinch open just to so they can see if it's the C2s or if it's other controlled ones, and then they just give it to me. And then I just had it at the station, the pharmacist station. But it had to be like, you know, opened more in order to take out the bottle. So I'm pretty sure that it was him that had opened it, Cliff, that had opened it in order to remove the bottle.
I have a question about the cameras. So this person allegedly deleted this video.
Didn't delete the video, turn the cameras off.
Turn the cameras off.
Correct.
Is that access that all asset protection people have to independently turn cameras on or off?
They do. They have access to our cameras because they obviously utilize them as part of investigation. The cameras are actually in the manager's office, I believe, in this pharmacy. So no one thought anything that he would have actually gone in and looked at the cameras, because as she said, he said he was in doing an investigation.
What is, Mr. Convery, what is the purpose of having the ability to turn on and off the camera?
as opposed to just having it always on and being permanently on?
Well, I mean, there's motion sensors, right? So it triggers the camera to turn on when there's a motion, but to be actually physically turn it on and off, is there a benefit?
You know what? That's a question that hasn't come up before, and unfortunately, Dr. Gandhi, I don't know the answer to that question.
I think this is unfortunate that it happened, but I don't see us pursuing it any further. Like, they've answered the questions. It all makes sense. Unfortunately, everything aligned to allow this to happen, but I don't see that, even dissecting it now, that there's anything really that could have happened differently. So I would say dismiss the entire case for each of the respondents. That would be my motion.
I second that. And I would like to make a comment. My experience in retail is, and this has happened many times over the years where there's been loss. People walk in, whether they even have authority or not, if they look like it and act like it, people tend to let them do what they want to do without questioning them. And that's not an uncommon thing. And if you have a badge and your ID, it even gives them more of a power to do that. So I don't question their letting this person get away with this.
I have a comment. I'd like to build on that. Ms. Ortega, I think as in way of an analogy, as a pharmacist, you're essentially the captain of the ship, and you need to understand that your decisions are utmost, and you need to consider and not be persuaded by what commonly people fall to, because there's a lot of people on the ship and also on the shore that are reliant on you. So just a bit of advice for you.
Okay, thank you for that advice. And yeah, I can assure you I am going to be more cautious and precautious about letting anybody into the pharmacy, even if they work for the company.
So we've got a first and a second to dismiss against all respondents. Do we have any further discussion? Any utility in any sort of letter to the CVS corporate about concern?
I don't think so. I don't believe they could have done anything differently. I think Cam brought up an interesting point, but I don't want to pursue anything at this point right now.
One of the things about turning a camera on and off, you have to have repair on equipment, and you need to turn equipment off and on to be able to repair it.
But also my question, is it required to have camera?
Security, but
It's security, but it's not required to have camera, right?
In some of the locations like remote site pharmacies
Yeah.
and stuff, absolutely.
Yeah,
Those are
remote
required.
side, remote dispensing, but not regular pharmacy.
This is a remote site.
It's a
but
remote site? Okay.
It is a remote site, but it was run by a pharmacist physically that day.
But it
So
is a
they
tool
keep
to
pharmacy
control
there.
substances.
Yeah,
And,
that's, so they require to have camera. Yeah.
All right, any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. This is tab 25I, complaint number 23-0668, Bradley Baver, Pauline Holland, and CVS number 7022 are the respondents. Mr. Dennis Wagner is our board staff. Mr. Wagner, would you please provide a summary for us?
I would be happy to. Dennis Wagner, Compliance Officer, Arizona Board of Pharmacy. In this situation, the patient had a prescription filled for potassium citrate ER 10 milliequivalent tablets. When he went to take the first dose from this bottle, he noticed that the tablets did not look right. He compared the description on the label with the tablets in the bottle. They were different. He actually went online and identified the tablets in the bottle as sertraline. He returned to the pharmacy with the bottle. He was dispensed the correct medication. During the investigation, the images captured by the filling system did indeed show the sertraline as being captured in the image, and the error was not caught by the verifying pharmacist prior to dispensing.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Mr. Convery, are your clients with us?
Again, Mr. Anderson, they're not my clients, just for clarity's sake. Mr. Baver, I spoke with, he may be online.
Mr. Baver, are you present, or Miss Holland?
He is online, Madam Chair.
And Ms. Holland, I'm not sure.
Mr. Baver, Miss Holland, if you're present, if you could please unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Yeah, I don't see Ms. Holland, but I do see Mr. Baver. Sorry.
Hi. You could please sit down. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Colleen Holland, technician, pharmacy technician.
Thank you. Mr. Baver.
Bradley Baver, pharmacist.
Thank you. Do any of you wish to address the board before we proceed with questions?
I do not.
Mr. Baver, Miss.
Do not.
Go ahead. Oh, you do not?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Board members?
Ms. Holland, I just do have a question because, yeah, I think I expressed my frustration on the complaint committee call about your lack of response. So you were on protected leave. We granted you and respected your circumstances. And when you arrived back, you refused to make a statement.
You could please turn on your microphone.
I did write a statement. I turned it in. I gave it to the district later. I don't think she turned it in on time. She told me she didn't turn it in on time. I do have
So
a text that shows my
could you
statement.
please provide a statement?
Sure.
Or
Oh,
verbally
I
to
just-
the board?
Basically, it just said that it happened 10 months ago. I didn't really recollect any of the details of filling that prescription. And I was sorry that I didn't have any more details for her. I fill prescriptions all day long and I don't remember one that I might have made a mistake on.
Ms. Holland, can you walk me through the process of filling a prescription for your company? Do you guys scan barcodes? Can you just walk me through that workflow?
We get the prescription, take it to in the back to bring it forward. I'm just wondering if it could have been a return to stock bottle that wasn't labeled right. I've been trying to figure this out myself.
Do you typically scan a barcode?
Yeah,
and then scan a barcode on the
scan
pill
the
bottle that
barcode
you're
and then
using?
fill it.
Is there a way to override that barcode scan?
Yeah, you just bypass it.
That's probably what happened here.
Like I said, I'm not sure even how it happened. I'm sorry.
Mr. Convery, does CVS track barcode overrides?
I'm going to say I don't know, but I know just in general, we track pretty much everything.
In the case of a return to stock, same question that Ms. Davis asked. So you think that it's possible that this was a return to stock product?
Could've
Do you
been
scan a
labeled.
barcode when you fill a return to stock prescription?
There's a barcode on the bottle, but it could have been labeled wrong yeah.
When you count out the medication, do you look at the medication at all? Is that part of your your standard
Yeah.
operating procedure that you review the medication before passing it to the pharmacist? To make
Yeah.
sure that it also matches, especially on a return to stock?
Yeah, I would think I would have caught it because it's a white pill. There's a difference, and I don't have all the pills memorized, so I'm not sure how it passed. It just, I might have been going fast and
Yeah,
didn't realize that it went
sertraline and
past.
potassium look pretty different.
Yeah, yeah, they do. That's why I don't know how it happened.
The only concern I have, like, when the patient called and spoke with the pharmacist, and pharmacist said, okay, we have issue with a computer issue, but everything looks fine.
Yeah,
And
he
the
did correct it.
and the patient had to go back to pharmacy and, show the tablets physically, like in person, to pharmacists when they identify the error. I would handle it different way. You know what I mean? Like, what if patient cannot come to pharmacy? I mean, pharmacists should be able to identify tablets over the phone by going to websites. There is many websites you can look at to find it is a wrong or right tablets.
I did do that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I did identify it. I told Mr. Privet to please bring it back as soon as he had his time, because I was going to be there the next 2 days. I did tell him it was probably the wrong medication, but I don't want to scare him any more than he already was. And I told him that if there was an error, that I would fix it as soon as possible. I greatly apologize for the mistake that happened. Previously with this new verification system, there's been quite a few glitches. I think they're worked through as of now. We weren't scanning labels with tablets together. Some of the other things that happened is when they counted prescriptions, they would go right to verification. So I would catch that, but that one didn't happen on that day. I don't know why. And look at the tablets themselves without looking at the virtual verification, the physical tablets. So I'm not sure why that one got by me. If I would have known that, I would have definitely double checked that one for sure.
Okay, I got it. So did you ask patient not to stop taking this med or not?
Yeah, I said, bring it in as soon as you can. Please don't take anything. And I'll go from there to see what you actually physically have. Because we can look online to see what the picture says, but you know, things can happen. I just wanted to make sure he got the right medication, the right amount. When he brought him back, he did not take any, to make sure that he didn't, and then fix the prescription for him and apologized. Like I was white as a ghost when I saw the wrong tablets.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, my connection just disconnected furiously, so I was gone for a couple of minutes there. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Additional questions or thoughts on this one?
To me, just like any errors that we handle. So unless somebody has questions, I can make my motion. So I move for 3 CE hours non-disciplinary for both for the pharmacy tech and the pharmacist around error prevention or patient safety, and dismiss the permit holder.
Second. A motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you for both being present today. Going to 25J, complaint number 24-0260282. Sarah Guest, Matthew Mosley in CVS pharmacies 7872 and 8952. Are Ms. Guest and Mr. Mosley present? Can we confirm if Mr. Mosley's online?
I do not see Mr. Mosley online.
Do you,
I've had no contact with Mr. Mosley. I'm not even sure if he's still employed. I feel like someone at some point told me he was no longer.
Ms. Guest, have you?
He was a technician at a different location than the one I worked at, but he is no longer employed with CVS.
Okay, if you both could introduce yourselves and then we'll go to Ms. Chang.
Again, good morning all. Brian Convery. I am here as a representative of both CVS 7872 and 8952.
My name's Sarah Guess. I'm the pick at 6718 CVS, formerly the pick at 7872, up until it was closed June of 2024.
Thank you. Ms. Chang?
Good morning. I'm Nancy Chang, Compliance Officer from the Arizona Board of Pharmacy. And I'll give a summary of the event. On May 9, 2023, CVS Store 8952 received a verbal prescription for Ozempic 2 milligram per 3 ml with instruction to inject 0.5 milligram weekly. Technician Matthew Mosley incorrectly entered the dose strength as Ozempic 8 milligram per 3 ml instead of the 2 milligram per 3 ml pen, but with the correct administration dose of 0.5 milligram weekly. The prescription with the wrong product strength was placed on hold for several months and later transferred to CVS Store 7872, where the dose was incorrectly altered to 2 milligram instead of 0.5 milligram weekly and dispensed incorrectly as Ozempic 8 milligram per 3 ml. Per the activity report, Sarah Guest, who was doing the data verification, had bypassed the warning verification alert on April 24, 2024. The computer record of who altered the administration dose to 2 milligram weekly was unobtainable because CVS Store 7872 had been closed since last June. Although the store is closed, the permit is on administrative hold pending this investigation.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. Ms. Guest, Mr. Convery, anything you'd like to add?
No, there will be a clarification. I believe she indicated that Ms. Guest bypassed the warning verification, which is incorrect. But other than that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about that, as would Ms. Guest. But other than that, there's a lot going on here. Normally, I don't give any type of opening statement. I think it's just easier to not mess things up and just allow the board just to ask any questions they may have.
Okay, thank you.
For myself, I would just like to thank the board for having me here today to go over my case. I did make a mistake by verifying the prescription incorrectly. It does look similar the way it was written to the way it is on the computer. Nevertheless, it was my mistake not catching it. That was put in by the technician incorrectly, and a patient did suffer because of that, and I'm deeply remorseful for that happening to the patient. When I was notified by the patient's husband, I've never spoke with the patient herself, but when I was notified by the husband that she did get the wrong medication and was suffering from nausea, I gave him advice. I also called their doctor as well to notify them of the dispensing error, as well as obtain a new prescription for them as well. I did do all of that before they ever notified us that they were putting in a complaint with the board or anything like that. I do care a lot about my patients, and it's the reason why I became a pharmacist in the first place. So I was very sorry that that had happened to her, and I work really hard with my team to make sure that these kind of things don't happen again and that they don't happen in the first place as well.
So what have you learned from this, and how are you practicing differently?
I would say I'm practicing differently, just trying to slow down a little bit. It did look similar, so I think just in my head, I just saw it and like, okay, yep, looks good, and moved on to the next prescription. I need to definitely make sure that I take a minute to read everything, and the way that the computer system works, it does let us see the picture of the hard copy and see what was typed in by the technicians. So anytime it's a hard copy to typed up, just taking a little bit more time to go over that.
I believe the reason we asked for conference because there is two errors happen here. On the first store, when the data entry, and I believe you verified this, right? Put on hold, transferred to a different store, and then the SIG or the direction has changed, and we didn't know who did this, who did alter this direction, and that's why we asked for conference. I mean, how that happened. during the
Correct.
transfer. Yeah.
Since since the committee meeting, we've dived in deeper. And we think we know where it happened, but you're correct. We can't nail down who did it. We can't find the keystrokes in the data trail. We think we know where it happened and who may have done it, but we can't be sure. But you are correct.
But ultimately, so this prescription was put on hold, then transferred to another CVS location, verified by the pharmacist and filled. When that prescription was transferred, does that image retain, or is it so the pharmacist had the ability to look at the hard copy regardless of the fact that it was altered? So it should have been caught at that point in time.
Yes.
And that was you that performed that function, the verification?
I performed the last verification on it, but it was verified several times by multiple pharmacists. My partner pharmacist as well.
It was verified multiple times because it wasn't in stock. So whenever we do an out of stock verification and then it gets put back onto hold, and when it gets pulled back out of the out of stock status, it gets verified again. It was still out of stock, back onto hold, and then she did the last she actually did, correct me if I'm wrong, the last two verifications.
Okay.
Including the final one when it actually was in stock.
The DUR verification, it happens once, right? So if you do the DUR verification one time and you transfer it to a different store, no need to re-verify again. I'm talking about like data entry verification.
When we pulled the keystrokes of the DUR verification warning that said bypass, the code 111 was actually a code that stands for the absence of a DUR warning in the computer system. So there was not a DUR that was alerted to myself. I always pay very close attention to the DUR warnings, and I always put in accurate notes and counsel the patients on that. The 111 that shows on our keystroke history means that there was no warning there. So the computer essentially bypassed any
Yeah, what
potential
about
warnings.
data entry verification?
Every time the prescription is verified, it is next to the hard copy image, the handwritten prescription that was from the original store.
So regardless of the fact that this was a held prescription, you looked at the image and an error was made?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a question. It seems like from the evidence that I was able to decipher, because it is very complex, that the originating store that Mr. Mosley did the data entry, there's no pharmacist review of that. So at that point in time, it's placed on hold and there's no pharmacist review. At that point in time, Mr. Mosley's data entry stands. And then when the patient wants it at store number 2, that's when the clinical review happens and the accuracy review happens. There's no accuracy or clinical review at the first store or at any point in time if it's put on hold. If it's not dispensed, there's no pharmacist review. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And I think I just heard testimony to the fact that several pharmacists approved this based on going off and on stock.
Several pharmacists did data entry verification.
Data entry verification. And when you're verifying a prescription, does the fact of previous pharmacists' data entry verification have any impact on your decision at that moment?
I would say it used to, but since that happened, I've been a lot more careful. When we receive stuff in after we had been waiting for it to be on order, we already know that someone did verify it. And so we're kind of trying to push things through for people who have been waiting for medication. But obviously this is a good example and was a good learning experience for myself and my staff because of this situation where we missed a mistake that was pushed through the first time around. We had several opportunities to catch the mistake as a team and we didn't. And that is part of the issue with that, is knowing or thinking that someone else did it. So should be good. Just doing a quick glance over the prescription instead of doing a full in-depth look at it.
And Mr. Hogan, just so, and I don't know if the board has I believe they have what we call our ARCS detail in front of them. If you would look at that though, the data entry verification on the out of stock, the 2 times it was done for the out of stock is done after our inventory shows that it's not available. So that data entry review is done at that point to make sure we're ordering the correct product. So when you say, as she said, we rely on the person in front of us. It's done. It's a complete data entry review to make sure we're looking at we're getting the right product, which is why it's done multiple times in this situation as it goes into our inventory queue.
Ms. Chang, your microphone.
The activity report is on 5768, if you want to refer to that.
And I also just would like to clarify for the board, Ms. Guest raised this, on that same report, it does indicate the warning verification was bypassed. And I think she and I had spoken about that, and she's got a lot of concerns about that. And I believe Ms. Chang said that as part of her presentation, that the warning verification was bypassed. That term, warning verification bypass, that's the term we use on that line item. But the activity number is the 3-digit number right in front of that, which is 111. Which is indicative of the fact that there was no warning verification. There was no DORs that came up. That's what that 111 is indicative
So
of.
it was a null DOR.
So it was an LDUR, yeah. But it looks like warning verification was bypassed because that's what it says on that line.
I feel like what we were wanting this conference for has been achieved. They've been able to answer our questions. I feel like their system is sufficient. So I would be willing to make a motion for 3 hours of non-disciplinary CE for the pharmacist and for the technician, and to dismiss both CVSs on the complaint.
I second.
Motion and a second, any discussion?
Yeah, thank you for error prevention.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you for being present. We will go to 25K, CVS 5892, Alejandro Garmaldo. Good morning. If you could please introduce yourself.
Alexandro Grimaldo, or you could just call me Alex.
Thank you, Alex. Mr. Hyper, go ahead.
Good morning, board members. Steve Hyber, Compliance Officer, Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. This is case number 24-0406. It involves an incident involving 2 prescriptions for the same drug, but with different directions. And the pharmacist dispensed one of the prescriptions without clarifying which order to dispense. So the complaint came to us from the patient's caregiver, and the allegation was that the pharmacy dispensed the prescription with incorrect directions. The caregiver stated the prescription was labeled with directions of take 1 tablet by mouth daily, and the caregiver stating the correct direction should have been 1 tablet on Monday and Thursday. The caregiver also stated that the prescription was received twice, with the patient consuming the entire initial 30-day prescription. So obviously it was discovered, the direction issue was discovered when the second prescription was being, after it had been received. The investigation found that the pharmacy had received the 2 prescriptions in close succession, literally within a minute each. So prescription number 1 comes down, hits their electronic queue, and then within a minute later, the second prescription hits the queue. And of course, the fulfillment occurred, the order entry and the fulfillment occurred in that order. So prescription number 1 was the one issued for 1 tablet by mouth daily. And the second prescription was the one with the 1 tablet by mouth on on Monday and Thursday. Sorry, I've got a little bit of a cold today. And that prescription was immediately bounced up against a refill too soon warning, and then it was put on hold.
with the first prescription eventually being verified and dispensed and sold to the patient. In the pharmacist's response, the respondent stated they were filled in time order, as I previously stated, and that there was no DUR alert that was displayed to warn the pharmacist that there was a potential conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Convery. Would you or Mr. Grimaldo like to make a statement?
I do not have anything to say. Again, I'm happy to move right to the board asking any questions they may have, but I cannot speak for Mr. Grimaldo.
Yeah, so I just want to say that I'm sorry that this happened to the patient. It's unfortunate. I mean, I did follow all the correct processes when entering in a prescription. Unfortunately, it did slip by the cracks, both by my side of the pharmacy as well as I believe like the provider when I was looking more into it. Because usually when in most instances, if they send in a prescription, the provider like back to back, they'll have it on the next hard copy saying, hey, can you guys please BC cancel the previous script I sent? Or they'll call us right away saying, hey, I just sent a script on accident. Can you guys cancel this one and put in the second order that I put? Or in my case, I should have called and clarified, like, why did I see two scripts of the same drug? But I mean, I did enter in both scripts correctly. The directions weren't wrong. It's just, unfortunately, we dispensed the first script, not the second one. And then I didn't put the second one on hold. I did push enter. When you go into the like patient profile, you'll see that it got scheduled. If I just place it on hold, then it'll just say on hold, but I did push it through so it could try to get filled, but due to insurance purposes, that's why we got the refill too soon.
So what have you learned from this?
So I've learned, especially when I was at that location, because it was high volume, we had low staff, that I'm always going from tab 1 to tab 2 to like flip, so I can do one script at a time while the other one loads and go to the other one. So just basically just slow down, like just take my time when actually reading. I know like we're pumping out scripts left and right here and there and taking phone calls, doing whatnot. Like there's 100 distractions, but just taking the time, even if like, I mean, it's been a while since that script happened, but if I would have just noticed like, oh, like the directions are different, like I should have just taken some type of action instead of just, okay, push enter and then move on to the next script. So just.
I think by the way you described it, I know the answer, but can a prescription be recalled by the prescriber? Can they?
Is the cancel RX function
Yeah,
active?
yeah. So they could either send it electronically too. So I think I forgot to mention that. So if they did, they could either call us, either label it on the next hard copy, cancel it, or they can send me another notice within data entry to say, hey, cancel this script. So
None of those things happened.
none of those things happened. And then I believe a month later, they sent the same script with the directions, take one tablet daily. So I don't know.
Remember if the patient was newly on this medication or not?
I'm pretty sure that was their first time. But it wasn't until I received like a letter in the mail from the board that when I actually figured out that the patient had like fainting episodes or like it actually affected him. So up until then, I was like unaware of exactly what was going on. Cause I think every time the patient did call the pharmacy, they spoke to the pharmacy manager, but he didn't really say like the details behind it. He just says patients calling the complaint, but didn't tell me like that adverse effects from the medication.
Mr. Hayward, do you know the answer to that
Yeah,
question?
I do. It's a good question. No priors. I'm looking at the printout I saved of the profile. Yeah, the 431, the 43.
It's good to know you didn't have any convictions.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
And he's right. It went from one, that was the one that, that got filled second. And then
Did you counsel the patient, or did anybody counsel the patient or the patient's caregiver?
So when I look back at all like the entry, there's a thing I think in the CVS system that you could look like who performed the counseling. My name wasn't on there. It was the pharmacy manager's name. So I don't know if he got counseled or not, but I think it stated that they denied counsel or something like that. But my name wasn't there when they picked up the script.
counseling was documented, but it was documented that.
Decline there because the
that- right.
caregiver patient was not
Exactly.
present. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
5846.
I have a question. So,
ahead.
so you acknowledge that the metolazone once daily was filled, and then the second metolazone twice a week came through, was adjudicated, was not paid for, and at that point in time, what was your process, clinically thinking about what's going on here? I've got different directions. Walk me through what happens when you receive a duplicate prescription, same therapy.
Yeah, so I mean, like I stated earlier, I was probably going way too fast. Like I said, we were pretty behind or low staff, so I'm just flipping through one screen through another. So, but I think the scripts differed by like 7 prescriptions numbers. So there's another 6 before I got to that one. So within that, even though they came in a minute apart, one script was verified and the other one wasn't entered into like 3 minutes later. So there was that time where I was doing processing other scripts until I seen that one. So I was just, like I said, I was just probably just going too fast. But
So
to
you meant-
recall the previous script.
You mentioned workload.
Mm-hmm.
So tell us about the workload. Tell us about the
Yeah.
staffing that day.
So typically at that store, normally every time we go in, we average like 1 or 2 call-offs. And then we're not properly staffed for that full day. We're usually technicians, we try to get them to stay extra. So, but most of the time when I was there, obviously I do all the pharmacist duties, but I'll answer all the phone calls, at least 90% of them. And then anything that comes in data entry, normally I would just want my technicians to count and help the people at pickup and drive through. I just take the workload on myself and just try to pump everything out myself.
Do you
But
do data entry as well?
yeah,
So you,
so QT, I guess is what we call it. But yeah, I pretty much just put that all upon me and just, if they can help, great. But if not, we basically only have enough staff to hopefully have 1 count, 1 at drive through, 1 at pickup. And then if we do have another person, they're like drop off.
you do know that doing the data entry and then verifying your own work can often lead to more errors just because of confirmation bias.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thoughts, additional questions?
So it doesn't sound like there's a system flaw. It sounds like he recognized, or he knew that there were 2 metolazones, and he made an unfortunate choice not to clarify. The system alerted him that there was 2 metolazones, there was 2 duplicate therapy. He just failed to act appropriately, and now we have patient injury. So I don't see a deficiency on CVS's system in this matter. What's being done about the workload to support the pharmacists? It sounds like there's more technical support needed in this pharmacy.
I will raise that with the district leader. Mr. Grimaldo saying that today is the first that I've heard with regards to this case. So I will raise that with the district leader.
Sounds like the problem was the call-offs, which unfortunately there's no way to plan for that. I mean, you need to make modifications to your workflow sometimes and those kinds of things. There's things you can do to react to the situation, but I don't know how you plan for somebody to be sick unless they're on medical leave.
Also, it's so difficult when you get a prescription, you fill it. I mean,
Yeah.
we can say right now, like, you should have known that another one came in. You're just going. It's not as easy to draw the straight line and see the story when you're in the middle of filling all these prescriptions coming in.
But just a comment. I mean, he's acknowledging he's doing a lot of technician functions just because of workload. If he gets to be the pharmacist he was trained to be, and is being able to do a clinical DUR in his head and realizing, whoa, I've got 2 metolazones here. I've got to call the doctor. I don't know which one, should be dispensed to this patient, instead of doing these technician tasks that he's having to do just to manage the workload. that's the point, and that's what we're seeing in our profession. And unfortunately, it's having downstream consequences to our patients and the citizens of Arizona.
But at the time you were typing the one, you didn't know that the other had come in. correct?
Exactly. So I typed the one in data. So the one that I got typed in went to QB1 for further verification to go to production. The one that got typed in, the second one, that one got scheduled, refill too soon. So then when I did perform data or QB1 on that first script, there was no DUR warning or any some sort of like a reminder like, hey, like there's 2 scripts for metolazone on file for this patient, like to distinguish like which one to dispense. It was just like a normal, make sure everything looks correct, dosing's good, everything checks out good, next script.
Clinically, I don't think I would have questioned it personally.
I would. Alex, I have a question for you. When people call in sick, when staff calls in sick, do you have a procedure that you follow to try to see if you could find other staff members that would be willing to come in and work that day?
So we do have like a group chat. So as soon as someone calls in, but they really don't call in, they text off. That's just their way of not speaking to someone directly, unfortunately. So when they text off, I just message the group chat just to let everyone know, like, hey, someone called off. Can anyone please come in and help? And then if it's gets to the point where like it's really bad, that's when I'll text like my district leader, like, hey, like, can you like find me any tech support? Because like we're falling, like we're in the red, like we're behind, like we're stressed. Like,
So in that particular case, did you notify your district leader?
I'm pretty sure I just sent the message to the chat, but I mean, it happened like over a year ago, so I'm not.
Do you ever feel uncomfortable notifying your district leader of staffing issues?
I don't. I get along pretty well with the district leader, so I feel like they kind of have my back. But I know as far as like staffing, like not just my store, it's a lot of stores. So me expecting someone to come and help me, I don't expect it. Like for them to send someone.
I have a question for Mr. Hyber. In your inspections, I assume in this store, has there seemed to be adequate staff to handle the volume of prescriptions that they're filling?
This particular company does a better job overall staffing. I think part of the problem is that so many prescriptions come in early and trigger refill too soon that when you get a duplicate refill too soon, it's kind of lost in the needle in the haystack. So maybe to Board Member Anderson's point, there might be a technological solution maybe to flag those versus the refill too soons that are really just early requests for refills. By looking at it that it's a new one that's triggering a refill too soon and not a refill.
I think that's unfortunately probably harder to come up with systematically because, just because it's a new prescription doesn't really mean it's a new prescription. And we talked about alert fatigue in one of the cases yesterday. So it's a challenge.
It is challenge. And then the short staff is well-known issue, not only in Arizona, everywhere. It's very hard to find a pharmacy technician. And we spoke about retail pharmacy staff burned out with the load, and I believe employer intention always to get more staff, but really,
You can't help it if somebody's sick.
You cannot help if you're some sick or people don't want to work.
The problem with that to some extent, and
Yeah.
my prior boss has said this to many boards, we don't just have a pool of people waiting
Yeah,
for someone
correct,
to call in sick.
Correct.
And they're not working.
And I cannot like move staff from a location and compromise that location to help other location is very complicated. But going back to the incidents here, I believe, I mean, he mentioned like there is 7 prescriptions between both, and I believe the physician, I cannot speak on behalf of physician, maybe starting dose is 1 twice a week and then 1 weekly, and he sent 1 daily, and then he sent 1 daily like a month after. I don't know what the doctor intention, but I believe also provider should take responsibility of those things, like, if I'm a provider, I would call pharmacy, say, please discontinue this dose, and I want this patient. But if
this
the
one
provider
first,
did this
whatever.
one first, or either like direction says like this is number one prescriptions and increase to one daily. I don't know what the doctor was thinking that time, but I believe there is a shared responsibility. It will be ideal if pharmacists take time and call the patients, if not a provider, to see, hey, doc, what is which one the doctor tell you to use. But for this, I'm ready to make motion on this case, unless somebody.
I do have just a question, and
Yeah.
I believe that this was different from some of the other CVS cases in which we received prescriptions nearly within seconds or minutes of each other. And I think that's why we also wanted to talk about this.
Yeah.
In the past, they were controlled substances, and it resulted in controlled substance, concerns. And now here's our legend drug that's causing a concern with duplicate prescriptions, e-prescriptions coming in nearly simultaneously. I guess we had asked some prior questions about, is there some sort of technology to flag these identical drugs that come in seconds of each other? Is what's being done from a system perspective to perhaps flag this so that Mr. Grimaldo is only seeing, or is flagged upfront, upstream, that there's a potential duplicate?
Sure. And I obviously am not an IT professional, so I can't go into probably as much detail as someone could, but we do recognize this issue. We do recognize that this problem does happen. As other board members have said, unfortunately, in many cases, we do get multiple prescriptions, and the doctor wants those multiple prescriptions. He wants to schedule that later prescription, which is how the logic in this situation read it. The logic that would flag it, and I unfortunately, I can't speak 100% to it, but the logic that would flag it is dependent on the strength of the drug, the days dose, the number of days that are prescribed between the different prescriptions, and how it and the SIG code as to how the administration would be. This case, for whatever reason, again, it's the logic that reads it. The logic did not read this as something that would flag. There are situations where if there are very different elements, it would flag it because the logic of the system would recognize that, hey, the doctor may have sent these, back to back because the second one was supposed to replace the first one. But because of the way the doctor did this, again, at this one, my understanding is it's dependent on the number of days was the same. In that situation, the logic did not flag it as a problem.
I'm sorry. So with the one you put on hold, there is a DUR says duplicate. Nothing. Okay. And I really believe also providers is responsible for this. And
I think that was my comment too.
Yeah.
I just
I
read
agree.
that here, and all the safety measures, starting from the
Yeah.
provider to the pharmacy.
I would refer this case also.
I was gonna
with the
say,
medical board.
do we ever work with the medical board to do it? Do they have a newsletter or something like that? Is there something we could put out to the prescribers around best practices for electronic prescribing? If there was notes that were associated, something like that, stuff about the cancel RX feature, those kinds of things, that might make it, because with electronic prescribing, we have lost some of the communication, I think, with prescribers. Granted, it's proven to be safer in general and all those kinds of things, but is there some way that we can communicate with the prescribers?
As of recently, we've kind of stepped up our approach to partner with them a little more. It takes two people to get on the dance floor and dance, but we do make every effort to partner with them. Yes.
And also I mentioned the retail world, it's a culture for all retail that people wants to catch up with everything. Zero in the queue, nobody's waiting. And instead of focusing on patients at the window, and that what the focus should be, everyone else can wait. You know what I mean? Unless when people call pharmacists should answer those phone call at the window. That's the focus. everything else can wait, you know what I mean? And that when you slow down and you don't make those kind of errors, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter if you have 100 prescriptions waiting, but you have like lines in the window, you need to make sure there's everyone's safe there.
Thoughts on a motion or?
I mean, it is very unique. I mean, usually we have standard for these errors. I believe this is responsibility shared with the providers. I will dismiss the permit holder and move, that's my first motion, or I put them both together, dismiss the permit holder and letter of concern for pharmacists.
Second.
Any discussion?
A letter of concern stating,
Instead of letter of concern, would you consider just the non-disciplinary CE 3 hours? And
Okay, so I modify my motion to.
I'll modify my second.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing no motion carries. Thank you for being present today.
Thank you all.
Let's go to 30A. Discussion, consideration of possible action regarding Kayla Quinn's request to take the Naplex for the 5th time. Is Miss Quinn present?
Yes, I'm trying to turn on my camera. Thank you.
If you could please introduce yourself.
My name is Kayla Quinn.
Miss Quinn, I understand that you're here before us to request to take the Naplex for the 5th time.
Yes.
What are you doing differently to prepare? This is, I think you're probably aware, the last time that we can potentially approve this for you. Can you talk to us about your preparation and the success?
Yes. Thank you so much for your time again. And I appeared before the board on April 2023 and was approved to take the exam. However,
I'm having a little hard time hearing you. Can you get closer to the microphone?
Yes, let me get closer. Can you hear me now?
Still pretty faint.
Hello?
That's better.
Okay. So again, my name is Kayla Quinn, and thank you for your time. I appeared before the board in April 2023 and get granted for taking the Naplex for the 5th time. However, there were some personal difficulties and family difficulties that hinder me from going through the process. I did prepare myself for studying for school materials and also study websites and with RX Prep or UWorld. However, like I say, due to personal difficulties and family difficulties, that I did not take the exam as scheduled. So I reapply now that I'd like to go forward and go back to my plan and needed to reappear in front of the board once again. As far as my personal difficulties, so right after I got approved to take the exam and also to have the intern license approved, I was pregnant and unfortunately I got miscarriage a few months afterwards. For family difficulties, I have elderly parents in California that I had to go back and take care of them. One which was wheelchair bound due to paraplegic and had chronic UTI evolved to sepsis. And then my mother was also have double knee surgery, not at the same time, with mild difficulties. So my father's situation is taken care of, and my mother's second surgery is completed. My plan on going forward is to go back to study with my school materials, UWorld, PNN, and perhaps tutor. And also plan B is also take a step forward to work as an intern at a community pharmacy in June, starting in June, if possible.
So you graduated from pharmacy school in 2018.
Correct.
When do you plan to take this? I understand that you have the personal difficulties, and I'm sorry to hear about what you and your family have been going through. But when do you intend to take this exam? It's been quite a while since you graduated.
I understand, and out of everybody in this world, I'm probably the person who wanted to pass this exam the most. I have worked really hard in school, and each exam. However, like I say, it's due to personal difficulties that I did not perform well in my exams, and it lead to this moment. So I mean, it's the one last hurdle for the NAPLAC. So I prefer to well prepare myself and get it through.
When do you think you're going to plan to sit for your exam? So you said you're going to work as an intern and review your materials. When do you think you'll sit for your exam?
I am looking, my goal is to do within 6 months. But like I say, I am planning to start to work in June. So it would depend on how much refreshment I get, and also see feedbacks from my tutors and exam scores and things like that to determine, because I don't want to not ready and take the exam and set myself up for failure.
And you've got an intern license with us that expires in 2028. So you've got plenty of
Correct.
time. So make
Yes.
sure that you spend the time that you need to be prepared for this, because we won't be able to approve you for another time.
I understand. And now the NABP, I think it's like within a year that I have to have it complete. Is that correct?
Dr. Gandhi, can you comment on that? Is it a year that it's good for? The authorization?
That's up to NABP. I don't know.
Okay.
All I know is if she had an application before us, it's good for 1 year.
Okay. Miss, when we're not able to answer that question, have you taken your MPJA?
No, I haven't, because I have difficulties with NAPLEX, and if I pass the MPJE, then I held back with the NAPLEX, and that would be another problem.
So you've focused your time on the NAPLEX so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Would you recommend that I start doing the MPJE first?
That's, I think, a personal decision.
Oh, okay. Just want to make sure.
Any additional questions, board members, or do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Ms. Nguyen, best of luck to you. Study hard. We won't be able to approve another time for you, so please make sure that you're ready to take it.
Thank you so much for your time.
Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
We'll break for lunch and we'll come back at 1 o'clock. All right, welcome back, everybody. Dr. Gandhi, do you want to go ahead and do a roll call?
Mr. Braswell,
Here.
Mr. Thorwald,
Here.
Ms. Snare,
Here.
Ms. Davis,
Present.
Ms. Walmsley,
Here.
Ms. Spark,
Here.
Mr. Hogan,
Here.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Here.
and Mr. Anderson.
Here.
All accounted for, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. A reminder, if you're interested in CE for the afternoon, please don't forget to sign in at the back table. We're going to go back to conferences 25F, Walton Drug, and Debbie Walton, complaint number 24-0400. Do I have anybody on the line or present in the room for Walton Drug?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. It's Christopher Dang for Walton Drug and Debbie Walton. And
Chris, we can't hear you very well. If you could
Oh.
work on the audio a little bit.
How about now?
That's better, Chris.
Okay, so Christopher Dang with Qualls and Brady for Walton Drug and Debbie Walton. And
Hi, I'm Debbie Walton.
Welcome to you both. Mr. Castaneda, if you could give us a brief summary.
Yes, good afternoon, board members. Ben Castaneda, Arizona State Board of Finance Pharmacy Compliance Officer. Complaint 24-0400 was opened by the board against Walton Drug and its owner/PIC for failure to maintain effective controls against the diversion of controlled substances. This case is related to two previous cases, 24-0278 and 24-0217, involving the diversion of controlled substances by a pharmacist and a technician between 2021 and 2022. Just for clarification, in the summary, the date says June 28th, 2001. It should be 2021. A summary of those losses is included in the table in your packet. CO Leong and I emailed the complainant on 8/12/24 with a response date of 8/28/24. On 9/4, we went out to Walton Drug to investigate a complaint and perform a routine inspection. During the investigation, we noted several areas of concern regarding the processes around controlled substances, including their operating system for their script pro machine was able to allow force fills not linked to a specific prescription if the user had proper credentials. The acknowledgements of the controlled substance policy were signed by all the staff the morning that we arrived. In addition, the PIC was not familiar with how to add or remove users from the script pro machine and their corresponding credentials. We noted that previous employees' credentials were still active in the script pro machine. Changes to on-hand balances in the pharmacy operating system were not being monitored, and a DEA 106 form for the losses had not been filed. The PIC and legal counsel provided a response stating the PIC was not aware of the requirements at the time, although she did notify the local authorities. Excuse me. In addition, new controls have been put in place to prevent further diversion, including all controlled substances were removed from their script pro machine. A new security system and camera system that was implemented capable of retaining video for a longer period of time. They are performing back counts of C3 through 5 controlled substances, and on-hand changes to on-hands quantities of controlled substances were now being approved by a pharmacist. Later on, the council provided a revised controlled substance policy, which was submitted to the board on January 29th, 2025, as included in your board book.
Thank you. Mr. Dang, Ms. Walton, would you like to make a statement before we proceed with questions?
yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, just checking if the audio is good.
Yep.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, members of the board and staff, again, my name is Christopher Dang with Qualls and Brady, serving as counsel for Walton Drug and Debbie Walton, its owner and PIC. We wanted to first begin by thanking the board for hosting this conference. These diversions were a breach of confidence by the respective licensees who have already gone before the board. Nevertheless, Ms. Walton deeply regrets the issues that allowed the diversion to go undetected. Since then, she has taken swift action to update and strengthen procedures at the pharmacy, to improve the physical security and monitoring of the pharmacy, and her oversight of the pharmacy. I just wanted to offer 2 points of clarification on the notations in the file. I think we noted that perpetual inventory system was deployed for use with C2s. That has always been the case. it should be noted that the perpetual inventory system data rhythm is now used for all controlled substances and legend drugs. So that was a security improvement there. And then on the point with respect to the deleting ScriptPro users, it was come to find out that if you had deleted ScriptPro users, it would have removed the history related to those dispensings. And so in a way, having those users still on the system helped and aid in the investigation. But Ms. Walton now knows that one can change the credentials or the allowances for each user to restrict their access, to move them to a non-dispensing, non-manipulation role. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Walton just to say a few words about herself and the pharmacy.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. I've been a registered pharmacist in rural Arizona for 42 years. I chose pharmacy as a career because of a desire to serve my community's healthcare needs. I worked in chain pharmacy for a number of years before opening an independent pharmacy in 1997, where my goal is to provide the final step of my patients' attempt to improve and maintain their health care in a caring professional manner. We do this by taking time to listen, educate, and counsel our patients while accurately performing our technical duties. Often we're the first step our patients take when they feel they need help with non-emergent healthcare needs. We listen to their concerns and ask questions to help them determine their next step. We encourage them to seek medical care as necessary. I tell my staff our goal with each patient encounter is for the patient to leave us feeling better because of the genuine care they receive here, by being greeted with a smile, addressed by their name, and leaving with an encouraging word. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Walton, how long have you owned your pharmacy?
Since 1997.
And have you ever been before a board before?
I've attended a meeting.
But never before us for a case or anything like that?
I've been asked to come. There was one time we had a technician that gave the wrong prescription to a patient, and I appeared, but I wasn't asked to answer any questions, really. She answered the questions, I guess, satisfactorily.
Thank you. Looking back, what have you learned from this whole process?
Well, we've learned quite a bit about what type of oversight maybe is available through reporting in our software system. Also, some of the requirements that were brought up about timely reporting. We've instituted some measures that are in your packet for security. And in the past, I guess, my security that I was most concerned with was from the outside and somebody coming to the pharmacy to steal. And we felt like we had good staff and we trusted them. And especially the pharmacist, that's the final check in all our dispensing. And I learned that I need to be more cautious with that trust and to, I guess, check but verify, to audit more often, to be more aware of what could be happening internally. And we've taken steps to address those things.
Vigilance is the watchword.
Ms. Walton, are you the only pharmacist on staff there?
No, I have a regular staff pharmacist. I've had some health issues the last several years and am not able to be the main pharmacist on the behind the counter. Yeah.
But you're still the PIC and the owner?
Yes.
Board members, if I could interject and add something. Ms. Walton also owns another pharmacy located in Morenci, which is also probably about an hour, I guess, away from this location here in Safford.
Ms. Morency, are you the PIC on that location as well?
Yes.
So how do you split your time and what does your supervision of those pharmacies look like as the PIC?
So the store in Safford, I'm in almost every day and doing inventory and ordering type activities, as well as all the administrative parts of pharmacy. The one in Morency is more remote. I'm up there on an as needed basis, but I'm not in there even every week. But I am interacting with them every day.
Mr. Castaneda, is she the pharmacist in charge at that other location?
I'll have to look that up really
She
quickly.
listed that she is.
I believe she said she.
Yes.
So is your electronic record in the system, pharmacy system record, match your on-hand inventory?
Yes.
Okay, so when you do a May 1st annual inventory and you find discrepancy, have ever this like raise a flag for you to do more audits?
When there's a question, and obviously we focus more on controlled substances for that May 1st inventory, then we investigate, and almost always until this instance, it has been a matter of recording something in the wrong place. Sometimes because the inventory is NDC specific, sometimes we'll show an overage for one manufacturer and a negative for another manufacturer, but the balance is correct.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, but let's say from last May 1st inventory. So let's talk about this one. Were you able to balance on hand to your system?
Yes.
So all those shortage we have here in front of us happened after May 1st of last year?
So kind of to unpack that, the diversions obviously occurred with the physical product, and then were unfortunately masked by data entries by the technician and the pharmacist involved, respectively, right, on both their accords. A discovery was made as laid out in the profile or in the longer form report as to an unexplained bottle, and that led to the immediate investigation as to the source and issue of that diversion, which revealed not just the technician's diversion, but ultimately the pharmacist diversions and the method by which they used to mask that data entry. Debbie?
And it wasn't this last year; it was before that.
Back in
what I'm going to, like, I totally understand, like, what, sometimes we have bad employees, they do those things, right? But as administration or PIC, when our electronic record doesn't match our on hand, because I asked you in the beginning, do they usually match? And you said yes. When they don't match, we have to take a further step to investigate, right? And if it's like loss or theft, let's talk about only loss, doesn't need to be theft. And if it's like those big numbers, we all know that we need to file 106, DEA 106 form and reach out to the state board.
So that
this is the basic, right, for PIs, for the PIC duty.
So the individuals involved hid their theft by altering the inventory numbers. So in our system, the inventory numbers matched what we had on the shelf. It was only when we discovered that there was a problem and we began to look, then we were able to do some reporting that went back and we could see when those numbers were changed manually and by who.
Okay, thank you for clarification. Thank you very much.
And it wasn't this last year, it was before that.
Yeah, what I'm going to, like, I totally understand, like, I thank you for clarification. Thank you very much.
In your corrective actions, I didn't see anything about doing regular audits. Is that something you plan to implement?
You want to tell them a little bit about your daily cycle count and perpetual inventory now?
Yeah, so we've contracted with a company called Data Rhythm that's an inventory management system. So part of that is they generate a daily cycle count, and where there's 20 to 30 items every day that you verify to your on-hand quantity on the shelf. And over a period of 3 to 4 months, it should go through the entire inventory of the pharmacy. So it's randomly selecting items that could be, that you would verify the actual on hand. That would help alert us to if there's something short that we could investigate further. So we didn't have a system before that would routinely prompt us that way. And we would do inventory at the end of the year, and we would do the controlled substance inventory as scheduled. And if there was something off, then we would investigate from there. The class 2 drugs, we've always maintained a manual perpetual inventory. And as we're filling and receiving whatever, then we're checking, verifying those quantities. And so we've never had a problem with those.
And then as dispense basis, you're now performing back counts on controlled substances as well, right?
Right. The 3 through 5s, we back count the container as we're filling it as well.
So the ability to detect an issue has been dramatically increased. Yeah, in a contemporaneous fashion.
Mr. Dank, what is the disposition of the Drug Enforcement Administration's investigation into Walton Drug?
Just last week, we've executed a settlement with the United States Attorney and entered into a memorandum of agreement with DEA for a 2-year review period and monitoring, enhanced monitoring of the pharmacy.
Mr. Castaneda, do you know how the DEA got involved? Like who tipped the DEA? Is it 106? Or
I don't believe a 106 was ever filed. I think from what I can recall about the case is that an employee noticed that there were some prescriptions that were forced out of the script pro machine with her initials. And at that point,
like whistleblower.
It kind of grew into more.
Yeah, and that prompted the investigation by the pharmacy, which Ms. Walton then reported to the sheriff's office. I believe it's Graham County Sheriff's Office. And then she also spoke with the drug task force liaison up the road as well.
So Ms. Walton, I've got to ask the question. You said you've been a licensed pharmacist for 42 years in the state of Arizona. So how did you not know that you needed to submit a loss of controlled substances via a 106 form and notify the Board of Pharmacy and Department of Public Safety?
So I was aware of the 106 form. I was not aware of the 1-day requirement. I thought it was 10 days. And I did begin that process because part of that process is to have the record number from the local law enforcement to turn into them. But the way that the DEA became involved is they were here for routine audit. And I brought up to them that we had had this incident. They didn't discover it except that I told them about it.
Do we have the copy of the memorandum of understanding with the DEA?
We can supply that to you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Castaneda, I have a question. In previous inspections of Walton Drug, they had discrepancies in controlled substance audits?
I can look that up for you if you give me a minute.
Or Ms. Walton, if you know historically in your inspections?
We've not ever had a discrepancy that we couldn't explain. Sometimes when seems like we had, where we had expired medications, that paperwork we didn't retrieve at the time, but then we were able to supply it later.
I will just note in your board book, you may notice that there's numbers on the response that we've supplied the board, and then numbers from Mr. Castaneda's analysis, which also derived from the DEA's. The two snapshots or the two time periods for those numbers are slightly different, and that's why there's a difference in the numbers rather than a actual discrepancy in the figure. So I think the numbers looked at by the DEA were from on or about June 25th, 2021 to September 12th, 2022. And the numbers analyzed by Walton Drug in that report, with the supplemental numbers provided to you, began on January 1, 2022. So slightly different time period and look back period, which is, caused some of the number discrepancy.
I'm curious. This is new to me, where you have a routine DEA audit visit. Is that customary?
I mean, it is in the DEA's report. It says on page 5503. No, wait a minute, that's not right.
I've just heard about like DEA been like visiting pharmacies randomly recently.
It says something about the DEA's work plan
especially
in the
certain-
report.
Yeah, especially in certain areas. I've heard about this.
So the DEA report starts on 5501.
The fact that there's a memorandum of understanding with the DEA gives me a lot of pause. And I really feel like I need to see that before we can make a decision on this case or Miss Walton.
Will that make any difference to, there is thousands of tramadol missing, and I mean, just we still have a concern about management, like 5,000 of tramadol, 1,200 of alprazolam.
They are significant losses.
It's significant losses.
And the memorandum of understanding may give you more information that you would need to
That's
investigate or resolve.
I don't want to make a decision too soon if there is other investigative materials that we need to determine, like maybe Mr. Castaneda even needs to go back out for another visit, but depending on the information that was collected by the DEA.
And Chris, when was that memorandum of understanding?
We just received the executed version back last week, so I can supply that to Ms. Galvin.
Is it an option to table it to the next meeting
Of course.
to review the materials and determine if Mr. Castaneda needs to make a repeat visit?
Yes, you may.
That's the direction I'm leaning.
I'll make that my motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Dang, for providing that. We will be in touch with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going back to special requests. We'll do 30B and 30C together. I am recused, so I will turn it over to Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Ms. Walmsley. This is tab 30B and 30C, special request, request to submit special request for reinstatement. Board staff is Ms. Brown, and subject is Mr. Kyle James Peterson. Ms. Brown, would you please introduce yourself and give a summary for the board?
Certainly. Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Kyle Patterson was issued an Arizona pharmacist license by full exam on July 12, 2007. The board issued a decision and order in board case number 24-0024 on July 3, 2024, which resulted in the revocation of his license. Mr. Patterson did not appeal the decision within 35 days. On or about January 21st, 2025, board staff received a letter of representation from Boson and Snow requesting an appearance before the board during the April 2025 board meeting to request reinstatement of Mr. Patterson's license. Arizona Revised Statute 32-190193 indicates that revocation or revoke means the official cancellation of a license, permit, registration, or other approval authorized by the board for a period of 2 years unless other specified by the board. Mr. Patterson's request was submitted approximately 6 months and 18 days after the effective date of the revocation of his license. This matter is being presented to determine whether the board will consider the request to apply for reinstatement prior to 2 years.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Sullivan, would you like to introduce yourself? And Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, members of the board. Courtney Sullivan on behalf of Mr. Patterson, who is present and to my right.
I am Kyle Patterson.
Welcome. Would you like to present a brief summary before, or a statement before we move into questions?
Thank you. As we indicated in our request for an appearance, Mr. Patterson neglected to complete 6 hours of continuing education. He, at the time, thought that he was no longer interested in pursuing a pharmacy career. He has reevaluated that decision and recognized that it came at a low point in his life. And he is interested in resuming a career that has meant quite a bit to him. He's got a statement that he would like to read to the board. And when he's done, I'm going to follow up.
Thank you.
Okay. I would like to thank the members of the board for the opportunity to appear before you today. It's an opportunity that I neglected to pursue last year, which I deeply regret. I come before you today requesting reconsideration for the revocation of my license and an opportunity to resume the career that has been the foundation of my adult life. During the fall of 2023, I chose to pursue other career paths. I've worked in pharmacy since the age of 17 and wanted to find out what other career opportunities there were for me. During that time, I foolishly and short-sightedly turned my back on pharmacy as I was convinced that I would never return. I upended nearly every aspect of my life for the better part of a year, which directly contributed to me not fulfilling the requirements of my probation. Once I regained my senses and realized the mistake I had made, it was too late. My license had been revoked, and I had missed the appeal window. So I'm here before you today to ask for the privilege of having my license reinstated. I accept full responsibility for my actions, and I can assure you that no such behavior will ever be repeated, as I am fully committed to being a pharmacist and holding myself to the highest standards of professionalism. I am deeply and sincerely sorry for my misconduct, and I would be extremely grateful if the board saw fit to reinstate my license so that I may practice pharmacy in Arizona once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you. This board has the ability to modify its prior orders, including vacating prior orders, and that is what we would ask of you today. We recognize that the definition of revocation has an implied 2-year period, but you do have the ability to vacate that order entirely as if it never happened in the first place. Mr. Patterson recognizes that it's not going to come without some consequences, and he's prepared for that. I can tell you candidly, I think his time here this morning, watching everyone lose their license for not showing up was impactful, in addition to everything that he's been going through for the last 6 months. So we would ask that this board vacate its prior decision and impose a new consent agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Board members, questions, discussion?
If I may,
Please.
Mr. Vice Chair, the agenda is worded as such that you are considering his request to appear later to seek reinstatement. Mr. Patterson mentioned reconsideration of the board's decision revoking his license, and now Ms. Sullivan is seeking to ask that you vacate the order, and those two options are not on the agenda. And that was, I don't believe that's the way I read their request.
For added clarification, we do not have an application for reinstatement on the table.
So just to be clear, they're asking to what? Be something
Permission to submit an application for reinstatement.
Before the 2-hour two-year window.
That is my understanding.
Yes.
When does the 2-year window expire?
A year and a half. So
I'll ask more legal.
I'm just curious. Generally, it's the case that we give multiple emails, attempts to get a hold of you. How did you participate all along the way when we were giving all of those chances for you to be part of the process?
I was non-responsive to them. To be honest, the mail, I would receive the correspondence from the board and it would end up in my mail pile, and I didn't open any of them until the July correspondence. For whatever reason, that's when I kind of regained my senses. But I don't have a good excuse or reason as to why, other than just what was going on the rest of my life. But that's
Okay. So, were you combative with the board when they sent you emails, or you just no response whatsoever?
no, not combative. It was no response. Yeah.
Because to me, I see this not only as CE missing, and doing what's required, but also it's a matter of us being able to regulate the practice.
Yes.
And it's not regulatable when you're not participating. It's only one-sided. So that's my concern, as well as setting precedents that is also concerning. So those are just my statements.
And Mr. Patterson recognizes the board's concerns about being responsive. He's here today, and that doesn't negate what happened before. But he is taking the steps that he can. He's completed all of the CE that was required of the initial probation period, in addition to the CE that's required for his renewal period. So,
well, I do appreciate that you're here today, and I appreciate that you're making an effort. I just feel like our board staff reaches out and tries so many times. They're so good about taking extra steps above and beyond what they're required to do to notice you. So that also has to to be accounted as well.
So if I'm reading this correctly, I mean, we're not here to argue the revocation. It happened. And according to statute, it says we've got 2 years. So I don't even see it except the pathway that Ms. Sullivan suggested, vacating a prior revocation. I don't see us being able to allow him to apply for reinstatement of his pharmacist license until at least 2 years, based on this Arizona Revised Statute 32-1901-93.
What is 30C? What is the request there? It's reinstatement is what it reads at the top of the.
So we have it agendized where the item that we are discussing right now, 30B, is for the board to discuss and consider whether you will even consider the request, the special request. 30C is the special request to submit an application for reinstatement.
Board members, any additional questions?
Well, I have empathy for you, and I'm glad that you're participating. I'll make a motion to deny the request.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to deny the special request first and a second. Any further discussion?
And for the record, if I may, the special request is permission to seek reinstatement of a revoked license prior to the expiration of 2 years.
Correct. Any further discussion? Do we need roll call? Roll call, please, Dr. Gandhi.
Mr. Braswell.
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald.
Nay.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ms. Davis.
Nay.
Ms. Walmsley's recused. Ms. Park.
Aye.
Mr. Hogan.
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Nay.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
5-3, ayes have it.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Thank you, Mr. Patterson.
Do we need to address 30C as well? Or is that?
That was
taken together?
addressed. That was just.
One-
30C
Predated
would be
together.
assuming that 30B passed. So there's no need to act on 30C.
All right, we will move on to 30D, and that is Ms. Walmsley.
Thank you. I didn't have time to address that with council before. Let's move to, where are we, 30D? Miriam Perez, if you could please introduce yourselves for the record.
Good afternoon, Courtney Sullivan, appearing on behalf of Miss Perez, who is present and to my right.
Hello, my name is Miriam Perez.
Ms. Brown, if you could give us a summary.
Certainly, Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Miriam Perez was issued an Arizona Pharmacy Technician license November 10th, 2005. The board issued a decision and order in board case number 23-0497 on May 9th, 2024, which resulted in the revocation of her license. Ms. Perez did not appeal the decision within 35 days. On or about March 7th, 2025, board staff received a letter of representation from Bozen and Snow requesting an appearance before the board during the April 2025 board meeting to request reinstatement of Ms. Perez's license. Ms. Perez's request was submitted approximately 10 months after the effective date of the revocation of her license. This matter is being presented to determine whether the board will consider the request to reapply for reinstatement prior to 2 years.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Sullivan, Ms. Perez, would you like to make a statement?
I do want to clarify before we go much farther. The board revoked Ms. Perez's license, I believe, on May 9th of last year. So it's almost been 1 year. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Perez briefly, and then I will follow up.
Hi, I first of all wanted to apologize for not responding when I should have in the timely manner. Unfortunately, there was a lot of personal issues I was having last year. They're actually still kind of going on, but I have sought professional help in order to basically have the tools to be able to perform my job, every day and be able to provide customer service. I was a pharmacy tech for almost 20 years. I love being a pharmacy tech. I did retail for a while, and then ended up coming over to a compounding pharmacy. But I really sincerely am sorry. I was going through a really hard time. It was life-changing events that happened. And unfortunately, like, I did complete my Cs whenever I received the email. I submitted a check. I did not follow up on my end to make sure it was, cleared through. And unfortunately, in that time frame, I did receive the mail. But my kids, they would go get the mail. They just place it on, their room or, other places. And by the time I actually saw the letter, it was already past the deadline. I did come here trying to pay, the dues, which was $150 at that point. But it was already suspended. Again, I am very sorry. I with everything going on, and my email being flooded with just junk mail, I did not see that email coming through the first time. I have created a new email address so that I don't have all of this excessive emails coming in that I'm not going to read because it's just junk mail. I've also, you know, just I'm willing to kind of basically do whatever you guys think is needed in order to hopefully be granted permission to get my license back.
As Ms. Perez indicated, she's been a tech in good standing for many, many years. She, despite the revocation of her license, she remains adjacent to the pharmacy community and is working in marketing for a pharmacy. She would ask that the court or that this board vacate the prior order revoking her license and allow her to be reinstated. This was ultimately over not paying a $75 fine that arguably would not have resulted in this type of action, but for her silence to the board. She recognizes moving forward that she is going to be engaged with the board and she does intend to fully communicate. She's taken the steps necessary and ask for this board's consideration.
So this is really similar to what we just discussed. The difference here is the previous case was disciplinary CE that was ignored, and then this was just standard CE that would have paid the fine for. So there was no misconduct other than missing continuing educations.
That's correct.
But the previous case, those CEs were ordered to him because of his conduct.
He violated a board order in addition to just not communicating.
He had already been undergoing prior discipline, and that board order was consistent with the prior discipline. Ms. Perez has no prior discipline.
So I do want to call attention, and this was my question for Ms. Galvin. We usually have a cutoff for materials. We did receive some letters of recommendation from a number of pharmacists, and individuals that have worked with Ms. Perez. My question to her was whether or not these were appropriate to receive at this late time. I do know that the staff has reviewed these. I've read them quickly. Staff, is there anything here that I'm not sure if everybody's had the opportunity. Is there any concerns with these documents that were provided?
Concerns in terms of timeliness of submission?
Just in general.
Okay.
Let me hear from the staff.
Yes. Just to clarify for the record, there were 3 letters of recommendation there that were not signed. And for one of them, the last name of the person who signed on one of those was spelled incorrectly.
Ms. Perez, did you solicit these letters from these pharmacists?
Please use your microphone.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, the letters were given to me by the pharmacist. I did notice that some of them were not signed. I didn't really think anything of it. But I mean, it's something that, you know, the pharmacists that I have been talking to, that I worked with, handed it over to me.
But we have not had the opportunity to validate the authenticity of the letters or any of those kinds of things. They were brought to us in paper form today.
That is correct. And we have not been able to validate them.
Okay. Thoughts?
It seems like Ms. Perez has thought about ways to prevent communications from the board from going missing again with creating a new email address and things like that. It is concerning that I know the board staff probably attempted to reach you, I don't even know, a dozen times. So that is concerning. going forward in the future as a, make sure that you're a regulatable person. But
I
you did,
agree.
but you did make some changes to help prevent those lapses in the future. It's, you know, yet to be seen if that would, you know, be an effective way for you to receive communications from us.
I do agree with you that the facts of these two cases, although similar, are different. You know, we're talking about a $75 fee for not doing part of the CEs versus a disciplinary matter that was an order. So while they seem similar, there are also a lot of unique differences. Thoughts?
I do want to.
I want to say that I'm okay with it, but I also don't think it's a good precedent. Because I could be you. I know I could be you any day. I could miss something. I could make a mistake just like anyone else could. But I just think it's a bad precedent.
I think just the opposite. I think we should do it.
But the first case, we did not, well, the issue was 2 years. We have not discussed, it was a discipline or not discipline, none of this. And
So I just want to ask Ms. Galvin.
this is like confusing to me.
So this ARS 32190193, that Arizona revised statutes, to me, that's a statute. And we've had discussions with this board in the past of continuing education windows and being statute and us not being able to make sort of discretionary allowances for somebody submitting all their CE on October 31st, when they renewed on October 30th, because it was in statute. So are we able to do anything when it's in statute that they have to have this for 2 years? Or it's revoked for 2 years?
The statute indicates that revocation is 2 years unless the order indicates otherwise. This board has the ability to modify its order to order a different period of time than the 2 years. As of May 9th of this year, Ms. Perez will have been revoked for a year.
I'm sorry.
I see 32-1928 line D says, with or without conditions, the board may reinstate the license of any pharmacist or pharmacy intern that is placed on probation or whose license it has suspended or revoked. So to say pharmacist or pharmacy intern, is there a corresponding place for pharmacy technicians?
There doesn't appear to be, no.
I move for legal advice.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We'll be back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Additional questions or discussion?
Were you given the opportunity to appeal when when you had the initial, I don't want to use the wrong term, revocation of your license?
I don't
How were you informed
think
that your
so.
license was revoked?
email.
And in the email, was there an appeal process?
Yeah, so I had to complete the CE that I was missing because I had completed the total number of CEs. I was just missing a certain CE, the opiate CE. So then I submitted that and then I was informed I had to send in a $75 check, which I did. I just, again, did not follow up. It's honestly not like me. Like I said, I love this career. I'm deeply like apologetic about what my actions. Moving forward, I most definitely will make sure that I, stay on top of everything. I just really want to get back to the field and, help customers. I really do enjoy that.
Ms. Nair, to answer your question, when somebody is revoked, it actually supersedes all prior actions. So there was no fee associated with the revocation. But there is instructions on how to appeal along with that consent agreement or order for revocation.
I was just curious of why not appeal it within the time frame allotted. That was going to be my question, but
Or why not appear at the hearing? Probably more importantly.
I think with the benefit of hindsight, she absolutely would have. But she's here today.
Thoughts, anybody?
I'll make a motion to reject the request.
Second.
I have a motion to reject the request on the floor. Ms. Galvin, is there anything else needed that's with the motion?
No, I believe that there was discussion on the
Okay.
record.
Is there any other additional discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Nay.
Ms. Nair,
aye.
Ms. Davis,
Nay.
Ms. Wamsley,
Aye.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
I abstain.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, 2 nays, 1 abstain.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Thank you for your appearance today. 30E, we don't need to do since that's related to that item. I will give it to Mr. Anderson for 30F, for which I am recused.
This is tab 30F. This is a deviation request for RX Mapper LLC, and our board staff is Mr. Dennis Wagner. Do we have, we do have RX Mapper here, and Mr. Wagner, could you please introduce yourself, RX Mapper, for the board?
Hi, my name is Chris Grilly.
Hello, Mr. Grilly, welcome. And Mr. Wagner, could you please provide a brief summary for the board?
Well, I'll try and make it very brief. Yes, the deviation request is for the square footage requirement for a community pharmacy, and they're requesting to be less than the 300 square foot minimum requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Mr. Grilly, would you like to provide a statement? No. Board members, any questions?
It has been approved before, right?
No, this is my first
The
request.
First request?
Mhm.
Okay. I thought it's.
Can you describe the nature of your business and why you wouldn't need 300 square feet?
Yes. For the background, I'm a researcher. at Mayo Clinic. I work in a field called polygenic risk scoring.
Mr. Grilly, we do need you to please activate the microphone.
Oh, no. Can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah. So hi, I'm a researcher at Mayo Clinic. I work in a field called polygenic risk score. Essentially, we use DNA to help predict how therapeutics are going to work, among other things. And RX Mapper is a spin out from that work. So it's a venture that Mayo started on behalf of the research that I was doing with some colleagues at Mayo. So essentially, what we do is we use genetic information and fancy algorithms to predict kind of forward-leaning predictions on how you're going to respond to a therapeutic. We've gotten very good at it. So
why do you believe you need a pharmacy, or you have this why do you believe you need a pharmacy permit?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question. When we first started, we sought advice from all sorts of different folks, and we are highly innovative. And so the consensus from legal counsel at the time when we applied originally for a limited service permit was some of the elements that we do, medication reconciliation, information gathering from Can you guys hear me on this one? Okay. And that fell within what at the time we were advised was pharmacy practice, albeit an advanced pharmacy. I swear to you, oh man. The mics don't like me today. So yeah, so at the time it was deemed that kind of the core function of what we were doing was pharmacy practice, or elements of what we were doing was pharmacy practice. And so we felt that it was important for a couple of reasons. One, I am a pharmacist, and this is, I believe, will eventually one day be incorporated into the future of pharmacy practice. And so we wanted to maintain that regulatory oversight when necessary. Hopefully we'll never need it. But we also wanted to keep that connection with the profession as well.
So you're not going to dispense medication there?
Absolutely not.
Just outreach to patients, right? Do
Yeah,
some
so the
kind
way
of
it works,
pharmacy-
yeah, so we do not compound dispense. There are no controls. We do not have a DEA license.
No storing medications
Nothing.
inside. Okay.
Nothing.
And what is the size? How many square feet? are there now?
208 square feet approximately. So
Okay.
approximately 200 square feet.
I can make motion. So
Sure.
I move to approve the deviation.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Grilly.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to 30G, discussion, consideration, and possible action on the request made by Cena Drug doing business as Onco 360 to renew their originally approved deviation by the Board of Pharmacy in April 2023. Mr. Wagner, any concerns since this is a renewal? You've been at the facility, I think probably a couple of times since then.
Yes, I have inspected them recently. No concerns.
Given that this is a renewal and the inspector has no concerns, any discussion, or do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thanks, Mr. Wagner. 30H, apostrophe pharmacy. This is also a renewal deviation request because there's a change of ownership. Mr. Jacobson, you've been at the facility. Any concerns whatsoever?
I have been at the facility and just recently did the change of ownership inspection as well. No compliance concerns with this deviation renewal. I have reviewed their standard operating procedures, the equipment they have in place, as well as the auxiliary facility that they are using. No compliance concerns from my standpoint.
Ms. Trujillo, your client intends to operate it the same way, just the change of ownership from a parent level?
Yes.
Any additional concerns, questions or discussion, board member, or are we ready to make a decision?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
30I, Bermuda Ranch Center for Anorexia and Bulimia. This is yet another renewal of a deviation. We have Ms. Chang with us. Ms. Chang, I assume that you've inspected this facility. Same questions, any concerns whatsoever on the way that it's operating today?
Yes, ma'am, I did inspect this facility and everything is in good standing. There was no concern. This is an extension, a request to extend their deviation request.
Thank you. Given that there's no concerns on this from the inspector, do you have any questions or are we ready to make a motion? A motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. All right, 30J, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Daniel No's request to reconsider the proposed consent agreement for continuing education disciplinary in board case number 24-0419. I see Ms. Sullivan is back before us. This was a order that we had at the last meeting. What is your request before us today, Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, members of the board. Mr. No is asking that this board impose non-disciplinary CE. He has completed 4 times the amount of CE that this board previously ordered. There was information that was presented at the last meeting that Mr. No wanted an opportunity to address, specifically regarding the dosage of the Lasix that was administered. There was some questions about whether or not it was extreme, and it was, but there are treatment courses that address this level of dosage. We've provided the board with some documentation supporting that. There have been matters before this board resulting in patient death that pharmacists were provided with non-disciplinary orders, and Mr. No wants the board to consider the fact that there was no patient harm here. He provided refills for a prescription that he believed to be valid based on his deep knowledge of the patient's long history of illness. He believes that this was a serious issue. He has taken it into consideration and addressed his CEs accordingly. He asked this board to reconsider his request for dismissal or in the alternative issue non-disciplinary continuing education that accounts for the hours he's presented to you today.
Thank you. Board members, questions or
Yeah,
discussion?
I remember this case very well, and so please, just as a reminder, especially we have like new board members, that's a case when if a pharmacist give his friend a Lasix, right?
Yes.
And it was like very frequent, right? Like too soon, and it happened that those extra prescriptions were like fraudulent, like, right? So he did not know about it, correct?
Correct.
And end up with employer reporting him to us.
Correct.
Correct.
There were other pharmacists that filled these prescriptions as well,
Correct.
in addition to Mr. No. And he has known this person for a number of years and knew them to be ill well before he became a pharmacist.
Correct. And I remember this case.
I think that, yeah, the concern was kind of the ethical part of filling for a friend, filling beyond what would be clinically advisable. And I'm not in favor of this personally.
I mean, I don't think filling a friend is ethical. All my patients are my friend, you know. So I mean, it is not to control. Yeah, it's
Care
yeah.
because of their relationship, and he mentioned that here. That's the only reason why I bring that up.
but yeah, but I remember this case, and maybe I'm glad it's here before us again, because I remember like I was in favor to do it non-disciplinary that back then.
I was in the same camp.
Yeah, so I
I
must
also-
done I must have done something good, so it is again here before me. So
Well, Mr.
also
Aldensi,
run the case well, and I
Yeah.
move that we deny the application.
Mr. Aldensi.
Deny the request.
the request, no,
We deny the request.
no. So I believe like all evidence, like I know, I mean, he should have like looked at it like no early refill. It wasn't control medication. I know, like I remember, like one of the evidence that he stayed during the lunch once just to help this patient and give them their Lasix. It wasn't diversion. It wasn't like just give it away. He just stayed during the lunch. I've done that many times, not for family, for patients. When we close and I stay after hours just to make sure those patients take their medication. So if this patient is my friend, I will go maybe drive to their house to give it to them. But and I believe this, my perspective, this request is, to me, is like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think.
I have a
this-
question.
Yeah.
If you're done, direct.
Yeah, I'm not. Go
Oh,
ahead.
what value is it to Mr. No to have this change?
Mr. No is a young pharmacist, and he's concerned with discipline following him for the rest of his career, frankly. He recognizes that this was a very serious issue, and he's taken steps to ensure that this doesn't happen again. He will not be filling prescriptions for friends and family members in the future. And he's taken a number of continuing education classes to help identify other drugs that might be possibly abused beyond controlled substances. And this has had a significant impact on his life.
Is Mr. No here?
He wasn't able to get the day off work.
But yet this was important enough for him to have it put on this agenda.
I understand.
Madam Chair, I don't know if Mr. Thorwald made a motion.
I think
But
he did.
that's still on
The
the
motion
table
was
and-
to deny.
And I'll second it.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I'll just, I support our public members. Mr. Thorwald asked a clinical question, or had a more clinical question at our last meeting, concerned about this patient's electrolyte, and was asking about the potassium. And to me, Dr. Nuno should have investigated. I think he admitted to Walmart about being suspicious about these prescriptions that he was dispensing, but did ignore those clear warning signs. If I recall correctly, too, this patient lived in Paradise Valley, and they went from Paradise Valley all the way to where was the pharmacy, Ms. Sullivan?
I don't recall, but they were also saying that they were going to a specialist out of state. The patient was married to a physician, a local
Yeah.
physician, and she was an executive at a
Correct.
Fortune 500 company.
So they're going to a specialist out of state. The only thing they're filling is furosemide, not at a nearby pharmacy to their home, not a convenient location. To me, these are warning signs, and a quick Google search doesn't require a lot of clinical expertise. Furosemide widely is abused to mask illicit drug use, induce rapid weight loss, and enhance performance. So by dispensing excessive amounts, the pharmacist, facilitated potential misuse of this drug, and issuing only non-disciplinary CE would present to me a dangerous precedent in failing to reflect the severity of its actions.
If this prescription was a legit prescription, will we have an issue?
Yes,
Yeah.
because of the quantity.
Okay,
The history of giving it early.
I
They
agree.
knowingly gave it early.
I agree. There is no doubt. So if patients come to pharmacy with 1 year supply, okay,
Which is legal to fill in
they go to
Arizona.
fill, will any of us will stop this prescription?
Maybe if the quantity was high.
Yeah, but no, it is like a
But
one-year
there's no
supply.
limit on what can be dispensed.
But there's
down on
early,
the-
there's there were consistent early refills. There were all these warning signs that this is inappropriate.
Plus, there was no advice that if they don't take the potassium, they're going to destroy their systems. I mean, this was really blatant. I remember it very clearly, and there was. Anyway, that's.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, we have a
see the
motion and a
point.
second on the floor. I don't think we're going to be unanimous. Do you want to do a roll call?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwall,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Nay.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Nay.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair, 7-2.
Thank you very much. On to 30K, Cherie Marie Griffin. This is discussion, consideration, and possible action on the request to reconsider the proposed consent agreement for civil penalty and continuing education audit in board case 25-0051. Is Ms. Griffin present? Dr. Gandhi, can we confirm if she's online?
She doesn't appear to be online.
Thank you. Discussion on this one?
No discussion. I'm willing to make a motion. If there is no discussion.
I think just for the record, to me, I think there's probably some confusion by this pharmacy technician, not that it's going to impact my decision, but I think she might have been confused around what the requirements were for our renewal and PTCB and all of those kinds of things. Doesn't change my thoughts here. The requirement is the requirement. It's her. She needs to know what the requirements are, but I think that she thinks she was wronged when she just doesn't understand our requirements. So just food for thought as we're moving forward. But
I do have a question. We haven't been able to verify that the CEs are done.
Correct. When we checked the CPE monitor, there were no CE credits done.
I would be okay with an extension of 90 days, but just because of all the confusion.
But she has to take CE for PTCB recertification too, so there should be some history in the NABP CE tracker. I mean, she's not taking any CE, even for her PTCB recertification.
That's true.
She's not required
So,
to
Just
maintain.
for the
She's not
record, is,
required.
a pharmacy technician, unless they work in a remote location, they don't have to maintain their
Yeah.
PTCB certification. They just have to have taken and passed the exam to.
their employer may require them to keep
application.
it, but
Correct.
they don't have to keep it in
Correct.
Arizona for our license.
I'm bringing that up because she's bringing that up in her response as one of the barriers to have completed it.
No, that's okay. I was just gonna say, let's hear your motion.
Motion to deny the request.
I think we need to do something with the consent agreement though, right, Ms. Galvin? Like we need to either reissue it or something like that.
Or extend the time
Extend it.
within which she has to consider it and then move to formal hearing if she doesn't sign.
We have to do that?
She didn't sign it, and so she was asking us to reconsider it. So we have an order that hasn't been signed, so we have to decide what to do with the order. That's why this is a little different.
Would it be appropriate to proceed to hearing and that way we can conclude the matter?
I'm thinking we should reoffer the consent and give her 30 days to sign. If not signed, move to hearing.
Oh.
That'll be my motion.
A second.
Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald? Ms. Nair?
Aye.
Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley?
Aye.
Ms. Park?
Aye.
Mr. Hogan?
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif? Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. 30L, Alan William Bates. Discussion, consideration of possible action regarding Alan Bates' request to terminate his probation. Welcome. If you could please introduce yourself.
My name is Alan Bates.
Courtney Sullivan on behalf of Mr. Bates.
Ryan Grease, Pop-Up Program Director.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, if you can give us a summary.
Certainly. Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Alan Bates was issued an Arizona pharmacist license on June 7, 2002. His license will expire on October 31st, 2025. It is currently open and on probation. On or about August 15, 2019, Mr. Bates notified the board that he was charged with 2 counts of disorderly conduct and domestic violence, Class 6 felonies, in Pima County Superior Court. He further reported that on the afternoon of July 6, 2019, he started drinking whiskey while doing yard work at his residence, roughly around noon. At a later time, after becoming intoxicated, he got into an argument with his wife in front of his mother and stepdaughter. The situation escalated, and he went upstairs and retrieved a pistol from his collection. He stated that he recalled someone yelling something about a gun as he walked downstairs with the gun in his hand. He reported that he sat down on the stairs, cleared and dismantled the gun before surrendering it to the police upon their arrival. According to the police reports, on July 6, 2019, police were dispatched to Mr. Bates' residence upon receiving a call that an individual was intoxicated and pointing a gun to their head. The report also indicated that Mr. Bates may have been terminated from employment as a result of his drinking. On or about October 17, 2019, Mr. Bates was issued an interim order for substance use abuse evaluation with fitness for duty component. Mr. Bates underwent the required evaluation on October 24, 2019. He was subsequently offered a consent agreement and order for probation, which aligned with the evaluator's recommendations. Mr. Bates signed the agreement on February 27, 2022. The board approved the agreement during the April 2022 board meeting, and the agreement was executed on May 6, 2022, which placed his license on probation for a period of 5 years. In addition to standard terms, the consent agreement required that he enter into a monitoring contract for the entire term of his probation, and that within 5 years from the effective date of the agreement, he must complete 400 hours of community service approved by board staff and ensure that the entities for which he provides community service verify in writing to the board the number of hours completed. On March 3, 2025, staff received a notice of representation from Courtney Sullivan in addition to a request to appear before the board in the April 2025 board meeting to request termination of his probation. Contained in the board's files are proof of the completion of 425 hours of community service with Pima County Animal Care Center, in addition to a letter of endorsement from PAPA. Mr. Bates is in compliance with his consent agreement, and there are no concerns from staff.
Thank you. Ms. Sullivan, would you like to add something?
I would. I just wanted to correct the date of the consent agreements really quick. It was 2020. So his 5 years will be up in just a few weeks.
Thank you. Mr. Bates, would you like to say anything?
Yes, I have prepared a statement for today. Dear members of the board, I want to sincerely thank you for the opportunity to continue practicing pharmacy over the past few years. Having this profession as a steady presence in my life has been invaluable, providing me with both purpose and stability during a time of great personal growth. I recently heard a quote that resonated deeply with me. Sometimes you have to make the wrong choices to get to the right places. My journey has been a testament to that idea. I have worked hard to leave behind the habits and mindsets of my past and fully embrace a new way of living, one grounded in accountability, integrity, and respect for others. I now understand that my actions have consequences, and I strive every day to treat those around me with kindness and respect. In doing so, I have found a new sense of peace, free from resentment and guilt. Looking ahead, I plan to continue working in my current position and intend to start volunteering with PAPA in the near future. where I can use my experiences to help others facing similar challenges. My involvement with professionals in recovery remains important to me, as it allows me to serve others in meaningful ways beyond my usual responsibilities. Additionally, my commitment to AA will remain unwavering, as it has been instrumental in my personal and professional growth. I deeply appreciate your time and consideration in reviewing my request. Thank you for the opportunity to demonstrate my continued commitment to the profession and to those I serve.
Mr. Bates, thank you for sharing that, and I'm glad to see that you're doing well. Mr. Grease, does Papa support the removal of his probation?
We fully and excitingly support his probation being lifted.
Board members, any questions or discussion?
I move to accept his request to remove.
The motion would be to lift
To
and terminate
terminate
probation
probation.
and restore the license
restore
to
the
open
license.
status unrestricted.
That's it. That's my motion.
Quick question. Ms. Galvin, if this was signed and dated in February 2020, why would it not be lifted yet?
Because
They
it
have
has
to
to appear.
Okay.
For it
So it's
first.
already, okay.
I amend my second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Again, Mr. Bates, glad to see that you're doing well. Best of luck in your continued journey, and glad to hear that you're going to continue your service to others. All right, that takes us to Dr. Gandhi's report, picking up with item 31A3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 31A3 is, we have new board members, and so we figured, board staff figured we would bring it up before the board about assigning new complaint review committee members. So who wants to be voluntold to do that?
I would like to be voluntold.
And I think Dr. Anderson and I will continue to probably rotate based on schedule availability, which seems to be. I'd like to continue.
I would like to continue.
Okay. That's 3. We need one more.
Well, we have Frank,
Stephanie.
We have 4, and
Okay, 4.
yourself,
Okay.
Yep. So we're good.
We're good. Can I get a motion on that? We're gonna rotate.
I'll make a motion to approve the complaint committee nominees.
I'll second.
Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Welcome to the complaint committee, Ms. Sparks.
Next on the agenda is 31A4. Historically, we used to itemize the list of executive director dismissals and for you to ratify. But having revisited the statute, you've delegated that authority for me to dismiss based on our jurisdiction and certain criteria that you've set. And we have those outlined, and if it falls into that bucket, we do recuse. So instead of giving you an itemized list, the board staff made a decision just to let you know how many we've done from one board meeting to the next. And this session, we've dismissed 13 under that. Next time you'll see it a little bit heavier. I think our time was reallocated to some other priorities and not dismissing at this time. So 13 was a fairly low number. You've seen historically it's been pretty high. And you'll probably see it escalate again as this legislative session kind of ends and we can refocus back on that.
Well, and I think the benefit to this to the public is then you're able to get the dismissals out sooner. So that way the licensees aren't waiting to find out the result of their case versus us saying, yes, we're good with what you did. Right?
Correct.
Dr. Gandhi, I've always found it interesting to look at what problems are happening in pharmacy. Like most of the dismissals are, customer service, pricing, insurance coverage, those kind of issues. I don't need to read every one line by line, but it would be helpful to have like a 1-sentence summary of the most common.
Or could we put that in the quarterly newsletter maybe?
Yeah, we can certainly itemize it and create
You don't have to
checkbox.
itemize it for me. I'm just interested in.
At least some categories and let you know which ones.
Yeah, I mean,
uh,
that as well as even the deputy, like the licensing report and some of the things that maybe if somebody doesn't attend the meeting, like top violations, top dismissed complaints, those kinds of things might
Yeah.
be helpful for the public just to read.
I can tell you right now, it's hot water.
Dang
Just
tepid
kidding, I'm
water.
just kidding. But we will see what we can do with just an itemize and then a number on what bucket they fall into. Next on the list is, the board also delegated the authority for me to issue non-disciplinary civil penalties. And between last board meeting and now, we've issued 18 of them. So again, we're continuing to look to streamlining processes so that we're not burdening the board agenda and having 3-day meetings or whatever it may be. So we'll continue to look for opportunities to address these type of matters behind the scenes. And just for your information, I think majority of those non-disciplinary civil penalties were related to CE, failure to do those timely. Next on the list is requests from board members. And if you look at it, there's a spreadsheet in your board packet about what we're doing on different things. Just culture, I think we wrapped up with the presentation. This board does a good job in exercising just culture. So I think we've kind of put that to rest a little bit. Obviously, it still comes up meeting after meeting and we talk about it. But I think with the presentation that Jeff and his team gave, then we kind of concluded that a little bit, unless someone wants to bring it back up. Rule writing task force meeting continues to go on, as our mission is to address all the rules in our section. But I think the hot topic as of recent was the USP compounding, and I think we may have come to a understanding on the language, and it is in your packet for me to talk about here in the next few agendas. Medication donation language, we've been kind of trying to create how to create more awareness around this, that Arizona is a little more flexible than the language we used to have. There is legislation out there, I believe it's 1377, that is moving forward. I know that all the bills have kind of been put on hold status because they may be talking about the budget at this time. But it is continuing to creep forward and hopefully move to the governor's desk here in the near future for signing. In essence, what that bill does is allows the boards to post things on their website related to donating medications, how to do it, who's doing it, and so forth. It doesn't mandate that boards do it, but it gives them an option to do it. Physician ownership, we decided not to take any action on that. Harmonization of requirements to perform tasks. This was brought up by Mr. Thorwald about how different agencies, medical, osteo, dental, all those guys operate differently. Board, for instance, does pro inspections. We get ahead of the game and do proactive inspections. Other agencies may not do that and operate on a different level than we do. So I think Mr. Thorwald's vision was to kind of come to some sort of agreement that we all operate when it relates to controlled substances, for instance. We all operate similarly so that we're addressing this as a group mindset versus independent mindset. So that's an ongoing thing. I think the question today was asked that, do we work with other boards, medical board particularly, in a matter today, and we have started building those bridges. It's going to take a little time.
I would also say the nursing board, because in assisted living and other types of facilities like that, they're the ones that are in charge.
No, absolutely. And nurse practitioners have full autonomy, so that's definitely on our radar as well. Mr. Tariq brought up the pharmacist to technician ratio at the last board meeting, so we probably need to put that on a future agenda to talk about. So we have that noted. Counseling was talked about. I think counseling was talked about at the last task force meeting. It's not being introduced. That language is not being introduced today, but it's still early. I think more robust discussion needs to take place.
It's all very immature.
But I think moving along.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll bring that back up at the task force meeting in the near future and talk about that. There was another topic brought up by Mr. Tariq, was NABP requirement for FPGEC. That is a hot topic right now with NABP. I think there's a resolution in place to be addressed at the next NABP conference. So that may come to a resolution pretty quickly or sooner than later.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yep.
As a new board member, this says PFGEC. I don't know what it means.
I
but
think
it
it's a
I'm
says-
sorry.
typo.
It should be foreign. It should be FPGEC.
What does it mean?
It is a foreign.
Pharmacist Graduate Equivalency Certificate. So that is a typo. I'll have that corrected for next time. Disciplinary, non-disciplinary fees brought up by Ms. Snare. This was supposed to have been addressed in our bill this past legislative session. Didn't move forward. The bill would have allowed us to have a cap in our rules, and that would have been the cap, and then we could have been flexible for non-disciplinary civil penalties. But since that bill did not gain any legs, we're back to, this is what it says in our rules for the fees, and this is what we're stuck with. So more on that. Hopefully next legislative, we can make that more flexible, or we can open up that fee section for non-disciplinary civil penalty to address that way. So there's different pathways to deal with this.
One piece of feedback, we could probably take off some of the stuff that's been completed moving forward, and just keep the things that are still open towards action item. I mean, some of the things probably are just falling off.
Well, actually, I have a question about the just culture. So we did get an educational piece, but one of the other topics that we talked about is having some type of form or expectation of how we'd like permit holders to respond in particular.
We've talked about that internally, I think legally as well. And if we create some sort of form, it becomes guiding the respondent to submit certain things rather than submitting in their own way. So that does take away independent thought and kind of guiding the
Will we
discussion.
ask for them? Well, I just feel like it would make it to where they don't have to come here to tell us what improvements they've made or what their
Instead of that,
root
Ms.
cause.
Just to augment that, perhaps if we don't give it to the permit holder, perhaps the investigator, the compliance officer is using that framework in their narrative so that they use that framework and the language from the just culture from their observations in their investigation.
One other option, I know Dr. Gandhi's always looking for content for his newsletter. What if we put out a newsletter rather than a specific form or something like that? Like, this is what just culture is. This is what we would like to see. Some examples of what good looks like in a response.
If you don't want to earn a trip to the board.
Yeah,
Or perhaps that's something we could partner with AZPA to offer at a future conference, something like that as an opportunity for education.
I have plenty of residents that can present at a conference.
We'll make note and see what the best options are. One of the challenges with our newsletter is we have roughly about 30,000 licensees, and I think we have about 800 people that signed up for the newsletters.
Well, if we have really good content, maybe more people will want to read it. I don't know.
But I think we'll take that to advisement and try to connect with AZPA and other sources to see if we can get
Yeah,
something.
see if there's a way that we can circulate it with their weekly newsletter or something like that when we publish it too.
Yeah, and we can definitely talk about it at our task force to see what you want on a form for our compliance officers to use as well, because we have stakeholders in that meeting. It might be valuable to talk about. So we'll put it before that, the committee.
I have a couple of questions.
Yep.
Besides offering them $1 million that they find the secret code in there, there may be other ways to get people to read it. But no, that really was my question. RX Products, the Corporation Commission, and then going after companies that we already know about that have not responded. That's one. The other one, when I mentioned the nursing board, you mentioned the medical board, Department of Health Services is another key one that costs involved in all of that. And then the last thing for me is the repurposing of that medication that we can put on the website. That specifically allows for private companies to be able to put up their data. We set up a basic, here's what you fill in, here's how you get medication, here's where you can donate it, and here's how you can do it. And private corporations can put their information up there, so we don't have to do that. Is basically the purpose of that piece of legislation. Anyway, those are my three things.
Thank you, Mr. Thorwald. That's going to be a little huge undertaking to redo our database, our website, to have open access by other folks to put information on it. So we'll have to see how we can approach that. But I think first comes first is let's see if the bill gets signed by the governor's office and moves through legislation. And then we'll start taking on that challenge. I think the last thing on that spreadsheet is partnering with AZPA. This was brought up at the last board meeting to offer ACPE-CE for board meetings. I know Mr. Garrett has been biting off more than he can chew as of recent, so we will circle back with him and talk about that.
Thanks, Kim.
You're welcome. The next subject is 31A7. A couple of things that was brought to our attention is we have in our statute to charge a fee for inspections that are requested. And that could be because these businesses want to do out-of-state business in another state. They're requesting a more recent inspection than what we currently do. And it does say we shall charge a fee. We don't have that built into our fee regulation section, but I wanted to get the board's permission that if to move forward with charging what our hourly rate is for an inspection times the amount of time it takes to do it, and then we'll fix the regulation section for the fee after the fact. But if you're okay with that formula, can we get your permission?
That makes sense to me. So
I mean, the other option is we don't do the inspections.
right,
So-
which companies need.
Right.
Sometimes to get like non-resident licenses and those kinds of things. Do you need a motion, Kim?
Yeah, I would appreciate a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we allow the executive director to devise the appropriate fee for voluntary inspections.
Second.
Can I make a comment? I think it's a great idea. I think you should put it in your newsletter, and I think you could make it a moneymaker. You know, I know you have staffing issues, and perhaps there's a way to really grow that, and as long as we can make a profit on it.
We're not a state where we keep the money.
Maybe we can have more inspectors to.
Oh, we'll talk about.
We're
how-
appropriated,
yeah.
so that's not gonna.
Or they can get a raise.
So we have a motion and a second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing.
The second part of this is we also have in our rule section for certificate of free sale. And for those that don't know what that is it allows nutraceutical companies to be permitted by us. Normally, if they're not doing international business, they don't have to be permitted by us. But if they are, and they want a certificate of free sale, they'll want a permit by us, so we can inspect them and make sure they're operating under good manufacturing conditions. And then we would send a certified letter to them to submit with their product that's going internationally. It does say that the board shall charge an inspection fee. We haven't historically done that. We're trying to treat them just like we do any other permit holder. And we were trying to remove it again this past year, year before that, and year before that. But again, legislation never went through. So we're going to have to implement that because it's in our statute. Again, the fee structure will be similar to what I described earlier. It'd be the hourly rate times the amount of hours that it takes to do the inspection.
Do you need a motion for that
I
one?
would like that.
Same motion for this topic.
And to clarify, that's through the rulemaking process.
Sorry?
And that's through the rulemaking process, both of these?
We will have to make that happen,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we just can't do the inspection if we don't charge a fee.
Correct.
Right, so, yep.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
The next one I need your help with, Madam Chair. You had
Yeah.
The opportunity to attend a Tri-Regulators Conference.
Yeah, so I attended the Tri-Regulators symposium a couple months ago, a month and a half ago or so. It's a really interesting meeting this year. It was sponsored by the Association of Nursing Boards. NABP does host it. They rotate it. It's hosted also by the Federation of State Medical Boards. So it is a kind of a trifecta of the medical practitioners. So it's mostly board members, executive directors, some legal counsel from those various different agencies. So it's a lot of topics that kind of cross the spectrum of healthcare, if you will. The first day was primarily directed around similar kind of issues that we talk about in pharmacy. So physician workforce, nursing workforce, burnout across all of those various sectors. I guess it wasn't necessarily really surprising to me, but it confirmed what I thought I knew. The other medical professions are suffering with the same challenges. A burnout workforce post-pandemic, trouble finding people to fill all of their positions as well. One of the interesting things that I took away with it is the nursing board and the medical board, there seems to be some more portability between licenses. I know NABP is working on the universal jurisprudence exam, which could potentially open up reciprocity across state lines to be a little bit quicker. So I thought that was interesting and kind of played well with where I think we're going. But right now, because of the law exam on a state-by-state basis, that portability is a little bit more difficult. The other big topic they talked about the first day was around artificial intelligence and how each of the different the groups of agencies are addressing it. Talked about a lot of the benefits of artificial intelligence and how it can help to support clinical decision making and how it can help to support and prevent burnout and all those kinds of things, but also kind of the slippery slope of how much is too far without trying to prohibit too much of it. I don't think that any of the agencies have it really figured out yet, but I think it's going to continue to be a really hot topic across all of the different agencies that we'll need to keep an eye on. The second day was really directed around opioids. So there was some general presentations from the DEA, not a ton of takeaways from that. But there was also a lot of talk about how some of the areas around unprofessional conduct with ketamine practices as well as hydration clinics is kind of spanning all of the different medical professions. So again, we've talked about this a little bit, the hydration clinics that we see that are pop-ups, whether they're the vans that drive around or something that ends up at a festival. Ketamine clinics apparently are a big thing. We haven't talked really about that in this state, but apparently there's a huge issue with ketamine clinics being primarily run in like med spa type places and those kinds of things. So a lot of talk about how, and even like the compounding of semaglutide and things like that, which we're going to talk about here in a minute, how those products are being, in some cases, inappropriately compounded or appropriately compounded and then brought into med spas. So just a lot of cross-pollination between the different agencies. And I think it ties nicely with some of the things that we've been talking about is how do we collaborate more with those boards to make sure that we're looking at kind of the whole ecosystem together.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to the harmonization. This is a great meeting that shows that, nursing board, medical board, and the pharmacy board, the big trio are coming together to talk about big challenges.
And that's the advantage. I know we'll talk about NABP too in a minute, but that's the advantage of attending these national conferences is our challenges are not different than what we see in other states, but we can learn from each other. I think there are some things that we can always take away that, maybe we can improve collaboration just a little bit differently. The state of Mississippi had a really interesting way that they were approaching some of the ketamine issues.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next on my list, 31A9, talk about our compounding practice standards and requirements. In your book,
Sorry, I've been asked to recuse.
in your book, you'll see the outline of what we, as a task force, came up with. And though we asked for permission from board staff some time ago about modernizing our rules section, because these things are taking a longer time, I'd like to refresh that approval to pursue the governor's approval, open a docket, and pursue rulemaking. We already have it drafted, but I'd like to revisit the approval process for this whole start to end, if that's okay.
Do you need a motion for the compounding rules?
I would like that, yes.
So a motion would look like to allow the executive director to pursue rulemaking pursuant to the task force?
Correct.
I'll make that my motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye. Any opposed? Hearing.
Dane,
Oh yeah, Kirk, yeah, okay. All those, we're good. No opposed.
Yep, and just a reminder, this is a rough draft, as you can see. We will clean it up, and as I get approval from the governor's office, we will rework this so that it's more functional for you guys, and then present it back to you for.
And there was talk too, just for the group that, we believe that some of the concerns that were originally raised around the availability of compounding and the strictness of some of the facility standards can be addressed through FAQs, particularly in the non-sterile portions of it. There was discussion around like, do you have to remove the carpet and those kinds of things. We're essentially adopting USP kind of in its entirety, and are planning to do an FAQ document because we think that'll address the concerns as well.
Yeah, there may be some misunderstanding of the USP language in itself, and we can clear that up, like you said, in an FAQ.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think the next topic is going to be probably robust dialogue. This is about trizepatide and semaglutide. This has kind of changed the face of compounding over the last several years, I guess, a couple of years maybe. But the FDA has put out a position on trizepatide, went through a court case, and the court sided with the FDA when it removes it from the shortage list that they can enforce their regulations. We did mirror some of the guidance here based on the FDA's guidance, as well as some of the other boards that have put out guidance as well. So it's not like we're reinventing the wheel. So I put in your board books for your review and then discussion.
Mr. Morris, I think you wanted to make a comment before we make a decision here, if there's something you'd like to address with us.
I have several things on this I'd like to address, but I think for all of us, me included, it would be helpful to know what the position you guys are discussing is, since it's not published. I know there's a proposal that at least from the agenda appears to be a proposal how Arizona is going to take it. I have some comments, but I don't know what the proposal is.
Thanks, Mr. Morris. Dr. Gandhi, can you explain kind of at a high level what we're talking about here?
Certainly. And let me just pull up the FDA's position and the dates. So, Mr. Morris, what we're basically stating is what the FDA's already put out as far as their dates go.
So to be clear, as I understand it, I'll use the semaglutide one, but semaglutide has a date that the shortage ended on, which I believe was February 22nd, according to the FDA, and I may be off a day or two here, saying that the 503As could compound, dispense, or distribute until April 22nd using their enforcement discretion, and the 503Bs could go until May 22nd using the FDA's enforcement discretion.
That's what's in the document.
And there was a similar set of times earlier for trizepatide.
That's correct.
Okay. And the questions I have, given that, and that's what I made that assumption, but the questions I have is, it talks about compound, distribute, and dispense. All of us know those are three completely different events. And if I'm compounding a product on a particular date, particularly these products, many of them have time periods, 1 week, 2 week, 3 weeks, in order to do potency testing, in order to BUD testing, and the like. There are literally tens of thousands of Arizonans taking these drugs right now. The pharmacies have been trying to continue to supply these drugs to the patients in Arizona. With this, there's been a lack of clarity as to what these dates were going to be. Even when the FDA announced what these dates were, it was unclear. If a 503B is allowed to sell through May 22nd to distribute, who are they distributing to if the 503A can't dispense it at that point? And so what I'm trying to find out is what clarity there is for folks. There are a number of people who have fairly significant inventories, numerous amounts of compounded product, and we're sitting here on April 17th today. The first date on the semaglutide is April 22nd, 5 days from now. I and a number of other people addressed this board in December asking for these same clarifications, saying, what should these pharmacists do for the tens of thousands of Arizonans that are there? So what I'm hoping to do is to propose, there are literally tens of thousands of Arizonans that if we take this at its strictest read, 5 days from now, there will be no compounded semaglutide that is allowed to be distributed other than for something tailor-made for unique allergies or issues for patients in the state. I think that would create a crisis in this state for a number of patients. There's simply not enough of the brand product, and the prescriptions don't even exist for it. So what I'm trying to find out is what I'm seeing in other places or discussion is there is inventory sitting in pharmacies now that has been compounded prior to April 22nd. Are the pharmacies allowed to burn off that inventory that they have in their stores, so assuming the inventory is at reasonable levels that they have based on their historical usage to be able to wind their way through it? Because I said, literally, I appeared in front of this board in December trying to get some clarification on this as to what's going to happen when the shortage ends, whenever it ends, so that we can sort of phase this out. Because many of these pharmacies jumped in here to provide product that just wasn't available for patients that were needed and go forward.
It's a grenade right there.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I
He
said
said
that's a
it.
grenade right there.
Dr. Gandhi, what is your interpretation of what this means? Because I agree those are three separate things, right? Dispense, I forget the-
Distribute and compound.
distribute and compound are three separate actions in theory, especially when you're talking about a 503B pharmacy. I agree if they're able to make it until that point. What are they, who's going to be able to sell it at that point? So I understand that there's some confusion there. I don't think the FDA is super clear
They are
about
not.
what their intention is.
Yeah, the FDA is historically never super clear on anything they really put out.
No, they don't.
And
No.
we constantly have conversation with them. Historically, they've been pretty responsive to our asks, and I did reach out to them. But I think they're going through a lot of transition right now as well. So I don't know when I'll hear from them. So the only thing I can go off of is the memo that they have posted on their website.
And I understand, and I agree with that, although I do get what Mr. Morris is saying. I also think to myself too, like, say we decide, okay, well, yeah, they can continue to sell the product that they have made until X date, whatever date that is. If a different state, because they're compounding in Arizona, they ship it to another state, that doesn't mean that that other state is going to say that that's okay.
Nor does it mean the FDA will, but
Or it doesn't mean the FDA will either. So
different issues for different jurisdictions, correct?
I struggle a little bit with it personally.
And the jurisdiction is kind of interesting. If they keep their operation within Arizona, FDA still has jurisdiction, right? Because it's compounding practices. And they've identified and through 503A and 503B definition, that is their jurisdiction. When it crosses state lines and goes to another state, that escalates their jurisdiction even more because now you're crossing state lines. So it's risky to go against them. If they start enforcing, there's not much safe haven we can give them, even if we approve or go against their guidance.
And I'm not suggesting that it's go against their guidance. I just think their guidance is unclear with it and to be able to work with it. And I'm trying to get some level of clarity for it. Because if I were a pharmacist and I've been compounding this for the last several years, I want to know, am I allowed to dispense this or not that I have compounded next week? I want to know if I'm taking an action that's lawful or not. And as I understand the law is supposed to be clear to tell you if an action is prohibited or not. Not just I should do the most safe thing so in case I don't get in trouble.
I think we should do something about, make an opinion on this, where within our jurisdiction, we allow the continued distribution of this, but no manufacturing after that date, and until there's further clarification by the FDA on this, that disallows this until the stockpiles are decimated.
So my thought on that, correct me if I'm wrong, but Mr. Morris is here on behalf of pharmacies to try to get clarity so that they can form their practice. And our primary duty is to protect Arizonans. So protecting Arizonans to a certain degree involves making sure that supplies are available.
Yes.
And so, I'm just trying to raise the issue of precedent or what's most important to us, right? And so I think that I agree with.
I do think that that is a potential real issue too, because the other thing to me is a lot of the patients that receive these medications, because I have friends and friends of family that use these products that are getting them from med spas and things like that because they're significantly less expensive because their insurance doesn't cover it. And now all of a sudden, now they're going to be not unable to get it probably at the med spa because they may or may not decide to order those products. And then what if their insurance doesn't cover it either? And they've been given no opportunity to seek any type of, relief there either. So I do have concern from the patient access standpoint of this. Although I also don't want to put a pharmacy in a bad place with the FDA either, because we give a certain guidance and they think it's going to be okay, and then they get an action taken against them by the FDA either. So
That's why I worded it the way I did, leaving until we have something from FDA that says no to this. That way it clarifies the whole group. They have that guidance that they can move forward with. They know once the FDA says no clearly, then it's gone.
But the chances we're going to get clarification by the FDA in 5 days is probably unlikely.
And Mr. Thorwald, I would just say that they have clarified it in their memo, and dispensing for state licensed pharmacies, 503A should be on 4/22, 5 days from now. And then to the question that you made, Mr. Morris, is the 503Bs can distribute. They don't have to distribute to the 503As. They're distributing to these med spas and other clinics, and they can do that up until 5/22. That's how I am reading this. And I would say that those 503As that have existing inventory that they need to sell these prescriptions before 4/22 to be aligned with the FDA's statement saying that they cannot, that dispensing must stop on that date. That's how I read it.
If that's the case, then I think we should simply restate that as our view as well. So it's clarified, so it's very clear to everybody.
Should we put a clarifying statement in here when we talk about the 503B, how they're like on the current draft, which is page 6683? Should we clarify that a little bit more, that they are able to they're able to continue to sell, they just can't sell to a 503A?
I'm confused. If they're selling to a med spa, these drugs are not administered in the med spa. They're dispensed.
Yeah.
Well, if the rule is that you can't dispense, how can you sell it to someplace that still can't dispense?
Because I don't know. I don't know, they're not, prescriber dispensing is not under our jurisdiction
Correct.
either.
And
Which
that-
goes back to the,
Which means they're not under the FDA either with the 503A. So the FDA doesn't have jurisdiction over physician dispensing.
To be clear, FDA has jurisdiction wherever drugs are and compounded.
I think, Mr. Anderson, when it's talking about 503B and it says you can't compound, distribute, or dispense, it doesn't say to 503A. It just says you, 503B, cannot do these things. So it might limit it altogether from med spas, doctor's offices. all
Correct.
that.
I guess I may have not phrased it appropriately. The 503B between now and 522, that month gap where they can't sell the 503As, they have other customers they can potentially offload their existing inventory to that are not 503A licensed pharmacies.
Mr. Morris, though, when the FDA put out this message, I think they allowed 60 days for pharmacies, 90 days for 503Bs, right? So I guess what I'm saying is they knew it was coming.
Well, correct. This is the commercially available. And again, let's be clear. There's been lots of litigation and other issues on it. What I'm just trying to do is get a clarification for folks that are here, because there are a number of people when they saw that, because it is not the clearest of language from the FDA, that read that is they could compound the product all the way up until 422, and they could dispense what they have already compounded until it is used. That was not an unreasonable read by some of them.
The litigation with trizepatide kind of ended in February-ish time period,
But
right?
I understand the trizepatide piece.
Yeah.
But, and I said, what I'm trying to do is get clarity so that
No, I
when
understand.
pharmacies ask, can I sell this? Can I not? What are we doing with the patients? And again, what's the supply going to be? Because prior to this whole shortage issue, Arizona had always taken the position that product was on shortage if you couldn't get it. If I tried to buy it from Amerisource, Cardinal, McKesson, the major ones, and I couldn't get it, then it's commercially not available. But there are plenty of these ones that still are commercially not available. I understand the formal shortage has been declared over, but there's plenty that aren't commercially available right now.
which I still think that compounding in those circumstances is appropriate.
But I don't know how that plays with the statement from the FDA.
If it's shortage on the FDA
Yeah,
website.
if not
then you
listed,
can comp-
it's still available.
Yeah.
Well, clearly, if it's listed as a shortage on the FDA website, it's in shortage. But there's practical shortages where pharmacies simply can't get product.
Right, there might be a run on it in a part of the country or something like that, that you can't get or whatever. And it takes a lot of long time for stuff to end up on the FDA shortage list. Like you think about like Tamiflu or whatever. Tamiflu goes on back order every single year. Tamiflu suspension, but it doesn't hit the shortage, the FDA list for a month after it happens.
So for clarification, what would a motion look like for us to do it? Or in this case?
To accept the proposed position statement as presented
Or to modify it,
or to modify.
and what modifications there should be.
I don't know as I have enough information to support a modification. I mean, I've been listening here and there's no clear path forward in my mind. I would need more help to understand a clear path forward.
So if I understand the proposal, if you accept it as is and put that out there, you are I just want to be perfectly clear, and that's what I'm going to say this as clear as I can. You're telling every 503A pharmacy in the state that after 422, they may not dispense the compounded product that is the same as the commercially available one. They can compound for other purposes and other unique interests, but they can't do that after 422.
Our board is telling the pharmacies that the FDA is stating what you just said, correct?
Well, that's a difference.
I was just gonna ask for that. Should we move on to the next agenda item and give Mr. Morris like a few minutes to review that and then come back together?
Absolutely.
Does that sound
That's
good?
fine.
All right, okay.
Can we get a 3-minute recess?
Yes. Or 5. Does somebody need to use the? Okay. Okay. Why didn't you go while we were in the audience?
Yeah, mine too. I had 300 milligrams right after lunch. I've had at least 600.
Yes. All right, let's come back together. We'll have Miss Snare and Miss Davis still recused. I have an alternative thought for discussion as we move forward here. Rather than us issuing our own memo, which essentially mimics mostly what the FDA memo says, why don't we just post the FDA memo?
That sounds good.
And then we don't opine on whatever it is. I understand the desire for more clarity. But I don't think I have more clarity. And I think it's an unfortunate situation that pharmacies probably need to continue to push with the FDA. If they have concerns. I think the definition of distribute and dispense, I think is confusing when we start to talk about 503As and 503Bs and those kinds of things with this. So I'm kind of the opinion that let's post the FDA's memo. If staff continues to see compounding in these pharmacies after that date, unless it's truly compounding. So for a documented shortage, they've got what we would traditionally see for compounding, true shortage type situations, and can prove that there is multiple shortage, like they've exhausted every option from a wholesaler. If there's violations of the compounding law within the state, then I think we take action. Otherwise, we would refer it to the FDA on what they define as distribute and dispense.
So Yep, go ahead.
Question if there are going to be shortages of this within Arizona, strictly Arizona, shouldn't we be taking some kind of action at some point to avoid that situation? Because obviously we care about what happens to the people that's taking this medication in Arizona, taking these things in Arizona, and we don't want there to be a shortage. Now, the question to me is, how do you bridge the two together to make that work and still say the same thing? Because also, if you can't sell a product, why do you want to keep the product? You're going to get rid of it, dispose of it, destroy it, whatever the right words are for that. And you can't compound it anymore. So you're not going to have a product to distribute if there is a shortage. So that's my concern.
And I think that that's part of the issue, right? I don't think anybody knows if there's going to be a shortage or not. What is the continued use of these products going to look like? I don't know that anybody even knows how many prescriptions are being compounded for these products. So yeah, there might be a shortage tomorrow if all of a sudden the compound supply goes away. I don't know. I'm not a
I could be
finder.
wrong. Like previously, our state board of pharmacy, like send a message to all pharmacies that they can't compound Tamiflu. Like I'm talking about years ago. Is that right? We've done it before. I could be wrong, but I remember like talking about 10 years ago, maybe 11 years
probably
ago.
before my
I don't
time.
know. I
Yeah.
don't remember that. But
Like when you used to go website, say like recognize Tamiflu.
I love the idea of posting the FDA memo directly.
Well, if I can sum it up and then you can make a motion. So I think the discussion is we'll post the FDA memo, not the guidance that we drafted, but the FDA memos on trizepatide and semaglutide. If there's compounding beyond the date that identified by the FDA, we'll address it. If it's distribution or dispensing beyond that date, we'll send it to the FDA and let them figure out their own interpretation of what that means. And if they want to take discretion, they can. If they want to take action, they can.
I would also like for you to ensure that the other agencies, the medical board, the nursing board is aware of what's happening with this too. So that way, hopefully the med spas get the picture as well.
Certainly.
Try and prevent patient harm as well. Because I think that this is really tough. Like I have a lot of sympathy for patients that use these. I understand the business implications here too, but I also don't think we should run afoul of the FDA.
Dr. Gandhi, Chair Walmsley. So just considering the team in the back of the room there that's out in the field looking at these facilities, when we talk about how we address these things in light of the way forward it looks like the board is going to go. Curious if there's any discussion on that.
So did it sound like we would issue a violation on the inspection and then refer it to the FDA? Or is that what?
Well, there's two buckets, right? There's going to be a bucket of compounding. And if they're compounding past the dates that the FDA has identified for those two drugs, then we would issue a violation. If it's distribution or dispensing, then we would note that and then forward that to the FDA. That's my understanding of your discussion.
And to, every time there's a change, that like there's always some educational period and those kinds of things. We don't typically take action the very first time. I mean, a citation isn't a violation isn't necessarily. It's like a notice, if you will. And what's your plan to correct it? Are you clear, Jen? Not really.
Well, on a day after 522, we'll say for 503B, and we inspect them and they just compounded a truckload of items, what do we do at that point? I mean, it's not like you can issue a needs improvement, but they knew the deadline of compounding. What do we do at that point?
bring it to the board and we'll review the merits of the case,
So it would
just
be
like we would any type of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, something that's egregious in nature sometimes bypasses the normal just an inspection piece. If there's a concern, I mean, if somebody compounds one prescription for tirzepatide, like that's different to
No,
me than somebody
yep.
that makes a truckload of drug.
Absolutely, absolutely.
What would that look like? Would that be through opening up a complaint or?
I would say yes, open a complaint and we can deal with that as a complaint.
There's distribution after that.
If there's distribution after that, then we would note it and we would forward it to the FDA compounding.
But we wouldn't take it as a complaint, make a complaint against them.
We'll have to figure out what notation we would put on the inspection. It wouldn't be a complaint for us, but it would be notification to the FDA.
Okay.
But there's actually gonna have to be a cutoff at some point of distribution and dispensing as well.
I have to imagine that there's probably going to be more clear guidance that comes from the FDA
Yeah.
in the coming weeks. I think we should just stick with what the FDA says about it and not create our own set of stuff. And because other states have to be grappling with these same questions, and there are FAQ documents in here which pretty much say the same thing from other states that say the same thing as the FDA guidance, which could change in 5 days, 6 days. I don't know.
And if there's updates from the FDA, we'll have it at the next board meeting. Comments, Roger, anything?
No, this is at least clarity. That's what I was trying to get for the pharmacies, that compounding should stop on 4/22. And if not, the Arizona board will do what it's appropriate to do in its normal inspection, but distributing and dispensing will be forwarded to the FDA. That's at least clarity that I can pass on.
Truman, are you and your team okay with that, or do you need more guidance?
Madam Chairman and Cam, I think it's going to require probably more internal discussion as this evolves.
Yeah.
So this
Absolutely.
is sort of kind of an initial blueprint, but
Let's plan to bring it back at the next meeting and we can continue to evolve the discussion and see what else we learn. We'll also have NABP in between, which I'm sure this is going to be a hot topic of discussion at that meeting as
Absolutely.
well.
Perfect. I have a question. Does the board or the executive director have any leeway between board meetings to update the public or the pharmacies, in this case, permit holders, about updates? Or do we have to wait to the next meeting?
I would be okay if we're going to formulate a motion to allow the staff to continue to keep the most recent, whatever the most up-to-date guidance from the FDA around this topic is. So if it changes on 4/23, because all of a sudden there's mass chaos or whatever and the FDA rescinds their decision or something like that, then that should be our continued guidance. That's my opinion.
You mean like a 90-day pause?
Yeah, I mean, it could happen and has happened, right? Like, and it could happen on 4/23 or 4/28. I don't know.
So if I can get a motion,
Go for it, man.
So I move to allow our board staff, right, in general staff to keep
can I sum it up and then you?
sum it up, and then I will make my motion. There is many
So
yeah.
allow board staff, the board approves the board staff to post the current FDA position on
Updates.
tirzepatide semaglutide. If compounding takes place after the deadline set by the FDA occurs, and we feel that it was out of normal or
So you
something
give-
unusual.
Outside of the
Allow
standard of care.
posted- Yeah.
Outside standard of care, pursue complaint.
Complaint.
If it's distribution or dispensing, note it, figure out the category and how we're going to address it. We'll have an internal discussion. And then loop the FDA into that
Fine.
activity.
All activities.
And then if any additional information comes from the FDA guidance position or anything between now, next board meeting, or whenever,
You allowed
board
to
staff has the authority to update
update
its
the funds.
position.
This is my motion. It's article now.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank
Hearing
you.
none. Thank you, Mr. Morris. Appreciate your expertise.
We are on 31A11, Madam Chair. And basically A11 is just a reminder that the NABP conference is coming up next month. Starting on May 13th. So those folks that are interested in joining that conference, I believe registration is still open. Please sign up if you're interested. And that's pretty much it. There's going to be some fun, interesting topics that we can definitely bring back at our next board meeting to share. That is in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Next topic, 31A12, is a spreadsheet of the legislative update on the proposed bills that we were tracking. Some of the bills have already been signed by the governor. I can go through some of the interesting ones if that's okay, Madam Chair. One
Please
that
do.
we're kind of focused on is Senate Bill 1072, and that's really applies to the medical board, but if this bill goes through, it could set a precedent for other boards as well in the future. And what that does is it creates a timeline on when certain complaints have to be handled. And I believe it's ones that are not a public health issue, they have to be resolved within 1 year or they're officially dismissed. So that's what that bill does. Senate Bill 1214 is the independent test and treat. That is still in the House side being discussed. It is slowly moving forward. So the hopes is, I know there's a lot of push by AZPA to get pharmacists involved and other healthcare professionals to chime in support of that bill. It hasn't hit the governor's desk yet, but it is slowly moving through the House.
It hasn't hit the floor, right? It's gone through committee, but it's not gone for House floor vote yet.
No, it's got a due pass, but it hasn't officially gone through the individual votes yet by the legislators on the House side. Senate Bill 1235, I think we were all monitoring this. This was supposed to change the composition of the board. When it went to the House side, a lot of that composition was repealed, but there's still two components left in the bill, which is Senate confirmation for any new board members or reappointments. And there's also an extra layer of a committee that if there's a complaint filed about a board's decision, that committee that comprises of 3 executive directors would make a decision to either uphold the board's decision or have the board revisit that decision. So those two components are still in that bill.
And did they keep the same professional board
Yes,
members the same?
they repealed
There's
all
no change.
they repealed it and went back to what it was.
To what it was.
Yes.
Person's term has expired. They serve that. Or how have they changed that?
That's always been the practice, so that hasn't changed. Senate Bill 1377, donation of medicine, is also creeping forward. It is in the House side right now. It's a due pass recommendation, but hasn't taken a vote with the entire House representatives. The one we're monitoring is Senate Bill 1237, eliminating remote work. It's the new era right now. It's a new way of operating business. We have our internal ways of tracking how our employees perform, and has not been a problem for us. My team knows that if it becomes a problem, that they know that they have to come back to the office, and they'll be back in the office until we get back on track. So it is a great recruiting opportunity to have that telework flexibility. So we're closely monitoring that one as well. One that's of a concern, what it's water under the bridge now because it was signed by the governor's office, was Senate Bill 2173, where it prohibits the boards from asking mental health questions on their application. Obviously, we've been at presentations where healthcare is a really demanding profession, pharmacy particularly, and I think we've seen suicide rates for pharmacists twice as high as a normal profession. And we're kind of putting them in a kid in a candy store where they have access to drugs that they could unfortunately use if they have mental health issues. So we did express those concerns, but the bill was still signed into law. Will be effective 90 days after the session closes. 2291 is about opioids and red caps. So it didn't repeal the red cap, it just made it from a shall to a may. So it's an optional. The disclaimer for the warning of opioids is still a requirement, but the red cap is a may. 2405 is a topical medication. So if you're in a medical facility and they're using a topical cream on you, instead of throwing the remainder out to waste writing your prescription and getting another one filled, this bill allows the facility to give you that cream so that you can take it home and to address the shortage issues and the waste issues that we see. So that's a smart bill. That's a good bill. 2627 is a pharmacist emergency authority. So pharmacists always had the ability to administer emergency meds when they gave immunizations. But according to statute, pharmacy is allowed to administer drugs as well. And if something happened to a patient, an event took place, it kind of prohibited them from injecting or using epinephrine or diphenhydramine unless there was an order for it. So this bill expands the ability to use emergency meds for all drugs as well, including vaccines.
And is it specific to like anaphylaxis, or can pharmacists give like
Yes.
nitrostat if somebody says in my pharmacy, oh, I have chest pain or something? So I give them like NitroQuick?
It is specific to an
Administration of a
anaphylactic
drug.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna go.
Yeah. And then there's the 2628, pharmacist emergency medication. Sorry, I think I got those two mixed up. 2627 is the emergency authority. 2628 is what I just explained to you, but 2627 is related to what happened to Baxter on the East Coast, where they were flooded out and they couldn't distribute saline and stuff like that, right? And so what that allows, it actually gives the board permission to promulgate rules under what conditions that hospital facilities can compound when they come to a national emergency of some sort, declared by a governor, not of this state, but any jurisdiction within the definition of other jurisdiction. Does that make sense? So any questions on any of those?
Yeah, just I have one comment about pharmacist testing and treatment bill. I believe like I don't know if we can advocate to verbiage that pharmacists, because the issue it is will face like this medication won't be covered because pharmacy is not recognized with PBM as provider, right? So same thing happened when hormonal treatment for like birth control, like we have a bill in our state, we have a standing order, I mean, and they make standing order to make it covered, right? But if pharmacy is not allowed to bill insurance, I believe this bill even passed will be disabled, like.
So there's two roads. We're on
Yeah.
this road and AZPA is on this road. And our position is not to push forward on expanding a pharmacist role or pharmacy's position. I've been reminded of that several years ago when I tried that. So we have to stay in our lane, and we can definitely assist AZPA, but AZPA has to push that envelope to get that so that they have the authority to get reimbursed by insurance companies and so forth.
Because I know like many pharmacists like reach out to me, they think I'm the expert with those bills, but
Well,
so but
you're a
well,
smart
but
guy. I give
yeah, I
you
mean
that.
like so the discussion with, I don't know, I mean if you can't talk to ACPA about it, but as you said, this is two different
It's too
level,
far along
too
in the
far along.
process.
Yeah, but also we they need to look at like what the requirement, what the training. There is a long road to go.
That'll be in the protocol. That'll be in the protocol
Yeah.
if it's passed.
If this
There's a board
passes,
protocol.
board's
will assign
position,
to us to make-
yeah,
come up
board's
with a
position is to appoint some doctors that want to participate in creating a protocol. So we will have to sit down as a task force committee to create a protocol.
Okay.
And that'll be based on current clinical guidelines and all those kinds of things. And then our board would approve what's
the
brought
bodies-
forth by that.
And it's slow, very slow.
Any other questions on any of the bills? Madam Chair, the last thing on my discussion is, as I mentioned to you, the auditors are back with us and they're going to be with us for some time. They become part of the family, I would say. But I can't wait till they leave. They have been more pleasant to work with than our prior experiences. But they're constantly asking questions and requesting additional information. One of the things I put in your agenda in your board book packet is the conflict of interest I had you sign earlier this year. I may have you re-sign it because they want an affirmative no, which is advice they've given us. So we've created with JM's help here, we've created an affirmative no conflict of interest. We're waiting for their approval or their guidance to see if it fits the bill. And I will redistribute it out to you guys for you to refill out a new conflict of interest form. So we are, I guess, in compliance of their needs. They've been more helpful. I think it's a more collaborative effort now. The world I come from in the private sector is when we have operations, we also have auditors. And in that world, we come together to make sure we're doing what we're supposed to, how we're going to get there and so forth. And we didn't experience that the last time. So we are experiencing a little bit of it this time. So I'm happy to see that they're working with us. But me giving you an update about the Auditor General will be ongoing for each board meeting because they're going to be here for some time. Our sunset is to expire next year, so we'll probably have to present to the legislative JLAC probably about November, December-ish time period. Any questions?
Nope, sounds good.
Right.
Ms. Ganavong.
All right. Good afternoon, Board. Jennifer Gelnavong, Deputy Director, Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. I just have two items in my report, and I'll keep it brief. The first is with regards to an FDA update on the clozapine REMS program. Effective February 24th of this year, the FDA no longer expects prescribers, pharmacies, and patients to participate in the clozapine REMS program or to report results of absolute neutrophil count blood tests before pharmacies dispense clozapine. The FDA has instructed manufacturers to take steps to eliminate the clozapine REMS program, update the prescribing information, and remove the requirement for mandatory reporting of absolute neutrophil counts. The FDA indicates that although the risk of severe neutropenia still exists, they recommend, and the FDA still recommends prescribers of clozapine monitor absolute neutrophil counts, as well as the risk of neutropenia remaining in the boxed warnings. The FDA has determined that the clozapine REMS program is no longer necessary to ensure the benefits of the medication outweigh the risks. On a separate but related note, it recently came to our attention that effective April 4th of this year, the FDA also discontinued the ambrisentan REMS program, so that's no longer in effect. The FDA determined that the REMS program is no longer necessary to ensure that the benefits of the drug outweighs the risks of embryo-fetal toxicity. And they also determined that the information contained in the prescribing information is sufficient for conveying information about the embryo-fetal risk and its mitigation. Any questions? Okay, I'll move on to my second item. Based on previous feedback that we've received from the Arizona Office of Auditor General, staff is presenting guidelines for prioritization of complaint investigations. Those guidelines are in your materials. These guidelines reflect the staff's existing and ongoing process for prioritizing complaint investigations. The prioritization of the investigations are stratified by 4 levels of risk as it relates to the health, safety, and welfare of Arizonans. Staff's request today is twofold. First, the approval of the guidance that is in your materials. And second, permission for myself, the Executive Director, and the Assistant Attorney General to modify these guidelines as needed to appropriately prioritize complaint investigations.
I'm happy to make that motion to approve.
I second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ms.
All
Ganavong.
right, thank you so much.
Mr. Leong. We can't wait to hear about hot water. I'm at the absolute edge of my seat to hear about hot water today. Kind of an inside joke between the two of us. If you
Members of the board, my name is Truman Leong, Chief Compliance Officer, and be happy to report on compliance officer activities. And for the sake of time, I won't go through every line, but starting off with the first slide or the first picture, all the information is in your board book. Starting off with slide number 1, we have inspections. In February, we had completed 104 inspections and 132 inspections in March for a total of 353 inspections year to date. The majority of inspections are community pharmacies, compounders, hospitals, and then followed by long-term care facility pharmacies and hospice pharmacy visits. Of interest, we have had more remodel requests last February and March. Next slide, please. Next slide is violations during inspection visits. Number of violations for inspections in February, March have been on the rise. 15 violations issued in February and 28 violations in March. The top violations include mechanical counting devices, which are Uyamas, Paradas, Script Pros. Compliance officers are finding lack of maintenance records, lack of validation records, lack of calibration records, essentially. The next highest spike in compliance officer observations for violations were facilities, conditions of pharmacy equipment, sink conditions, clutter. The top 2 violations for the year to date have been controlled substance record keeping and expired drugs. Next slide, please. Here we have miscellaneous compliance officer activities that are not full routine inspections. I'd like to point out and recognize some of my staff for MPJE. We had 3 compliance officers. I'd like to recognize Compliance Officer Steve Heiber, Compliance Officer Dennis Wagner, and Compliance Officer Max Jacobson. They had volunteered 4 full days to participate in the multi-state pharmacy jurisprudence exam to help with question writing. You also notice for the board that we've had an increase in training seminars. Our compliance officers realize that we do have a mission to help protect citizens and welfare of Arizona citizens, and we realize that people do respect what we inspect. We've been continually trying to train and attend learning seminars for our staff. Recently, we attended a 3-day compounding summit virtually that was hosted by the North Carolina Board of Pharmacy, and all of our compliance officers had updates to IV hydration, joint board initiatives, sciences of compounding, veterinary medicines, and the latest updates in non-sterile 795, 797 sterile, and USP 800 hazardous compounding. And last but not least, slide number 4. We have compliance officer activities that involve continuing education audits, complaint investigations, and permit reviews. Compliance officers had completed 178 continuing education audits. Compliance officer had launched or started 114 complaint investigation requests, and our officers had completed 69 permit reviews for a total of 559 year-to-date grouped totals for the aforementioned. Would I be able to answer any questions or concerns from the board? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I also want to add and recognize Mr. Wagner. I think Mr. Wagner had we were reached out by the Osteo Board. They want to start doing some inspections. So they did a ride along with us to do an inspection, just to learn about how we do things, because I think this comes, you're asking Mr. Thorwald, is harmonization. So we partnered with them. They did a ride along. They really appreciated it and learned quite a bit. Next week's their first inspection on their own, so we'll see how that goes for them. We'll get feedback from them on whether they need to re-inspect it or we did a thorough job the first time, but it seems promising. There's also other activity that the compliance officers teams do with law enforcement and partnering with them to be subject matter experts on several cases that we've dealt with. Huge undertaking, definitely helps the residents of Arizona to protect them from some of these activities that are taking place out there. Some I could share, some I can't share with you what we do, but we do participate as subject matter experts in a lot of cases.
I have a quick question. It goes back to something we talked about earlier with regard to the newsletter. How much information do you think is in the newsletter that is valuable to the potential readers? I mean, obviously it's valuable, but I mean, where I'm going with this is, could we offer CE or some type of thing for people that read the newsletter, something that would encourage people to look at it and go through it thoroughly?
I can tell you the newsletter is very riveting.
But you know where I'm going with this, obviously.
We do put substance. We don't have a lot of space in the newsletter. So we select on hot topics. I think our last one is about Supply Chain Securities Act, right? The SCSA. So we have what we call a compliance corner in our newsletter, and the hottest topic, the changes that are coming along. We may post in our next one GLP. I don't know. We've talked about a few things also, myself and Lori. So it's not a whole lot of information we can put, but we'll put the most hottest topic of that quarter into the news article.
Maybe a topic for a future agenda item. Maybe we can bring Mr. Turner to another meeting and sorry to jump ahead, but maybe we could talk about the intersection of the board with CE. Thinking like, could we do work with him to do a year-end summary of all the things, kind of like a pharmacist letter, but for the board, like a CE credit or something like that at the end of the year, where you have to read and find the answers from all the various different newsletters to give CE. So maybe that kind of fits both of those boats, but then gets people to hopefully read the newsletter a little bit differently.
I like that idea.
We'll invite him.
And perhaps I'm willing to help with it as well. So
Thank you.
Hello. Hannah Boltz, Licensing Division Manager. I have my licensing team activity report here for you all. So the first slide is the number of issued licenses, registrations, and permits year to date. So in March, we issued 489 licenses, registrations, and permits. Very great job with the licensing team. The licensing team is comprised of 4 individuals. At this time, we are searching for 2 people to join the team. So really, really proud of my team's activity and all the hard work that they put towards getting these applications processed timely. Next slide, please. This is the number of closed licenses and registrations and permits. During this time of year, it's not normal to see very many closures. Most of these would probably be, interns who went on to get their pharmacist license, or interns who whose license just expired because they hit the 5-year mark. And then, of course, technician trainees, their licenses also expire. It looks like we have some closed medical gas, durable medical equipment permits. Sometimes a business just decides that they don't need the permit anymore. They've decided to close. So pretty typical to see a low number of closures this time of year. Next slide, please. We have the number of technician trainees who obtained licensure as a pharmacy technician. So less than we saw last month, but still a pretty good number at 46. So really good to see, that trainees want to progress and become full licensed pharmacy technicians. Next slide, please. So this is the average number of business days for pending applications, and this is a year-to-date, or I'm sorry, this is based on a single-day snapshot. So you can see we're doing really well with how long an application has to wait until we put eyes on it. We do process everything in the order that it's received, so the processing times can fluctuate just depending on how many of applications are in the queue at any given time. Also, something to consider is the complexity of the application. We do have new members in the licensing team that haven't been with us as long, and so they might not be as knowledgeable about every single application type, so we don't have as many people processing certain types as others. But still really great job. The average for for April was 12.2 days. So really fantastic job from the licensing team. Next slide, please. This is the number of business days for in-progress applications, a single-day snapshot. So as you can see, we have the largest number is pharmacist applications. We have discussed this in the past. Pharmacist applicants get a whole year for their application. So they apply and they get a whole 12 months to be able to obtain their license. So that's why you're seeing such a high number for pharmacists, is because they get that whole year. 245 days is the maximum amount of days in progress. That's 245 business days. That was the highest number. Their application closed the next day. So Mr. Thorwald had kind of asked last time, do you see any outliers? And I said, well, I'd have to take a look at the data, but really the outliers are these pharmacist applicants, because they get so much time for their application. That's what's really driving up this average for us. Usually applications will close after 90 days if the application is incomplete and they don't provide the requested information. Of course, we do allow extensions for these applications. So for licensees, they're able to send us a written notification before those 90 days are up saying, hey, I need an extension. I'm taking a 30-day extension. Permit applicants can do the same thing. They just have to request that extension, but we always grant an extension as long as the request is submitted before those 90 days are up.
I know we're going to talk about the permits, and I don't know if I'm ready to make a decision on the permits today. We can talk about that in a second. But given the fact that we have some of these pharmacist ones that are such outliers, have we looked to see, are there certain things on the application that we could make more clear? Like, is there a certain thing that people are getting tripped up on that's slowing down the applications, or is it kind of across the board?
So for pharmacists, it's the testing. They have everything that they need for their license. They've got their fingerprint clearance card, their photo ID, all of that. It's that they need to pass their exams.
So either they're failing or they're just not testing.
Correct.
Okay. So
Yeah.
nothing that's like an incomplete. It's just they haven't completed that step yet.
Correct. For pharmacists, that's correct, yes.
Couple questions. One, what is the average when you take out the outlier?
Well, okay, so what I wanted to go over with you on another slide is I went through and we calculated all of the business days for each application, because this is just taking the oldest ones. This chart right here is just taking the oldest applications. So what I did is I ran the numbers for every single application. The first 42 applications that are that old are all pharmacists. So if you take them out, the number significantly will drop. I don't have that exact figure for you right now.
You said the pharmacist test is what's holding things up. What if they had to take the test, before they did the application?
Oh, that would be fantastic. That's what we encourage applicants to do, is to pass their exams first and then apply for their license.
Which seems like one of the ways to make that work is a prerequisite to the application is taking the test.
And that would be, something that could be looked at, but I think it might need a rule change.
That would encourage people to have that in place, because they know they can't do anything without it, and do
Right.
it in a timely manner.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a topic for a future agenda item.
We are already operating in that space, in that way of thinking. We've actually had that discussion with the colleges as well. Have them take the exam and then apply soon after or upon getting the result. A few times we get a call from a licensee, hey, I just passed my exam, where's my license? Well, you just kind of applied today. You passed a week ago. So it does take a little time, but we're already operating that way. Now, there are folks that do apply and then take the exam, or may apply a couple of days after they take the exam but haven't gotten their score yet, failed, and now we're waiting for them to take it again, right? And that's causing delays as well.
What I'm getting at is no application till they take the exam and they have the results back. You cannot apply until you've done that, period.
And that would be an application requirement that the board could decide, is it, that they want to make a requirement of the application. We could absolutely do that. The only thing is that there is a rule in the Arizona Administrative Code that says that a pharmacist application, like pharmacist licensure application, is invalid 12 months from the date that it was submitted. So we would probably have to get rid of that rule.
Rules can be changed.
Yes, they can.
But it takes time.
But there could still be another reason for an incomplete application too, right? So just because they've taken the exam doesn't mean that they've given you all the positive identification and all that other kind of stuff. So we could probably still leave that. It just would, in theory, receive less of them, because hopefully you're getting rid of all the ones that are taking too long to test, or it takes 5 times or whatever.
Also, applicants can pass the exam different stages, thus transferring to Arizona, right? So you cannot.
That would be a reciprocity application.
That different application totally.
And that application, a reciprocity application, it does require that they have passed that exam already, because they have to submit a licensure transfer application with NABP as well. So, and they can't do that until they've passed. So we tell them, take your exam, submit your licensure transfer application with NABP, and then apply with us. But anyway, this kind of became into a nice little discussion. I like it.
Good, good information.
Thank you, Hannah. Great job.
Yeah, my pleasure. We have one more slide, I believe. Yeah, this was the slide that I added for Mr. Thorwald for his question about outliers. So as you can see here, the highest, we have 61 pharmacist applicants in progress right now, and 41 of them, it was over 100 business days ago that they applied. So that's what's really bringing our numbers down. You can see technician trainees, even though you have to be 18 years old and you have to be here legally present,
That's it.
they still have a hard time getting us the correct documentation.
What's the key things that documentation they don't get?
So trainees don't need a fingerprint clearance card.
Okay.
They really only need to give us a photo ID that shows that they're over 18. And then if it's an Arizona ID, we know Arizona checks United States presence. So if it's an Arizona ID that was issued after 1996, that's all we need. But some people think, oh, I'll give them a piece of my mail. That shows them I'm a legal resident. They just don't read the application requirements, and
I don't take it seriously.
yeah.
Again, to me, if you don't have it and you aren't submitting it, the application isn't in process. And that's an encouragement. For my application to go forward, I have to present that at the beginning or it's not accepted at all. And it seems like that alone is a process that would speed something up. If I want to apply for one of these boards to be on, if I don't submit my stuff on the website to the governor's office, I don't get to apply.
But they can mark, I believe they submit the right documents, but when they review it,
Yeah, they can't move forward with the application until they upload something. So they have to give us something, but they give us something that we can't
they
take.
give them the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Again, if it's not the right thing, it seems like, again, a computer's, it's not acceptable.
Hopefully our new system, if we ever get it, we'll be able to do some of these
Yeah,
things.
we need AI.
Yeah.
I mean, I just reapplied for my passport and it was pretty cool. At first it said like your passport photo is not good enough or whatever, refilter it or whatever and resend it. So I did it and was like, oh, okay, that's good.
Or even manually, you have not submitted the proper documentation. Your application is not accepted to do this until you have the following.
Well, that's what we do. We review the application. If they gave us something that we can't accept, we send them an itemized checklist of what we need from them. We give them a list of acceptable documents of what we can accept, and we give them a deadline to provide it, which is that 90 business days. And then they have to provide us with that document. So when applications close, they close because they haven't provided that document within those 90 days. And then they can just reapply later.
We've been working on processes on how to eliminate applications that are not complete. At one point, we were at 2 complete, 8 incomplete out of 10. I think we've moved the needle quite a bit to what, 6 or 7 now complete. And so we continue to think of ways. We actually have a folder that you can't make this stuff up folder on what people submit. Asking for fingerprints, and they'll take a picture of their fingers and submit that, right? And the system will accept it because they uploaded a document. So, so we have a lot of stories that we can share on what we get and what we don't get. But we do take your advice.
And we updated the list of acceptable documents on our website. So if you know anybody that's trying to apply, encourage them to look at our website. If they can't find where these acceptable document lists are, give us a call. We'll direct you to it. We want to help everybody submit a complete application because we don't want to have to process an application multiple times. We want to do it the first time we open it and we say, okay, they're good to go.
I mean, I think I have testimonial from our chair here, and we've talked about people that have applied, and if it's not done within a week or 2, there's a reason why it's not done.
There's a reason, and it's way better. So I commend the staff. I commend you for continuing to look at ways to expedite the process because in my time that I've been a board member, it has changed immensely. And that credit is due to the staff. So I appreciate it. Continue looking for ways to make it easier for applicants and more streamlined, and hopefully it'll improve your guys' job too. So it's no fun to have to chase people around.
When does the comedy book come out to make more money for the board? There you go.
You can write that one.
There's a comic section back in the old days during newspapers, and we may create that into our newsletter.
Put it in,
little-
into the
little
compliance
skit,
corner. So that's the presentation that I had for you for the licensing team activity report. Did anybody have any other questions about anything they saw? with
Thank you
those.
very much.
Thank you, Hannah. Um, Kim, do we have to do permits, the permits today, or can we table that for the next meeting? There is a lot here, and I don't know if I mentally have it in me unless we have a time sensitive piece, because I don't even understand all the changes. I appreciate you giving it to me in writing, but like, since it's not redlined in the book, I've had a hard time trying to follow all of it. I assume what's in blue on here is
Everything.
matches the other stuff, but there is a lot here to unpack.
Okay. Yeah, everything is blue is new. Anything that's not blue is how it is already.
Is there anything time sensitive with these?
No, I'm looking at Jen.
No, I don't believe they are. We were really just trying to help our applicants and give them more instruction on what to provide us for these permits. So like, for example, like the pharmacy application for a resident pharmacy, you can't make up what some people will give us for a floor plan. It's just a hand drawn without even straight edges, and it's just no information on it. So we outlined things that we're looking for on that floor plan that we want to see, so that they can see that on the application and say, okay, my floor plan has this, this, and this. So that's mostly all of the changes are kind of along those lines.
I think we've even seen crayon.
Yeah.
So to my point, we can't make it up. If it's not urgent, Hannah, Jen.
It's not urgent. It would have just been nice to get these updated.
I
but
mean, I'm
happy
one
to-
vote. I can.
Next time. Because I would like some more time to review it as well.
Would you be willing to go over the pharmacist reinstatement? That one I think would be really important.
Can we move also to delegate like
I
couple of board members?
I would
and-
prefer discussion on this. This is pretty important that the applications are right. I don't want the authority for this one.
For the pharmacist reinstatement revisions, that's 6745. So, and 6745 is just like my, synopsis. But basically, if you go to the next page, this is the form that we have currently. It's pretty sparse. There's no questions. You can't even, they're unable to even provide where they currently work. And it really doesn't provide a lot of guidance. There's certain situations when you might see a reinstatement. So what we did was we just basically took a technician reinstatement application, slapped on pharmacist for instead of technician, and then we added a question for them to be able to renew their immunization certification. And then we also created instructions for the two different situations that you might expect for a reinstatement. So basically, we have two kind of buckets. Somebody who had a license and it expired 5 years or more ago. So somebody had their license here, they moved away to California, they got their California license, they've been working in California for 20 years, they let their Arizona license lapse. They decide, hey, I want to go retire to Arizona. I need to work here and there, so I need to get my license back. They need to reinstate. They've been practicing in another state, so basically they just need to retake the exam and pay the renewal fees and the late renewal penalties.
And by exam, you mean MPJE.
Sorry, yes,
Yep.
the MPJE. Or they could have not been working. So say they moved away and they took a year off to go do something else. They haven't practiced in a year, their license has been delinquent for 5 years or more. They want to get their license back. That's a reinstatement. But then we have all these other situations where somebody had their license revoked or voluntarily surrendered their license and they want it back now. So like the individuals that came before you earlier, They wanted permission to submit a reinstatement application. If they had been able to submit a reinstatement application, they would have gotten that one-page form that doesn't ask any questions. There's nothing about, have you been disciplined? Have you had any arrests? It doesn't allow them to disclose employment information so that their profile can't be updated when they reinstate. So we're just trying to.
So to summarize, what the current requirement is on page 6746, right?
Correct.
And what you're proposing is the new application that starts on 6748 and goes to 6750.
Correct.
I'm okay with this. Some of the ones that are the regulatory questions, I just want to kind of wrap my head around a little
Oh,
bit
yeah.
more, and like seeing in paper is super helpful. Are we able to take these for the next meeting?
The permits
Yeah,
specifically?
the permits specifically. Can we take these and for before the next meeting and then bring it back with feedback? Is that okay?
Yeah.
So, do we have a motion to approve the new? Yeah, go ahead.
Turn on your mic.
Okay, for number 12, since you last renewed this license, they're asking about arrest. This is, I don't know if that's clear enough.
12 is around discipline, 13 is around arrests.
Yeah, I'm talking about number 12. So, I mean, to me, I don't know, is that clear enough for?
So this is a question that we use for technician,
yeah.
and this is also a question that we use for initial
Same thing.
applications.
I think 12 makes sense. So 12 asks, have you had
Since
any
you-
formal disciplinary action of any type taken against your professional license? And then 13 is, have you been arrested or charged or pled guilty or no
So-
contest to any felony or misdemeanor?
So let's say like I let my license lapse for 1 year only, and within this year, no arrest. And then the question says, since your last renew,
So
But
if
did
it
not
was
ask-
only lapsed for 1 year, then it would be a renewal application instead.
okay. So I move to approve.
Question, when you have it described in detail, where do they put it in? Right below it, or do you have them attach a full document that explains what they're
It's a web
talking
form,
about?
isn't it?
Generally people submit this on through their profile, but if it's a paper, they usually will just attach a narrative, a written narrative by hand or typed narrative. Paper renewals, like it'll just come with all kinds of different documents.
Well, what I'm getting at is if you're submitting this online, where do they put in that additional information?
Online, there's a text box that they can provide an
Okay.
explanation for.
Okay, we have a motion.
A motion to approve the pharmacist.
I'm so sorry. I just realized reinstatements aren't done online. It's just renewals that are done online. So
Look at my name.
yeah, hopefully one day, someday our system will be able to handle a reinstatement, but it's
If
not
this-
smart enough to calculate the fee. So
If this is not done online, to me, you need to have another piece that simply gives them more space, or say, submit the document, submit an attached document explaining it and refer to this, to number 12. Or
we could
whatever.
absolutely put in some
Because
room.
people have a tendency to want to
Absolutely.
scribble in on these little things, and then you can't read them.
Right.
You need something that describes what to do and how to do it and submit it.
I think we
and
need
what's
Mr.
acceptable.
Thorwald on our committee.
I think so.
So I think the moral of the story is the meat and potatoes of our ask here will stay the same with minor adjustments of what Mr. Thorwald is saying.
Yeah, nothing changed.
So I have a motion to approve the reinstatement or the pharmacist application. Do I have a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Thank you, Hannah. Appreciate it. Appreciate the additional time and consideration on this. I just want to make sure that I give it the appropriate time because I mentally tapped out.
We gotta hang in a little longer. We still have Doug.
But this is kind of heavy.
Yeah.
Doug, you're between us and the door. No pressure.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm short today, I promise. One of the things I talk about pretty much every board meeting is that we work on measuring compliance. As Kim had said, we have the auditors looking at our work and looking at what we do around compliance as part of what they're looking at. We measure like two main things when we talk about prescribers. We measure, are they registered to use the PMP? And that's in statute. They're required to be registered to use the PMP. And that makes sense because they're required to use the PMP. So in order to use the PMP, they need to be registered. So in your book, I just had put that we send reports to the other licensing boards twice a year around registration requirement. And we recently did that. And one of the things that at least the medical board had kind of talked about, we meet with the medical board regularly. But we created page 2 of what I put into your packet, and it's just kind of like a flyer, if you will, but it explains why the medical board may possibly be sending a non-compliance letter because they're not registered to use the PMP. A prescriber may not be registered to use. So page 2 is just that flyer, and Lynn created this. So this has nothing to do with my creativity. That was all Lynn. So I also said that we collaborate with the other boards on a regular basis, and we have every 2 to 3 months we have it on the agenda in a scheduled meeting. One of the things that we were talking about this past time is the fact that we measure prescriber usage of the PMP monthly. The other licensing boards aren't able to necessarily get to that concern monthly. So by the time they are able to react to it, we may have sent the same name over month after month after month. Our decision to send monthly was a result of task force meetings, right? And that didn't just come out of thin air. We had quite a bit of collaboration to come to that conclusion. What the medical board's suggesting is maybe if we could cut it back to quarterly, that might be a way to go. That being said, my reply to the medical board was just, why don't we make that a topic of conversation during our next task force meeting? And then at the end of all task force meetings, I come back to you and give you a little recap. And that's really all I had today.
Thank you, Doug. Any questions for Doug?
The future topics, we can hold off on that till next time.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. In case it's up to you.
Well, we've been talked about future topics for meetings. Is there anything else anybody wants to add for future meeting agenda items?
Perhaps one that we learned in executive session that was kind of alarming to me about pre-employment drug screens and permit holders. That is there any opportunity to look at pre-employment drug screen and permit holders, and should they be doing pre-employment drug screens?
I think one of the things that came up was also background checks, right? So I'll put background checks and drug screening on the next topic for discussion.
Cam, do you want to talk about next board meeting date as well?
Yeah, we were talking, it looks like, Ms. Walmsley might not be available the first day or remote. Second day, she may be. Jeff is actually gone almost all of June. So just put you guys on notice that we're looking at different options for the next board meeting. So it's going to change. We're gonna have an internal discussion of what makes sense for us and everybody else. So stay tuned for some communication on that.
I think we were tentatively looking at maybe just doing Thursday and then
One
have
day
it-
here, one day there. I was talking to JM. There may be some, there may be some issues with that, so we'll take that and see if that'll work for us and the logistics of it all. But just know that it's going to change.
Are we saying to just the days that we cannot attend, like, because I know I need to travel that month as well,
All of June?
all of us.
We'll
But just
keep
we send you
posted.
like the,
We'll keep you posted on.
yeah, just,
Some dates. We'll pick some out.
that would be great.
Get with you guys.
What?
Any other?
What?
That's Tuesday usually.
Just like I have requests for a future agenda, if we can just define or clarify what remote work, you know what I mean, because we have discussed this before and it was a little bit confusing that it is from office or from home. And I know some board member says you can do it from anywhere. Some others say only from home, not from offices. So if you just can have like clarification and definition for remote work and technician working under pharmacist supervision, it is like direct supervision, like in person, or can be also remotely. That's like for a future discussion. It is.
Okay. Call to the public.
Some more is
Nothing today?
nothing. You don't want to recognize me? Thank you, everyone. Not adjourned yet. Yeah, because
How long have we been up? 20 seconds or so? Yeah, there is a delay when we post a notice for call to the public, so I think we're at a 30-second mark now. I don't see anybody dialing.
All
in.
right.
Sure.
Thank you, everybody, for your attendance. We will adjourn the meeting.